I'm going to let it slide in the soon TM for just a second. What is up, one and all? Happy Thursday. Grand Finals Thursday at that. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. That is right, week number 14. And we've got our top three. You saw it right there. It's stacked. It's looking beautiful. We're going to be opening up Anatan versus Dumu. Winner of that will be going up against Beastie Cutie. After a long hiatus from the Midweek Musters, he is back, and he is back with a reckoning to pretty much continue the trend of 2025, at least in the beginning. The question mark now is whether he can snatch away the title from Anatan, or if Anatan will even make it to the Grand Finals. Dumu looking formidable, beating Wham yesterday, 3-2. Interesting situation as well for Anatan. If he does actually get through that Grand Finals and does win, he will have the record. He'll be the longest serving winner consecutively in Midweek Muster. The overall score is still favoring Poppy Paul with a total of 5 wins, but Anatan will be quickly closing on that with his 4th dub, and with a 4th in the row, putting him in that best spot possible. Interestingly enough, I think Ben literally just got out of his game, so it timed it perfectly. He's been ranting on about getting food, but he's gonna have to suck it up and wait, or he's gonna have to basically speedrun food while he plays, because he did admittedly have all the other hours in the day to get food. So let me just update the draft. We'll get ready to switch over now. We might, by the way, actually check out some Avowed later today as well, depending on how long the stream goes and whatnot. So that'll be cool. Actually, just having a look at something a little bit different on the channel. Add that to the title so people can get hyped about that as well. So yeah, if you haven't seen it, Avowed, if you like the work of Fallout, if you like the work New Vegas anyway, or if you like the work of Outer Worlds, etc., it's from the same developers of that, so could be someone cool to check out. I haven't had a chance to even start it. We'll see if people are interested, considering people have been streaming the crap out of it. But I thought maybe an hour or two to check in on it, see what it's like. Might be cool. But we'll see how the day goes. Draft is up and ready to roll. So let's have a look at what we got here. In fact, let's get the right vibes. The right vibes is always Zelda, isn't it? I don't know. I'm trying to think of games that have had as many just good vibe background music tracks as Zelda. And there aren't many. That's not to say there aren't ones that haven't peaked past it, right? Like the occasional soundtrack on its own, which just absolutely eclipses anything Zelda had. But in terms of the amount of different tracks where you're yeah, I feel the vibe. If I look at my playlist right now, a lot of it is Zelda chill hop. For good reason. That crap pops. Okay, so look at the draft though. I wonder, HRE, it's kind of crazy how Jean has just kind of flipped to the start of the drafts now, right? But HRE, Order of the Dragon, and Jean all on the same draft side. That's a serious potency, I think, in the current kind of state of things. Dumu's got some nice picks, though. Marlians makes a lot of sense in opening pick and prairie. I've been seeing a lot of it. Ottoman situationally seems viable. You have to remember Benny Boy has been playing a lot of Otto at the moment. In fact, if I check his account just quickly, I wonder how many Otto games I'm going to see. Because I think that's the one he got for the One Trick Pony tournament, right? Yeah, I think so. Or he's just been playing a lot of Otto. It's not all Ottomans, but I'd say there's a heavy dose of Otto in the last several days. I think there are ways it can play, by the way. It's also kind of a nice protection pick for Delhi. Also, by having Delhi, he kind of protects the English pick. English is a bit of an enigma to get right, to get playable right now, I find. It's just not really a Civ that's hitting like it did in the past. That's because the Pro Scouts meta. As long as the Pro Scouts is dictating the flow, you're not going to be seeing much in the way of English, at least of it succeeding. And okay, confirmation, yeah, Dumu did get Ottomans. Okay, thank you very much for that. So we should be getting the lobby set up in a second. I think Anatan is already in lobby. We're just waiting for Dumu to hop his ass in. I think he literally speed ran to get a snack, and we'll probably be playing the first 5 minutes of game number 1. Masticating. I always love throwing that word out, because it really does, it turns people's heads, because they go, what did he just say? Did he just accuse Dumu of masticating, guys? Masticating is chewing. You know when the process of chewing, soften food? That actually has a name, and it sounds very similar to a very crude word that can confuse people. But let me get ready. I'm just going to set up the Discord pings to go out in a second. By the way, we might also look to stream some Monster Hunter, the new one, when it comes out on like 28th. So that might be cool. I think 28th is a Friday, right? So I thought that'd be pretty cool because on Fridays we're sometimes a little bit more limited on the games we have to cast. So it'd be really cool to just maybe vibe out, chill, treat it like a cool welcome in the weekend. So we'll still start off next week's Friday with, you know, midweek Muster games. But when we run dry, we might check in on the new Monster Hunter. I've been playing a decent amount of Monster Hunter in the background with like, you know, Emma and one of my friends in real life. Been playing Monster Hunter Rise. So I played crap tons of Worlds before that. Really love Worlds. Got like 70 hours in it. I know it's not an insane amount compared to some people, but reasonable. And the new one looks like it's got some intriguing features, so we'll definitely have to give that a look. They did have some big optimization issues, but I think they've started to fix it. Okay, are we in the game? We are getting into game. Okay, so let me just bump out that. Get the tweets rolling. Get ready to go. All right, there we go. And we'll set up predictions. One and all, it is time. Welcome back to the channel for Midweek Muster semi-finals. That's right, best of 5 between Anatan and Dumu here. Anatan with the Japanese, man, he's kind of just taken this into his own arsenal more recently. It's not that he couldn't play it in the past, it's just, I would have always resonated this with B, but Anatan is trying to snatch that statement away from him here. And he does so up against Dumu's Mongols on Prairie. Interesting pick. Mongols, in theory, very good. If you can get some Magadai play going. Could actually work quite volatilely with great volatility against Japanese. Whether he's going to be able to do it quick enough for these type of gold veins is what I'm not sure about. Now, Anatan, I love this. He does this quite frequently, and on a map like Prairie, it makes a lot of sense. He went for the double scout opener. This is really solid. What it means is he can potentially bypass pro scouts altogether for a very aggressive castle timing. Meanwhile, for Mongols, like, what you're going to do, you can either trade or you're going to go for pro scouts. Trade doesn't feel that safe against Japan. The problem you run into usually is like they're rushing castle, they're getting Mount Samurai, they're going to raid you there, and it's very hard to shut those down. In theory, it is possible to kind of navigate that. If you can get enough trade going quite fast enough, you can just pump Keshiks non-stop. So we'll see which way Dumu wants to lean. At the moment, we're seeing a lot more Deerstone than Silvertree. Statistically, it's just like probably about 80-20 split, maybe higher. Most of the time, we only really see Mongols go Silvertree on maps like Frisian Marshes. But Prairie is definitely a good one for it with the corner spawns. Looking at the spawns. One problem that you could run into if you're Anatan here is long-term wood access. You kind of wish you had the 4 tree line like what Dimu got and then the retractor behind. Then again, his is like deceitful. He actually started here. I think in some ways it's kind of nice to get these spawns where maybe it forces 1 or 2 smaller tree lines behind you as backup. Sure, having a back tree spawn at the start means you can't easily be outpost rushed. And we know it's going to have to be an outpost rush here, right? Mongols just love to do this. The gold is just begging for it. Anatan has got what he needs for a tech up. He's going to want to gather a little bit more. Quite possibly we're going to be looking at Shinobi spam here just to try and get rid of the tower. It can be quite effective. Usually you want to partner it with a few horsemen so they don't just insta-get sniped. But Villager now shuffling right in. Dimu, he does go right in range. Okay, wait, did he not quite scout this, or was that just a click too close? It's almost like he's just standing here begging him to react to it. So outpost going up. Anno hasn't deleted the forge, actually. That's very telling. Yeah, so leaving the forge alive tells you his intent here. Makes a lot of sense on the map like Prairie. You can't really go for this gold. It's way too close, still far out there. A lot of sheep coming home, by the way. So Anatan with 31 sheep compared to Dumu's 15. Scout was definitely worth the investment. But the fact that he hasn't actually like deleted the forge tells you he's going to come and repair it. Otherwise, you're just feeding resources over to Dumu. The cool thing about this play, by the way, against Mongols in particular, because the Mongols move their TC at the start, you actually don't fall behind on villagers. You can see it right now. They're neck and neck. Maybe a 2-second difference here. And in return, he ends up getting double the sheep. And there we go. Villager being pulled. Khan is going to start harassing, but he's only tier 1 right now, so only 2 damage. Outpost is going to be up, though. I wonder. Anatan. He's gathering additional wood. We should likely be looking at an immediate play into what? Probably stables here. I don't know about Yumi. The issue you ever run into, and always run into, is when you want to play archers on this map, you've just got no wood supply. You just run yourself dry. That's why we've seen like Malian players, even when they go castle, they stick javelins now for that reason. But I know. This is a bit weird then. So, my only assumption is that he maybe thought Dumu was going to stop at 3 spearmen and he could contest that with Shinobi. But when he saw it go to 5, it wasn't worth repairing again. Then again, like the other issue he runs into here is if he spends so much wood repairing this, he's going to get caught when he goes to the back line. So it is going to be the archer range play. Not something you usually want to be having to go into as Anatan here as Japanese, but he basically needs something to snipe the spearmen in, when out rather when the Shinobi dive in. I am curious to see how he's actually going to breach this tower right now, though. Because Yumi doesn't give you a way of killing the tower, right? Horseman would have. Rax Spearman would have. Actually, I'd argue Rax is like the most cost-efficient play here, right? Because it only costs 75 wood. Okay, he's just going to rush out into the gold. Interesting. Actually, yeah, of course. So, well, the Shinobi hitting so hard, you're not going to bring the spears out to contest. This is pretty crafty, actually. And I understand getting the archer follow-up guarantees it. I like this. I was a little bit worried that maybe the spearman would be able to harass, but I mean, Dumu, until he's got the tech up, he can't even attempt it, right? Because he won't have arrow slits here. So Anatan will just come back for the safe gold. So pretty cool reaction. Definitely feels like it was a kind of knee-jerk reaction considering Anatan did go for that repair. But now with Yumi here, is he just going to stop at 1? Yeah, so Anatan has revealed an archer, and now Dumu is likely to react with Keshiks to counteract, right? It just organically makes sense. But that plays out really well for Anno because he can just not bother with the archer play and go mash Shinobi with gold access again. I love this. Getting good damage in on the Uvu. Then we'll have to pull the villager. Yeah, the pain of always having one resource a little bit too far away. We do have double stables drop from Dumu. Yeah, a surprising choice when you don't have trade. Usually this is the type of build you'd commit into when you have Silver Tree because you have so much gold just churning in. But he's looking for that optimal pump timing. And the other thing you're noticing is Dumu doesn't want to reveal he's doing it. He's intentionally building it back at the TC, behind the TC, away from the Uvu, so that his opponent doesn't suspect, so that he can't Shinobi snipe. Speaking of that Shinobi, he is going to be able to shove him away. So Sabotage will come out on the Uvu, actually. Anatan valuing the kill over the disable makes sense. Like, Dumu shouldn't really be building spears against Shinobi. And the first Keshiks are on the way, but Anno, I mean, he's gone up to 4 Shinobi. I don't think he needs more. He's committed onto this gold. So in the end, yeah, wow, that's sick. I love that. He uses the Shinobi to snipe the boar. And now, yes, he's only got 4k gold instead of 8. But in return, look at the value he gets. He replaces, you know, the loss of gold, being 4k worse off here, by getting 2,000 extra food. In a game where, remember, Anatan already has substantially more sheep than his opponent. Dimu's down to 9, while Anatan has 27. That's crazy. And he also has the food on the berries, which is incredible for the Japanese. This is looking really good. You take the boar tiny gold over big gold. Exactly, because like by the time you actually need more than 4k gold, you can reclaim your 8k. So like, if you think about it, what Anatan is technically doing is he's taking the risky resource now, keeping the safe resource later. It's kind of similar to when you see someone go berries, because A, it's optimal for like Abba, Japanese, etc. But B, because it's the risky resource. And then they come back for the sheep at a point in the game where they're more in danger. I don't think we had a Pro Scouts play, right? I doubt we'll get it now. I mean, he's stockpiling quite a lot of gold. But I'm wondering if this is just more about the Keshik spam. We've seen this matchup a decent amount in the past, and what it can easily become is just Keshik versus Mount Samurai. You'd think Mount Samurai outright win that, but what you can do is Mongols is on a delay, add in trade. And once you scale that amount of gold, you can just vomit out Keshiks at a pace which competes. So we'll have the double production option as well with that stone. Need more Anatan. Very clear where he's going. Now, what is a bit tricky about this is that the scouts saw the Keshiks. And Anatan has already built an archery range. So you can see where this is going, guys. Based on Anatan's information, had he not scouted that out, likely he would have been going Mounted Samurai to contest and would have been fun against Keshix. But Dimu would have had a decent shot. Now, because he got the extra layer of information, he can immediately pivot into Onimusha. Onimusha with Kaburia, hard counter out Keshix, because you can just kite them indefinitely. There's only like one moment where you're at risk, and that's when the Khan uses the maneuver speed arrow. Even the Daimyo coming in. Would need to build a stables to actually utilize the Daimyo level. Remember, with the Onimusha, they don't use the Yumi Bannerman. So unless you want to go mass Yumi, which would be intriguing against Keshix, you're going to have to build an extra production anyway. I like how the Shinobi are just worshipping the landmark right now. Hello, dive coming in. Shinobi are going to have to react. Villagers all safe inside. And there's no Undermesh. Okay, so it does end up losing the one Yumi out here, but whoopty freaking doodah. The Shinobi are now here. And there should be a commitment. Remember, they just all got auto-upgraded. They hit even harder than before. And he does have the Shinshins to micro away if he wants to. A little bit slow on that one there. But he's already clearing out the cavalry. More Keshiks are coming in, but the Onimusha are on the way. The Shinshin gets 2 of the Shinobi out. Another one falls, though. The Onimusha are now arriving, so Dimu, it's doubtful he's going to get any damage done here. A heavy loss of life for 0 gains, really. Didn't get any worker kills. Yes, he forced some idle time, but lost valuable Keshiks in the game where he's meant to be scaling them mass. Now, all of a sudden, they are reduced to being an outpost unit. Only upside for Dumi right now is that because Anatan went for Onimusha, he can't clear out the outpost. Negative is he can easily now switch. Remember, he already got that Daimyo level. The Daimyos just come in so much quicker now. It's just a lot more organic on the fast castle timings, ever since they discounted the cost of level 1 down to 175, so you can easily afford that bannerman. Other side of this, though, Dimu, I'm a little bit skeptical where we're going from here. He's clearly going towards Castle Age. He could play into, what, not Horseman with his current economy. Archers would feel a little bit weird. You just get set up to get killed by Mount Samurai. Crossbows seem like the most likely. Crossbows are still better than Onimusha. So in his basic, we give him a defense mechanism. Because remember, until Onimusha have a bannerman, they're weaker. So Onimusha have 10 base damage, whereas crossbows have 11. They got nerfed from 12, so the gap is smaller, but like crossbows, while also being cheaper, still do more damage. Magadai beat Onimusha resource-wise. I guess Dimu's concern has to be the Mounted Samurai, though, right? Like, you've got to be assuming that Mounted Samurai gets added in. He is scouting around for it right now. I think he may have actually glimpsed it. Looks like we have got relics getting banked by Anno. Oh, he snatches to the knee side. This is very different by Dimu. Kurotai is usually indicative of like having a mass to use straight away. Often when we see people with less than 10 military, they just choose step readout, especially when it's fast castle builds. So Dimu, you know, there is a theory around Magadai with Kurotai being really worth it because it buffs them to the point they can beat normal archers. The tricky part about that particular build is like you still have to scale to the point, and Magadai are infinitely more expensive than archers. Well, not infinitely, but double the price, right? So maybe this is just kind of him letting us know it's going to be a slow-moving comp, right? You can just scale crossbows, come out with a strong force, and hit the enemy base. 2 stables maybe go Horseman. The problem for him with Horseman is he just doesn't have the economy. Keshis gets shot down. Yeah, so like right now, Dimu has 0 sheep. He's eating berries. This is pretty tragic. Look at all those resources. Berry, boar, deer, all of it is fort spawn. He's setting up the marketplaces. This has to be Magadai, right? No, he's legit trying to get into Keshik. Meanwhile, Anatan already has enough Onimusha to counter that play, has Kaburia on the way. So, like, Dimu, I think he just kind of got outplayed on the opening developments, right? Like, he wasn't able to block the secondary gold. And then the other really big problem he had in this game was the sheep. He lost so much sheep. His opponent basically got double what he did off the map. And as a result of that, like, now the comps that make sense for Dimu are all stripped away from him. Like, Dimu can't even go into, like, mass archers because of the lack of trees, right? So, there is some Magadai getting added in, but this macro suggests we're doing something else here. In fact, there you go, Valtian on it in the chat. He's looking at a fast imp timing, and I don't blame him. I don't think there's really anything you can do to directly come out to the map to contest Anatan right now. The negatives of this play is, like, your opponent's going to have a very big army when you get there. Your opponent's also going to have 5 relics by the time you get there. And one thing that has to be said about Kargat Palace, you pretty much are walking to the roulette table, right? Like, we've seen it so many times in the past where if you just lock out and the game's like, "Hui wee bow," you're like, "Oh, no, please. Give me something useful next." And next is like, "Nest of bees." Oh, God, I need front line, man. Still adding in more Magadai. This is more of a deterrent than a commitment, though, right? Because if this was a commitment, you just have more pumping out by now. We do know that Dumu is one of those players that likes to stockpile resources for a transition. It's actually, like, not the worst of ideas. Some people call it mismacro. I disagree. The logic is if you have enough production, what you're doing is you're treading the fine line. You're trying to see what your opponent is doing, getting a read of what their full commitment is before making your own. And if you're in a position where you can't actually reap that information without risk, it can be the safer option. So Veteran Steve Magadai did come in, but this Mad Samurai take like no damage. Oh god, if he gets under mesh 2, they're going to be down to 1 dam. Actually, was that math correct? I swear I saw them hitting for 2 damage already, but like based on the maths, it's 5 ranged armor compared to 8 damage, right? Yeah, so they should be hitting harder. It's a little bit funky. Did you guys see that as well, or am I imagining it? I'm pretty sure I watched those Magadai hitting for 2 damage, despite the fact it should be free. So there's like, if that's the case, there must be some like, oh wait, no, there you go, dude. It's the freaking Kurotai. I knew. I was like seeing. I was like, I don't know, man. The math don't make sense. And also on the way now to Fudasashi, so you're just going to see him vomiting out into the berries next. He has really good map control, but doing so does give an opportunity to Dimu. It'll be the fact that when you've got Magadai and your opponent is playing pocket resources, you can just hit him pretty easily. It's not like Anatan has set up his base for a farm transition anytime soon or easily. Ano's army is huge, you can just dive and win. For the amount of summer, agreed. It's just tricky to get the kills. Anatan just doesn't feel like he's in a rush here, right? He has to be a little bit careful because Kurotai is kind of insane. The damage it does here is huge. Like, you're seeing how easily he can chase down and punish you if you overstep. The other thing you have to remember, this is a Deerstone build. So with the Khan Hunter, these Magadai can actually just outrange your Onimusha. There's no easy kite play here. Red attempts. A few worker kills coming out. Dimu, wow. Oh, wait. Is he doing what I think he's doing? He's intentionally trying to force Anatan into what looks like okay trades. There's a really good reason behind this as well, folks. If Anatan gets into a fight and he's like, oh, your health bars are low, he's going to feel good about it. Until you remember that Dimu has got a Kurotai sitting at home. This is basically going to function like an Abbey of Kings build. Yeah, Ano may need to consider a different unit type at this rate. Onimusha with a Kurobudo are at least able to gap close here. Maneuver speed arrow is going to be a little bit late there, but gets most of them away. Ano still scaling a lot of Onimusha seems weird, but you have to remember, like, the Mounted Samurai cannot reach. Because what happens is, yes, if it's in the mid-map, Mounted Samurai can gap close, but the moment it reaches Dumu's base, he can just infinitely kite you with the Yam movement speed. So that's why you're seeing the reluctance from Ano. And now we do have a TC drop into the center of the map. Dare I see an eventual Shogunate Castle? I mean, it would be kind of a sick placement for one. It would mean that he'd be setting up his farms on the front line, but I don't think Ano's focusing on that farm timing right now. He's focusing on just trying to constrict the map and end the game before that point. Meanwhile, Dimu is focusing on trying to get some trade out. First 3 traders hit the fields. Kind of a good timing for it as well. It has been scouted, so Anatan will be aware. But Dimu's Magadai count is actually getting pretty scary here. So for Anatan, the importance is intercepting on the far side of the map away from the Yam aura. Very ambitious Shinobi. Yeah, even at the Daimyo levels. So this is where Anatan's going to be setting up his farms then, right? And he's rushing the stone. At least it feels like he's rushing stone. He's just got that many people on gold. So you can go for the tier 2 Daimyo. They did also like buff some of the early melee tech costs, so it's been easy to get those while still having what you need for Daimyo play. And we do have 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. It's kind of funny, actually. Anatan, if he really wanted to lock this in, the good TC drop location would have been here, between two sacred sites, and you upgrade it into a rocket launcher. But obviously, he wanted extra gold, and there's no easy gold nearby. Terror Academy on the way. So Anatan just really trying to reach that idea of being able to outflood his opponent. I don't know, man. Magadai is just kind of tricky. The more I'm thinking about it here, the rougher it feels for Japan unless you go Imperial. Because, like, the Onimusha aren't going to trade as well as you'd like here at all, not even closely. The other problem you run into is, you know, Horsemen. You don't have farms yet. You can't really afford to flood Horsemen. Onobugeisha are going to be too slow. They can't actually, like, gap close on Magadai at all, right? Because of the Yam again. So, like, your options, you want range units. Yumi would make, I don't know what to say, a lot of sense, but reasonable sense. But once again, it's the wood. And look at that. He's going to be Shogun at Roche. So he presumably is looking for a Horseman switch. Still costs a little bit on the wood, but much more sustainable than going Yumi. Cheap racks, why not make a cheap Bugatti? Because they just don't have the movement speed. Like, the movement speed charging would be comparative to Yam Magadai. It just doesn't work. I know, it does have kind of a cool play here in theory, though, with this Sacred Site timer. Is Dimu, he kind of lucked out on the spawn. There's one Sacred Site flank, yes, but there's two together. So Anatan can station most of his army here, and then just mirror where you go. Like, it's not as easy for Dimu to sneak across onto 3 different Sacred Sites and get one of them on decap. And the problem there is Magadai aren't really good at, like, stationary fights. It's all about being able to move and kite. When a Sacred Site becomes the key focus, you don't have that kite potential anymore. Dimu may be about to find a way of making it not about kite. Remember what we said earlier, where Kurotai allows Magadai to trade quite well. Usually the problem is, like, you want to move Magadai. That feels bad. If you have to stand still, you're not using them to their full power. But when you need to stand still, it can be a game changer. We might be about to find out just how much. Does need to get more horsemen on here right now before the upgrade and the outpost comes out. The Magadai are actually whittling away at quite fast. Fortification will complete. However, the kite begins. Oh, this is so frustrating as well. I know it's not really in an economical standpoint where you can afford to just throw away 20 Mountain Samurai yet. The farms are getting added in. He'll get there in, say, 3 minutes. But 3 minutes can feel like a long time here. Extra range on these things. I'll tell you, the Khan Hunter play really did change up Magadai entirely. I mean, this is without them, by the way. I don't think he actually... Yeah, he lost the Khan Hunter he had, right? No, they are still in there. Yeah, the 4.75 tower range. So pretty much just Kobe Duncan. Onimusha still have the edge of 5.5. The problem is the bad attack speed means Magadai always tend to get on top of you before you can get away. Dimu. Now to 15 traders. We have got Samurai sneaking in. And look at this. He makes a move. Dimu away from home. Anatan looks to strike while the Guardians are out of the village. Charges on in. Mad Samurai hitting up the villages. And a good spread. A chase across the west side, which is beneficial because it just keeps him further away from the reaction force of Magadai. A big wallop to Dimu's home economy. And now he finds himself down to just 53 villages versus 95. Smart hit there. Anatan didn't have the Onimusha in position, but that's because he was having them ready to guard the Sacred Site. So he kind of had to choose. If he basically sent the Onimusha in and had been Magadai waiting at home, he would have died. So instead, Anatan just takes the logical assessment of Mad Samurai won't die as easily, sends them on the risky mission. And now, while that's all happening, Tanagashima Gunsmith coming in. It's starting to feel like a potential curtains closed situation for Dimu. He needs to make a move sooner rather than later. Doesn't have the resources to mirror the tech. He does, however, have 50 Magadai. The problem with which, though, is going to be this Forged Shogunate. This thing is kind of sick, actually. We talked about the potential is how hard it is to dive. It's going to kill 1 Magadai every 4 seconds. So let's say the fight takes a minute. That's you 15 Magadai down because of the rocket launcher alone. That's before equating all the other units fighting amongst that. It's pretty brutal. It's about to get a lot more brutal because another thing that actually we're going to be seeing coming in is the elite tech. I don't think Damaru armor is going to matter much here. That's the one where when you have your deflective armor on, it gives you movement speed. It's kind of the worst tech against Magadai you can imagine, because like you lose deflective armor straight away. So probably will save resources going for that and just get more Mat Samurai instead. I like how, by the way, you see it on the minimap, I actually love how the banners show up like they're buildings. It's so obvious in these moments when you look, wait, why is there a building in the purple territory? Speaking of buildings, Anatan, he'll be ready to build a castle soon. There's a perfect position right here to block both sacred sites. Meanwhile, army gets ready to march in again. Damn it just feels like he's stuck defensive all the time here, and we've highlighted so many times in the past, like this is possibly the worst team in the game to defend with. Mongols hate being the defender. Japanese never lost the Mongols. True. I've played Ghost of Tsushima. I can tell you all those Mongol losers got wrecked. Took down all of them. Anatan, the ghost of prairie here. And looks like Dimmu is stockpiling now for the tech. Do we maybe just see... I don't think you see Kargan here, right? I mean, he's nowhere near pop still, but at the same time, my thought is if you can get the decap, long-term, White Stupa's going to feel better because you can keep spamming cannon placements. So that will somewhat protect your flank. And funnily enough, Anatan is going for the Damaru armor. So it's useless in the fight, but in fairness, like its utility kind of pays off at 275, right? I don't think it's worth a rush here, which is why he waited and got everything else first. But the idea is like your new troops will get to the front line 10% quicker. And also your raiders, like they're not going to lose deflective straight away. One thing that I do find makes Damaru really hard to utilize though is multi-unit formations. So Damaru armor means that these mounted samurai are all going to get 10% more movement speed. However, unless he remembers to solo control group the Musha from the samurai, it's not going to matter. Because what will happen is unless you're at the battle, the Onimusha are going to move too slow, and that's going to slow down the Mat Samurai. That's why most of the time people have been skipping this tech recently. But if you're near the fight at least, Kabutoya kicks in, both units move fast. Looks like the castle is up. Dimmu. How do you deal with castles with mass Magadai? Incendiary arrows. That's what we need to get, guys. We figured it out. He's got silk bowstrings. We need incendiary, though. Watch Mongols fire 1,000,000 arrows at a rocket launcher castle to kill it. It's going to need 1,000,000 arrows at this rate. Especially considering he's looking to dive onto it before he actually has that tech in. I mean, he can try to sliver to the edge of the decap, but if you only put one unit in... And that's brutal as well, man. He went for the cannon. So you can't even, like, stack together and then just ignore the fact that, like, Shogun's only going to rocket launcher one troop at a time. This is brutal. Knights are going to try to ride on the other side, but we've got cannon placements, spring on placements. It just feels toxic sometimes. And the army's already here. The problem you have as Dimmu is you have to do a crescent rotation. Like, your time to get from left to right is double Anatan's. Because Anatan just runs straight across the center. And here we go. He tries to dive in. He discovers the Shogun at Castle. Dimmu, post-game, I don't know if he actually scouted this early in this point, has to be looking back at this game and going, why did he build a town center in the middle of the map? What is this genius? And what is this pain? The Kurotai can't even deploy. Anatan knows this is a meat grind. He has 200 pop. So for him, all he needs to do now is just push Dimmu back so he can't go after that site at all. Oh. Brutal start to the series. I feel like Dimmu, you know, he was looking for that Hail Mary, but Anatan just so switched on throughout all of this. There was ideas from Dimmu. The problem is, because Anatan consistently raided, Dimmu was never able to put those ideas into motion, which would have been raiding. You know, he has gone 30 minutes in this game with mass Magadai, and he has killed a grand total of 0 villages. Kind of says everything it needs to about the unraveling of the plan. And the Kurotai, oh my god, this thing has not seen war once successfully. It had that small skirmish on the sacred site before, but when it matters most, it just can't deploy. Anatan has got a single Mad Samurai chasing at all times. And because of the movement speed discrepancy, Dumu can't actually snipe that one Samurai. Another problem for Dumu, he never was able to set up the additional outpost because of the continuous pressure. Without outposts in this area, he's gradually losing too many troops. 10 seconds to go. Dumu has to stand on something. But good luck with that, because you are in full range of the castle. Nanatan in full range of victory here in game number 1 of our semi-finals best of 5. It's like, what are you hoping for here? This castle perfectly protects everything. Don't worry though, folks. Benny Boy isn't done yet. We've still got potentially 4 games to go. Yeah, interesting idea overall. I think this game was definitely in a little bit of a tumultuous situation for Dumu from an early phase. I wonder if, the gold spawn felt a little bit close to Anno's base in Dumu's mind. It was retracted behind, but like he had kind of similar, just a little bit further behind a tree line. He didn't scout it, is part of the problem. Maybe it would have been easy for Dumu to like contest the double gold if it had been a forward spawn gold. But he hadn't scouted that northern corner, remember. When the villager came over, the villager on the goal was pretty much adding extra vision in. Outside that, like once we moved past that play, I think the sheep count really decided quite a lot of the follow-up moves. Anatan read it correctly that you could just mass cavalry without any fear at all. Prairie is a map that is very much dominated by food supply because wood is so finite, you can't actually set up the infinite foods easily. So overall, just good execution by Anatan. Pristine example of why double scout opener is a valuable commitment in Age of Empires 4. Okay, so with that in mind, let's get a point on the board. So Anno with the win. Japanese versus Mongols. I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them when we get in game, okay? Hey, sup, B&K. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Appreciate you. Resubscribe for 3 months. Look at that. Making a forward investment. I respect that. You do that because I got ads mid-game last match? Suck it up, Sally. You know where the subscribe button is. I run ads before games to be very kind to the community. But sometimes people like okay really just tempt me to forget the button. Alright, let's see where we're going next. I believe... Ooh, Oases. Delhi versus Jean. I mean, the Delhi pick makes a lot of sense, but wait, did they forget to make the game viewable? 1 second. They're going to have to remake if it's not.
Not viewable?
Anotan has a habit. Oh, wait. Wait, no. We good. Alright. We're good. That was my bad. Dude, I swear to God, the observer system is griefing these days. So they were a minute in, and it wasn't observable still. It's a big kick W. Alright. We'll speed up because they're a minute in. And let me get predictions up. I feel really bad now. Hope I didn't take Ben's mind off the game too much. Alright, there we go. So we're in. One and all, we have arrived on the one map this week where I would thumbs up a Delhi pick. But Anatan may have actually perfectly counted it out. We've got Jean into Delhi for game number 2 on Oasis. Wait, did Dimu really call me a noob? Bro, it's not my fault the observer tool is drunk. We literally waited until he was past the minute mark on stream, right-clicked for observe game, and we still couldn't observe game. All right, what else? We'll see if I am the noob or if Anatan is going to make Dimu look like a noob. Because I've got to say, like, this has been a really solid execution by Anno. Not that Dimu's playing badly. That game 1, though, was just so clean by Anatan. What can Dimu do in game 2? Like, in theory, usually when you pick Delhi, you want to be the momentum setter. You want to be in control of the flow of the game. The problem here is, like, how do you actually get control easily as Delhi against Jean? Because Jean has a field day with Delhi, remember. The issue you usually run into is Ghazi can get sniped too easily against Knights, and that feeds way too much XP into Jean. Now, we are going to get the Dome of Faith. Dimu, the thing that makes this map really good for Delhi is that it's not exactly a great map for Pro Scouts. There's only 12 deer in total. So most people who've actually picked Pro Scout civs on this map actually haven't been going for it. The exception to that rule, by the way, the only exception we've had so far, being Anatan. He's legitimately the only one I've seen do this on this map. And we've had Oases, I think this is 2nd or 3rd week. We've had quite a lot of games on Oases. Solid map so far, actually. Like, I quite like it. I'm going to try to pull the opinions of the players. Honestly, I think I'm like borderline at the point where I'd say I recommend this to tournament organizers to involve like EGC. It's a really cool idea on the map. You know, it rewards presence because there's so much food out in the center. First time watching the Midweek Muster. Is there another match off this? Yes, there is indeed. Every Thursday, we have a semi-finals into grand finals, my friend. Sometimes we have 2 semi-finals. Of course, one of them has already happened. Beastie, of course, sitting in the grand finals right now. He's doing that plotting thing with his fingers like the villain. And he kind of has to accept that villain role, right? Because if he's the new absolute champ, like we used to always say Marine Lord was the villain. Got to switch hats. Dimu just always feels like that chipper Brit that everyone loves, you know? Nice walls on the back. Smart choice as well, actually. This is sick. Remember, the Delhi, they need a little bit more attention on their gold than before because the Dome of Faith got nerfed. It used to be 65 gold per skull, and now it's 75. This is a really good spawn for Dimu. So he'll be able to wall this off. Is that... I don't think he knows. Uh-oh. That's going to be very important to watch, folks, because that could actually decide the game. If the timing is right on when he uses this tool to get in, Dimu could just get washed on what's meant to be the safest area of his base. Well, definitely keep a close eye on it. Anatan, though, he's doing it. We have got Pro Scouts. The only player we see doing Pro Scouts on this map. Remember, there's only 12 deer. It's not a lot, but if you think about the maths of it, it's not terrible. In most Pro Scouts games, you're expecting to get half of the deer on the map, which is 14 deer. So on a map where no one else is going to Pro Scouts, you should realistically get all the deer, which is just too shy of the 50% split on a standard 28 deer map. And that still equates to a lofty amount of food, remember. You're still going to end up with 4,200 food. So Dimu, Spimmin opening. Blacksmiths immediately following up. Interesting rush onto the blacksmith. Usually you can delay this a little bit more with the scholar builds because you can just focus on the pump. But it might be that he's expecting Anatan to quick switch into archers. Usually blacksmiths is highest value for archery play with Undermesh, Steel Arrow, right? But Anatan, I love this. This is kind of ballsy against Ghazi Mass. He's gone for Jean Woman Arms, but makes sense. You'll take less damage than you would if you were in range form against Ghazi, and it makes you harder to hit. When you play range Jean, you commit into a fight, she stands here, the knights move in. She's on her own. So Ghazi go around. But when you're a melee as well, everything just runs together. It really kind of muddies the engagement for Dimu. First deer already coming home. Sheep haul, 9 sheep to 14. So Benny Boy done pretty well there. Did, of course, start on the berries, though. I wonder if we're going to see him ever try to play fish. There is Okay, that's actually, like, that feels like a very close spawn on the pond. But it's it's because of the tree line. He got a 4 tree line. So it's kind of got easier access, but it also means these food sources are somewhat more exposed. A little bit harder to ring rosies, if you will. And there you go, Dimu. On point with the read here. Intermission is going to pay off. Anatan has already switched archers. Which you kind of expect him to, right? Dimu's just read the organic phase of things, as if you go mass spears, your opponent should react archers. It's just kind of interesting because we've seen plenty of games where players like Anatan just don't bother the archers. They just build more knights. Which in theory isn't a terrible idea on a map like this. Like at the end of the day, Delhi to get an advantage want to come out and secure these. So if you just use the full map in its entirety, getting pro scouts, gathering fish, blocking sacred sites, there isn't necessarily a world in which you need to rush into the enemy base. Stick a mango to an Ellie and put the deer there. Wait, what? What did I just... Yeah, but wait, what? Better idea. What if deers had lasers? I feel like deer are just being made victims all the time. What we need like a stag hidden amongst the deer that when you attack it, it actually has like 50 health and attacks back. We need Kema with springwood elephants. I think you mean the people from the east in Lord of the Rings, right? The Easterlings. I'm pretty sure you just described the Easterlings. Wait, I remember that correctly. It was the Easterlings with the giant elephants. Yeah, definitely. Sacred Site now being locked in by Dimmu. Anatan is looking to contest this. The Spinmen are going to struggle a bit with the woman at arms. More archers are being added in. Anatan, great micro. He's just intercepting the 1x1s. Just need to be a little bit careful on the shuffle out. It's a little bit of a scrape, but clean enough. Dimmu, funnily enough, does have pro scouts coming, but by the time it arrives, like, this is why Delhi... They feel good because people don't play pro scouts. But if you ever put yourself in a position where you rely on pro scouts and your opponent is doing it, on this map, it's definitely going to be too late. There's already 9 deer taken, right? And 1 more stack to take. Which, in the meantime, is just going to keep chasing. You can't run away from this either. Remember, she's quicker. So Sacred Site can now be decapped. Didn't continue to chase that. Scholar is shuffling out to the west side, and there isn't really anyone close to contest. And wait, hold on a sec. We've still got... Alright, so there's now actually 4 deer up for play here. And Dimmu's already camping one of them. I think Anatan kind of forgot about the deer. He's now shuffling out. And unfortunately for Dimmu, that's going to be a bit awkward on the timing. If he pulls the scout... No, okay, so he's allowed to exist. But it's looking like it is going to be full deer for Anatan. And Dimmu means he has to keep playing risky with his economy. The nice thing about this map, and it's something that like I love the balancing element from Avowed, is while there is a lot of risky resources to gather in the mid-map, they're condensed to the point that it kind of obligates you and rewards you for going to them. You know, if you had just a berry patch here, then a berry patch here, like you're going to spread yourself thin. But you can have a lot of villages in one area at one time. You've got berries and fish. You've got, you know, fish and boar, of course, doesn't work for the Delhi, but for other civs. So it was very nice foresight by Avowed to include that. So that you didn't just have this wide split that just felt like you were just getting punished for having to play the map. Play Horn of the Eastlings on YouTube. I like earning money from the content I create, not getting randomly flagged and losing all of the money. We've had that happen before. I still remember uploading an epic free-for-all game and playing Duel of the Fates for literally 30 seconds. And then I lost all the money on the video. Night Raid. Hello! We've got House of Learning on the way while he's being hit here. Textiles did minimize the losses, so that's good for Dimmu. And Anatan didn't dive deep enough to scout this even. Oh no! What? Oh, that was sick. Dimmu! The stab and then the disengage so that he keeps him in range. That was incredible. Basically doubled the kills he got in that fight. And Dimmu now in a very comfortable position, it seems. No raid opportunity on the back, by the way. Dimmu did eventually wall this off. He noticed the problem before Anatan could actually reap it. Where was I yesterday? I don't go live on Wednesdays. We talked about this. It was unfortunate because it seems we missed a banger. It was a 5-game series between Dimmu and Wham. But, you know, this is why we encourage players not to wait until Wednesday to do their series. Anatan in a tricky situation now. He's recommitting to the age. Dimmu's army isn't that big right now. No. Anatan can try to exploit that. Definitely difficult now that he lost, what was it, about 6 knights? You wish you could take a day off in the week? My instincts is that you probably don't work as many hours a week as I do. Just a thought. Knights. Stab around the back. Should be able to at least stop this relic getting home too quickly. Anu still needs to catch up on age though. And what is up, Faplop? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. I don't know. It feels like Anatan needs more damage than this right now. He understands that if he just goes home and techs, his opponent is going to take full control of the map, get all sacred sites, get all relics. That's why he's contesting like this. The upside of playing as Jean is actually pressuring this way. If you can just get a little bit of XP on this Psycho Lady here, you get a new wave of pressure with the level 3. Problem you do see, however, Anatan, is the ultimate counter to the Jean faction. Until you can get Arbitrie, you don't have an answer to this big boy. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a unit that forces someone to go Castle Age as hard as War Elephants. You'd think Spearmen can hold you solid and feudal, but we've seen time and time again that's just not true. You know, compared to someone going Castle and adding in a few men-at-arms, I feel like you have answers to that within reason. It's crazy as well when you consider that War Elephants aren't really that much slower than men-at-arms. But I love what I do? Sure, but I have to do loads of things around that. Unless one of you wants to be my sales guy and help source sponsorship deals and wants to manage the inboxes for the influencers I work with and wants to help with content planning and also reach out for events, etc. You see, there's a lot of things going on, and this is a big thing going on. Anno. He's sniping him down correctly as well. The archer's doing a lot of damage. Jean getting XP. No cleave is the only upside for Dimmu. But that was rough. 6 workers down. And Anatan simultaneously teching up. Oh my goodness. Counter raid coming in though, Anatan. We'll get a little bit of punishment received, but the knights are able to intercept. Should be able to protect for the most. Actually has to hide inside the heavy cav. You see the tricky part and why cavalry is just so good on this type of map, right? At some point, you have to come out. At some point, you have to look at those berries, those fishing spots, and go, me like it. And that's the point where civs like Jean, civs like Deli can pounce. So Dimmu, what he really wants to be able to do, and I'm kind of surprised he actually didn't do it before. He shuffled out here for the fish, trying to be cute. But this was the safer play we talked about, right? Just keep your whole economy condensed. Probably Dimmu was thinking there'd be too much idle time going between sources. But in the end, he just gets ultimately punished for that greedy play. There was idle time walking between sources. There was the idle time of walking out here, gathering about 500 food, and then walking all the way back over here while losing 6 villages. So, pretty painful lesson. Upside, at least, he does have 3 relics. 2 others. Where are they? Okay, the one's there, and then the other one is being guarded by the full army. So, should end up being a 3-2 split. Anasand, correct reaction here. He's seen his opponent's gone War Elephants. You have to go Arbitrie. What would be interesting for Dimmu is if he could maybe find his way to some Tower Elephants. Remember the start of your career thinking that sending emails was hard work? Send enough of them in one day and it becomes tedious hard work. Consumes a lot of hours. Because you can either take the template approach of copy and pasting every single time and then people know you're robo, or you try to personalize. Okay, so what's Dimmu's win condition here? He doesn't really have a long-term food source yet. There's no farms coming in, but that's true for either player. So as we play further and further into the mid-map, you know, one upside for him can be the fact that Anatan is leaning off of Knights more into Arbitrie. Downside is right now, like, Dimmu doesn't actually have a solid counter to Mass Arbitrie. His whole army gets wiped by them, actually. KP not giving a free sub to his mum? Whoa, you think I can afford those prices? Guys, yesterday on my day off, because my partner like went out and I was looking after the kids, and I was like, maybe I have myself a takeaway. And I looked up ordering just a simple kebab. 12 pounds. I was like, I guess I'll just have some chicken nuggets from the freezer. Zimmy's looking to get chicken nuggets and chips from the freezer here. Moving for the forward resources now, but Anasand is posturing. That's 3 war elephants, though. He needs more arbitrary. Sean, what is wrong with you, you psychopath? That's a huge chunk of HP immediately gone. Almost 20% of your HP in one hit. And wait, no, the miss micro, Anasand! He's so distracted on the north side by the elephants. He loses Jean in the most casual way possible. The move is going to be pushed back here, though. A little bit reluctant to commit to the engagement now that the Arbitrator have started to mass up. Dimu could actually pull the Scholars here, folks. The healing would be good enough to just break through this front line before the Arbitrator can clear. In fact, this Arbitrator need to start targeting the right individuals. Spread fire not looking good. Villagers on the side are going to be flank raided by the Knights, though, in the engagement. Another War Elephant showing up. And good micro by Dimu to peel back. Chase is on here. Dimu, he's taking control of the game. This is scary now. Usually the problem with War Elephants, they're so immobile. But he's already halfway towards the enemy base. Has plenty of food, can continue to trend upwards here. Now that he's seen the mass arbitrating, though, I wonder if Dimu pivots. He is adding in additional archers. Archers is a little bit tricky against arbitrary. Against normal crossbows, fantastic. But against arbitrary, they do have the ranged armor with a Pavis drop. So, like, for Dimu, it might make more sense to go back for maybe some Ghazi here. It's a little bit pricey at this stage in the game. The big problem is you're seeing for Dimu is, like, 450 food income. Every unit kind of matters. In some ways, that's what I quite respect and like about OACs. Because the food can sometimes be hard to reach and you have to contest over it. You don't just have this infinite burst of food like we're seeing in Pro Scouts, up to 1,000 consistently, minute after minute. Instead, it almost feels like you have to be more cognizant of your resource investments. So, like, adding an elephant in here, if that fails in the fight, that's an expensive loss. Adding in 5 arbitrary here, if that misses on the hit, like, you're in trouble. I quite like that compared to, you know, more classic maps like a Hill and Dale, which just leads to a giant meat grinder where you kind of skip the point in the game where every single unit really, really matters. Gambeson's tech on the way is kind of comedial, actually, against War Elephants. It's okay, guys. This 52 damage unit's going to hit me for 5 less, meaning it will still kill me in 2 hits. Yeah, bit of a pain in the arse when you put it like that. The hoots just kicked in as well, by the way. Dimu was fighting without that. Now he has more mobility. To start step back here, baits the Knights out of position. War Elephants get the headbutt. And Dimu, wait, did he micro away the wrong unit there? I think he did. Oh my god, yeah, 100%. Divine Restoration has to be used quite early here, but more War Elephants are coming in. And he's standing his ground with the Pavises. Anatad, he knows he's dead if he walks away due to archers. And he's dead if he stays. Healer boys arrive as well, and the push is really on. Man, talk about giving him a hard choice either way, right? It's basically death by beheading or death by dismemberment. I guess those are kind of similar things, but the point remains. He had no option there. You either stand your ground with the Pavis so the archers don't kill you, and the War Elephants do, or you kite the War Elephants and die to archers. Sick read by Ben. Now has him heavily favored here, and also looking for a keep drop. Villagers are pulled. Is he doing what I think he's doing? I mean, he kind of has to, right? Because remember, Anatand, he didn't go for Royal Institute. It's a Guildhall play. So Dimu... Wait, now what? Wait, what? Is this a bait and switch? He's forcing the fight right now. However, the A clicks are hitting the outpost. Dimu, what is going on? The villagers. He got forced to commit the outpost, or the keep rather, on the east side. instead of on the tree line like he was intending there. So villagers kind of have to shuffle all the way back now to gather more stone to then come back in for that eventual keep drop. A little bit awkward of a moment there in the game. Dumu still has the lead. Has somewhat been shrunk though, especially the way that he was attacking into that outpost. Waiting for the day when Fuse, when KP makes it big, he'll have someone managing all of his off-stream stuff. I mean, I've said this before, right? It's like, and yeah, someone, I won't mind the kebab process, but I've said this before. Like, my goal is to grow this to a stage where I can afford to bring in more people to do things that is not my specialty. Like, I think it's not saying you're bad at things to say someone is better at them, right? Like, the most capable people in the world know how to leverage people and their skills. That's my goal, is to like get to that stage. I'd love to be big enough to the point that like I have someone who's able to just optimize social media involvement. Like, yeah, still my say in what's getting posted, but their involvement. That's why we have Tumin as an admin, right? And even that's kind of stretching on the budget. I understand it might be a bit stretched now. Keep drop on the west, keep drop on the east. 2 sacred sites locked in. And Anatan is only building Mass Arbitrary. However, there is a one-punch maneuver to solve this. And weirdly enough, he doesn't drop it near the enemy keep. We've got a red palace not in range of the enemy castles. Power of the Guildhall, right? I think it's really smart. I think Guildhall makes a lot more sense than Royal Institute on food-limited maps. And in fairness, there is a lot of food on this map. It's just not safe. I think Pro Scouts is a very big part of what's making Royal Institute so much more desirable. The obvious part being you scale knights, but the more subtle part is how quickly your food runs out when you don't have Pro Scouts. So age up will complete for Anna, but Dumu still has better map control. That's something he has to solve for, but I mean, dare I check how close our maiden is? Oh god, she's nowhere near close. Still got 2/3 of the way to go. Why no tower elephants? We talked about it before. For whatever reason, Dimmy didn't want to go for it. My assumption would be like tower elephants are very food heavy. War elephants are kind of cost efficient at 750, but remember, tower elephants are not cheap. You pay 1,000 resources, 400 of being food. I think in his eyes, he gets more bang for buck off the food of war elephants and then putting the rest of the resources difference into archers. Because as we saw in the previous fights, like the way you can maneuver this, like archers can counter the arbitrier because of war elephants specifically. At this stage, the war elephants aren't very reliable though. At 51 arbitrier, you're pretty much going to insta lose these guys, right? Because you have like what, 7 armor, but these guys hit for 23 damage now. So 230 per 10. He's going to kill you. It's almost going to be a one hit, if not a one hit. Like he hits for over 1,000 damage before damage mitigation. Star Academy. Star Academy is an interesting idea here because of the food limitation. You would be sacrificing the gunpowder elephants, which is really, really sad to have to do against arbitrary massing. Because remember, it is a tower elephant. It does have the ranged armor. Sean pretty much just getting free information wherever she can. Now she can report on what's happening in Hades' worlds. So, she'll be back from the underworld in a matter of minutes. For the time being, Dumu doesn't have to worry about level 4 Jean creeping in. He does, however, have to worry about Anatand looking to remove the Sacred Site win condition. Cannon now sieging in. Farm transition for Dimmu? Not at all. It's just, you feel like in this type of game, everything in the mid-map's being contested. So if you're not contesting it, you're behind. Anatan did at least sneak in a few farms, but nothing major on either side so far. They're holding each other relatively honest to it. Repair crew is not going to be able to hold this one up, so keep being dropped. Dimmu's still not ready for Imperial. at this stage, like, it's wholly reliant on his chance of winning this being an imp in the next 2 minutes. So you won't see him fight over the Sacred Site. Like, Golden Arbitria are just too strong. The Anatan has to be sensing weakness. In fact, look at this. Even added in the Horsemen now. A little bit surprising against War Elephants, but we talked about why the War Elephants aren't really of key concern anymore. Even more so now with the cannons here. Remember, cannons also get bonus damage against elephants. Yeah, it kind of feels like Dumu lost the range advantage entirely here. Difficult position to reclaim it as well. Like, Archers isn't going to save your bacon in a rush. Keep drop coming in. The Beast drop is going to be there. And the cannon immediately fires on the castle. Elephants are going to get in. But look how quickly they melt. They're all dead. And now Jean de Cleve gets the party deep. Divine Restoration coming off cooldown in a matter of moments as well to make matters worse. Dumu unable to get that defensive castle up in time. And now on the verge of elimination because it looks like Anatan is ready to go 2-0 up. Does farm Jean a little bit more, but then throws her out to pastures to die. But at this stage, like, this many Arbitrary should just be able to win the fight. I mean, Pavis is coming off cooldown in 15 seconds. The fight should be over by then. And Dumu, half of his military are scholars now. Yeah, he went for the farm transition and got caught. Horseman now riding into the tree line. That should be the part that just convinces Dumu it's curtains. And this is a spooky week. I mean, because the other thing you have to consider here is Wham was able to 3-2... Dumu was able to 3-2 Wham. Wham is incredibly talented at the game. We know that right now. Beastie 3-0B. If Anatan 3-0s Dumu, we could easily be on to a 7-game grand finals. Oh, it is heating up in the kitchen. So, game number 2, a Jean win over the Delhi in the end. It's unfortunate. It definitely looked good at moments there for Dumu. It looked like he was actually clawing it back. But crafty usage by Anatan, just like the Guildhall play changes everything about the dynamics there. So, game 2 win. Beastie cleaned up Anno in EGC. Yeah, different map pool though. And like, cleaned up. What was the score? I'm trying to remember. Was it 4-1? I don't know. I think sometimes people just put too much credence on like before and like compared to now, if that makes sense. Like if we looked at some of our results, we've seen how like things flip around. Like B at the start of January versus now compared to Anatan. Stuff like that. Yeah. The results can change. One second. All right, sorry, just double checking something. Okay, so next game, let's see where they're taking us. Okay, Dry Arabia. It's going to be Chinese versus Ayabids for the next game. I mean, theoretically, this is a decent one for Dumu because your opponent can't play Pro Scouts. But we have seen Ayus playing this kind of pseudo anti-Pro Scouts role recently. Is KPMM not a random S tier? Exactly, nothing random here. Just peek. Wait, what was this? Was talk about meeting earlier that I saw. All right, let's get in the game. That's true. Beastie only knows how to play ABBA now. That's the rules. What and all, welcome back to the semi-finals where Dumu has got his back up against the wall, but where there is darkness, there is light, there is hope. It's not quite his baldy boys, but it's the cousins, The Chinese pick from Dimu in what could be his final game of midweek muster number 14. Anatan, meanwhile, goes to the Ibits. Presumably an anti-pro scouting civ in this situation with the Desert Raider potential to shut down scouts. Curious to see how Anno wants to try and approach this one. Looking at the spawns, pretty good one for him with retracted golds. He's not going to get harassed there, so if he wants to play greedy, he should be able to get away with it. The question mark is whether you should play greedy against China. China is probably the most efficient civ at being greedy in the game. They're able to easily eclipse your timings with these pro scouts into fast castle builds. So I wonder if Anno is going to try to play the edge, because the only negative of doing so, of course, is your best unit being Desert Raiders, your opponent's best unit in Feudal being Juganu. Juganu do counter Desert Raiders. There is a world in which what Anno could do here is on an opening, he could bait his opponent with like a feigned existence into Desert Raiders, which forces Dimu to then panic overreact with like 3 to 4 horsemen, and then you go for the greed play. Opening should be quite telling though. Usually if you want to try to be more efficient in your early feudal harassment, it makes a lot of sense to go for the Dervish. That would force your opponent to eventually go Zhug, but obviously without Song Dynasty, that's not possible. No way! Anatan, he's 2 games up. If there was ever a time for it, it's now. We've got Trade Wing Bazaar coming in. And sorry, I didn't put predictions up. Let's do that. Now people want to do predicties knowing that piece of information. So this is really important. Trade Wing Bazaar is very much a coin flip. This landmark can just end the game off of the first ticket pump if you get lucky. For example, in this matchup, if Anatan got, say, double skirmisher, pretty good position to harass. Theoretically, it might be better value to get the Bedouin Swordsman, because the Bedouin Swordsman will kill enemy horsemen and scouts. But we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Like, the first contract pull is going to be vital here. Other side, Dimmer just going to stand in Imperial Academy. Gold gathering with 4 on. This is looking like an undoubtable pro scout situation, as is almost always going to be the case with China. Deer spawns are quite wide. That's actually good for Dimmer. It means that if Anatan is looking to play this infantry opening, he's going to be a little bit more locked in, a little bit more linear on where he can play it, which is not what you want to have here. Like, in an ideal world, your spawn, your dream spawn is Anatan. Deer here, another deer here, and, like, 1 more deer here. Because the logic there is, like, your infantry can block a lot. Waiting to predict until we see the wing outcome. Oh, that's right. I better not show the wing outcome for, like, an extra 40 seconds then. How's the sheep pool looking? Pretty decent. 15 sheep, 9 on the other side, which is really impressive actually for Dimu, considering that you start on berries, Banner. In fact, yeah, he hasn't really touched his sheep at all. So after the opening game where Anatan dominated in the sheep department, this game, he's a mile behind. That's somewhat to be expected. Obviously, game 1, he went double scout. In this game, Dimu's playing Chinese. All right, moment of truth is approaching here for Anatan. A lot of gold being gathered, but that's because he has to commit it. Yeah, 9 on gold says everything. What? He's going to go pro scouts. This is a very different build. I don't think we've seen one quite like this before. We've seen pro scouts with advancement wing. We haven't really seen pro scouts with trade wing because we never really see trade wing. And it looks like he got... Oh, did he get unlucky? I think he got... Was it a food exchange ticket there? He went for the traders. What? No. So, do you guys really want to know what the outcome is and you want to vomit? So he got trader and he got 2 tickets of buy stone. In theory, he could have went 2 TC. And yes, good eyes. I think, yeah, it was wood was the other one. So you got wood, trader, and 2 stones. The 2 stones is just kind of sad now because, like, we're in a meta where if you go 2 TC here, Pro Scouts Fast Castle kills you. That's been the bread and butter. If you look at practically every single matchup at the moment, 2 TC just gets punished constantly. So, traders, not going to be great, though, guys. 15 gold is pretty underwhelming. It's... I mean, it's 150 gold for 2 traders, right? So, by the time they make 5 rotations, they've paid for themselves. And like I think the reason Anatan went for this play is like it's a delayed pullback on investment. The reality is if Dimu doesn't want to react to the play by going horseman because he's in a scout race, then you just profit long term. And we do have Desert Raiders coming in from Anno, by the way. Very good unit at just harassing those initial scout plays. The reason it's quite nice is if your opponent opens with a horseman to counter your scout harassment, well, you're fine, you've got Desert Raiders. Dimmu, already reading through it, is prepping the Spearman. Oh, wow. He's actually buying the stone. Wait, so is this going to be Trade Wing, Trade, Pro Scouts, 2Ts? That is... I'm trying to think of this a way to be more greedy. That's a lot of layers of greed to the cake right there. I'm trying to think if you can be more... Is there anything more greedy than this? I mean, he at least built a Desert Raider. It's not like he just said, I'm going to go Fast Castle as well. But this is pretty high up there on the greed list. That's wild. We talked about this, though. Like, you know, you can kind of take risks like this when you're 2 games up. And once you're on the trade, if it doesn't come out on the tickets you want, you have to lean into the playstyle. I think that's a big part of what people don't like about Trade Wing, is like... You could argue the RNG pivots you in a direction, but if that wasn't the way you set your base up, like, you know, you open stables and then you don't have the aggressive units to back up stables, you just feel like you're at a disadvantage. So, second ticket hasn't been taken yet. No, this is just stone for emplacements. He's going to go Fast Castle. Okay, we've dialed it back. It's less insane. It's possible that was a reaction to, like, something his opponent was doing. His Desert Raider was in on the enemy side, so he would have seen the spears at least. So it's going to be Spear Horseman coming from Dimmu. do you guys think he knows? Or do you think the chances are he knows that there's a little bit of trade going on? There you go. Even fortification on the outpost. He's super paranoid he's going to get blocked on his gold. I can kind of see where he's coming from. Like, they are on the similar side, but they are backspawning golds. They're very hard to actually shut down. The Spearmen are going to be shuffling over, but the Pro Scouts play has already taken home, like, what, everything? Yeah, he got his own deer stacks. What? Oh, wait. No, was that split on the map? I don't think so. I think they legit 50-50'd it. It's really good timing overall from Anasand, and I guess the nice thing about this is you now already have the stables play, because he went double stables to pump out the scouts quickly. He now has double stables for camel lancers. This is perfect. And wait, he's basically just using all the tickets. And look at the follow-up. It's going to be Culture Wing. So Relic Rush. This is kind of crazy. So we go Trade Wing, Pro Scouts. Basically clearly contemplated 2TC with 250 stone in the bank. And then we go Relic Rush. And then presumably after that, you go back for 2TC. Have I like listed that all correctly? That's a heavy shopping list. I thought my £12 kebab was expensive, but when you get to checkout on this one and see what's on the receipt, you're gonna assume that Anatan comes from like one of those rich trust fund kid situations. He did go Song, by the way, so he's at least looking to slightly extend his eco lead. He needs more troops ASAP. Dervish is going to be coming in 1 minute. Imperial Pass on the way. This is tricky, though. You don't usually just spam Camel Lancers here against Ibids. It's risky. You'd have to know what your opponent's up to. The problem is, like, you've seen Pro Scouts, you've seen Desert Raiders, you're assuming he has stables. So that kind of pushes you away from playing Lancers and more towards infantry. See? Deepok gets what I mean. £12 kebab wasn't made of gold. Exactly. People always think that the Britlands is a rich country. We don't, like, I don't feel like we're rich these days. Rich in terms of cost, for sure. Feel like a profiteer like this Ayabid build. Look at Dimmu's surround. He's looking for any iota of information as to what is next. There isn't a single player Anatan can make that would not be noticed right now. Except one. One that you can never predict, baby. Are you kidding me? He gets double Bedoan Swordsman when his opponent is going Palace Guard. That's ridiculous. And he spawns them straight away. Remember, these guys are anti-melee. 16 damage against melee units, 186 HP. They're pretty bloody good, especially considering that Dimmu... No way in hell he's ever going Zhuganu when he knows Camel Lancers are coming. Great timing on the Relic Interception, though. Dimmu already picking up the central one. Now, Anatan does have 3 dervishes. Should be capable of just finding quickly what he needs. Who would win? An unarmed man carrying a heavy relic or one spin? Oh my god, it's going to be that unarmed man with one relic, isn't it? Yeah. Can we just agree this is not okay? For any Civ that is able to do this. I mean, I'm just going to keep watching it. I think it's very important we keep watching this. Really just to rub it in. Because some people might not experience this on their ladder experiences. You're lucky. Over here, looks like this one did at least die, actually. Halsgard should win this fight, right? 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 Maybe eventually, but considering how many of them were here, that did not feel like a great trade. Nice grab there. Makes it worthwhile for Dimmu. So that is going to be a free relic haul against Iabid Dervishwing. That's not a good sign for Anno. He was looking for the immediate triple relic rush. Didn't get it. Now this Camel Lancer play, it kind of feels like the timing was slightly off, right? Like, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see the Camel Lancers a bit deeper by now. It's bought enough time that Dimmu is going back for spears. What the mother of bank is this? He's already getting astronomical clock tower. Can we just talk about Chinese? This Civ, I swear, it's always usually in China that make my jaw drop when I look at their economy. Out of nowhere, they suddenly afford Castle Age again, pre-15 minutes. Hammer Lancers should be able to punish a bit, but with the spearman already showing, Anatan's going to be paranoid. And what tickets are we talking about? Okay, so he left one wood charge. He's about to get new ones. I mean, traders, you don't have... You have map control for the moment, but I don't think you maintain it. He's getting 43 gold going the other way. Triple Bedoan this time. Okay, that's actually... Did you kiss a leprechaun with that mouth? That's perfect RNG. I actually think Bedoan Swordsman is wholly what you want right now. Because you just saw your opponent with mass spears. So just getting as many of these bad boys as possible is perfect. Gives you an answer against spearmen. This is the other frustrating thing for Dimmu against Tradewing. So, like, someone we don't get to talk about much because we never see it. Because it does have a lot of negatives. But one of the upsides is your opponent has to consistently keep scouting in to know what you're doing next. Oh, did he get, like, free trader pumps? Is he now doing that? Oh, did he get mass skirmishes? Do I have to worry about... Has he got mass Bedoan? Do I have to worry about that? By the time you've scouted that type of information in a game like this, you've already walked headfirst into a counterplay. Bedoan reveal themselves. Almost 200 HP on these things. And Spearmen are gradually getting gap closed here. I guess the upside is... Correct me if I'm wrong, chap. I'm pretty sure Bedoan Swordsmen do not charge. So they only move at 1.25. Chase is going to continue at least. We do have archers now getting added in by Anatans. It's a correct action, but kind of tricky now. He had to go archers because it's just too many spearmen. You can't wait, what, 3 minutes to get 6 Bedoan every 6 minutes. Every 3 minutes is bad. So you have to add in archers to count this. However, Dimmu already got Yuan, which means he has got the ability to go into siege. The other problem with this Yuan, you're noticing it here. If he has to fight, the Bedoan will win. But if he just runs away... Where are the Bedoan? Oh, there they are. I swear, Yuan still feels like one of the most toxic unit interactions I can think of. I mean, we can talk about great bombards and certain defensive landmarks, etc. But the thing about Yuan is it's just kind of like... It almost feels like a casual side choice that there's no negative going into. I get it, it costs 1,800 resources, but as we just saw here, in the grand scheme of things, 1,800 resources doesn't feel like a lot of money for the Chinese in the current meta. The only way I can see Anna winning is rushing him. For like what? Desert Raiders, I guess? Your opponent has mass spears. I think the only play there is like Growth Wing, but then you're getting into a full macro game against China. who got free relics and also could easily be going to TC. I'm not really sure what Imperial gets Anatan that puts him ahead here. What spears you have? Horse archers? Yeah, but these are spears that have you on Dynasty, sir. Sir, please. Let's be reasonable. Because China's movement speed is not. Alright, these guys have optimized manufacturing rip-off Nikes. They're better than standard Nikes at this stage. Look at these things. Dimmu knows that Anatan needs to dive him. So he's already walled the west side. We've got a lot of stone gathering. Could be a key drop afterwards. Just to set up down here so you can get farms. Actually, like, why? Yeah, you have to go east side, right? Like, granaries here would be kind of ugly because of the pagoda locations. But remember, those pagodas are disgusting. It's ridiculous. It's getting like, what, 250 resources per. Anatan. Oh, how can we forget? The one perfect answer. I keep forgetting we're in a meta where it's not just a meme anymore. He's trying to mass spring odds. Spring shots are looking good right now. He has got the AoE heal as well. However, the Nesta Bees, if they hit those archers, here he comes. Goes to the back line instead. Springles have to pull away. They don't get repaired by the dervishes. No, these boys do all in bio, not mechanical. Anatan, he's reducing the enemy army pretty heavily. He himself is also running out of steam here. The Camelots is able to break through, though. The crossbows, they're not one-hitting through on the camels. Siege goes down. Anatan, it looked like he was on the verge of defeat there, but he may have just got the break-in at the perfect time. All because of the Camelot's meatiness to the formation. The Springle's initial hits were huge as well, and the big difference maker, like, you have to give it to it. The heal really did add up there. That cross-spread fight, especially the Nesta Beast damage being offset, I think that really was the difference maker there for Anatan to take a win in the engagement, but now he needs to win in the game, and unfortunately for him, Dimmu is not going to miss an opportunity to expand here. East side keep drop to secure that farmland behind. There's no army big enough here to contest it. Anno, in the meantime, though, never one to fall behind. He's going 3 TC against 2 TC Song. Not just that, we have been getting additional traders, right? Okay, no, quite limited on the traders. A new pump just came out. I think they've been getting shut down quite frequently. If he can trade this side, he's got the corner set up now, so it's 86 gold each way. Past 20 minutes, I just don't know how Ibids can contest Chinese at all. In theory, it's like you mass Desert Raiders. But once again, like the problems you run into there, it's not just the Yuan Spears, it's these. These units right here tend to fall off in Imperial Age, but I generally think the exception is against Desert Raiders. Because Desert Raiders have the range tag. So they actually take quite a lot of damage from these things. So we may yet have a series. Dimmu should be looking for the granary transition soon. Food sources are running out. If he gets granaries up, Anatan is in big trouble. Like that he's taking the sticker sites. So Anatan, he understands that the quickest way to lose this game now is headbutting into the Chinese. They've got mass Nesta Bees, they've got castle drops. It's just not, it's not a sustainable trade. But what your opponent doesn't have right now is map control. He's not out of his corner. One interesting thing that can happen here off of Eco Wing, at least for Anasand, is with that 10% increased gathering rate, plus the Golden Age effect with the 10% increased gathering rate, you're kind of like China. It's not as good, but you at least offset the supervision advantage they get in terms of resource gain. Does still come at the caveat of you're gathering your resources quicker, while China just has a limited resource adding 20% on. All right, ones if you think Anatan's going to win this, twos if you think Dimmu's going to take it. Eco Wing's bugged right now, and no new villagers get the 10% buff. Wait, what? Is that true? Is that really a thing? So, like, all the existing villagers do, but no new ones. That's a pretty big bug. Then again, I'm not surprised it would be an oversight, because no one ever goes for Eco Winging. We do have decap attempts. Spring placement might take too long, so Army's going to have to react, is on the way. We do, however, have shenanigans on the west side. The spring placement wasn't there. So Anasan needs to rush, villagers out just to try and hold this long enough for the Lancers to arrive. But if you get intercepted, nah, he's on. Okay, so Thuman can't hang around. He's still got that ticking time bomb, but it's 8 minutes. It's a lot of time for China at this stage with Pagoda, mass granaries. Granary count currently sitting at what? 24? So Dumu has got time. He doesn't need to panic too much. Also, this east side sacred site, I think, is the clearest target. Just because it's close enough that you can kind of lean in from the keep placement with your Nesta B spam. Because you kind of have this nice layering to your base where it shuffles out towards that sacred site. Doesn't leave you too exposed. I don't know, like, what does he really see his win condition as now? We're actually seeing an upgrade into the Desert Raiders. So he is leaning into it. And yeah, for good reason. It's going to be the military wing reinforcement. So he's going for the savings of blobbing army. Remember, this gives you, I think it was something like 580 resources per minute in terms of units produced. It's pretty damn pricey. Pretty good value. Means that, like, Imperial Age pays for itself in 6-ish minutes, 7 minutes. In the meantime, you get an army just vomiting out. Another interesting little mechanic for you guys. We're just talking about how Growth Wing apparently doesn't work correctly. How about this for insanity? Military Wing reinforcement stockpiles the points. So if you're pop blocked, and let's say 20 minutes passes, you're going to vomit out, like, what would that be? 70? You're going to vomit out 70 units. Dumu bought the food to get age up. Yeah, but think about it this way. Dumu, instead of like buying the food, now when he ages up, he can buy everything. He can buy the Bank of Switzerland. He can buy a much bigger wedding ring for his waifu. All of it. Because he held on to all that gold. Space Bab coming in. Nice grab on the gold. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. Check the position as well. Oh, that's interesting. It's not quite in range of the sacred site, but it's also smuggled behind the tree line, so the outpost doesn't see you here. A little bit surprising of a placement. It doesn't necessarily fully protect anything. It does stop trade somewhat, but it doesn't fully grab the golds. It kind of edges them and the sacred site. If he placed it here, it would have been seen, potentially contested. Does feel like this is trying to do everything, though. I don't think the Great Wall Gatehouse placement is going to punish him too much, just because, as I said, it's a full-back position. When your opponent hits you, you can just shuffle back underneath it safely. But yeah, Anazan, aged up, of course, does have the first Desert Raiders being pumped out. Isn't going to be rushing to use them. Wants to try and set up his economy, because, like, right now, one very big problem for Anatan, it's only 26 farms. It's not a late-game economy. Meanwhile, Dimu, he's ready to meat grind, man. 44 farms already. Now, one negative for Dimu is going to be the fact that, like, his army is very mobile. So he's not looking for raids, he's looking for direct engagements. But he's doing everything necessary to support that. Like, hand cannoneers is the next logical step for taking a static engagement. Where did the gold go? Hey, man, China's a hungry boy. The gold went into all this. That right there is, like, what? 4,000 gold. Elite Army Tactics 1,000 itself. Additional barrels cost 800 gold, by the way. And then we got the Elite Techs for 700 each. And there you go. All of a sudden, waiting and just gathering the food organically makes a lot more sense. Basically because Dimu was in the shop with his like black credit card. He's like, I can't decide what I want. I'll buy everything. Quick wall there by Dimu. Pushes towards the Great Wall Gatehouse. Hello. Desiree's going to try to dive in, but the STBs are a big problem here. Both Great Wall Gatehouse form and ground form in the shots. Need to catch fast, but Anatan trying to bypass. Breaks through the wall. Heavy damage onto the Archer formation, but he's looking at all those villagers. With Ensnare Arrows, it should be quick work here. Dimu trying to shuffle away, but a heavy economy lead now for Anatan. Dimu still needs to now rush into the back of his own base to clean this up. Damn, that was a sick timing. Anatan, just a few seconds later, and that is dire consequences. Those Nesta Bees, like, you're seeing the issue of it. It's kind of classic example would be mass mangonels, elephants as well. It's like, yeah, they only kill you if they can reach you. Same with Nesta Bees here. 10 Nesta Bees is a death sentence. But getting them in position to implement that death sentence, like, there's a reason those big muscular executioners required someone to be tied down with their head on the chopper block. Clearly weren't designed to chase after, and kind of the same here with Nesta Bees. Yes, if you're in range of them, they will beat you senseless. But, you know, if you just walk away. Now that Dimu is going to try to walk in. Anatan still achieving damage to the backside. But Dimu is popped right now. It doesn't hurt him as much as Anatan, who's still catching up. Gold is now going to be secured. The AK is accessible. It's going to be marching on the east side. Some farms in the area. The gold has been gathered up here. Nano already left with too many options bar this 8k, which is expiring quite rapidly. In terms of trade, he only has 7 traders, and they are all doing the bad trade route. So only 26 gold each way. He deletes them straight away. He's like, okay, I'm done with this trash. These things are useless. Get me more villagers stat. Yeah, I guess that's like one of the biggest issues with this whole plan around the trade wing, right? Is that you are just burning through the limited gold you have on the map at an insane pace to leverage it. What counters bees? Mangoes! Da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na. I mean, Manganiques would be the counter. But, like, multiple issues here. You need so many of them, and even then, your opponent has got the clock tower effect, so they're really tanky. Horsemen could be a call. Desert Raiders is a little bit more tricky. We mentioned why. Like, Desert Raiders just melt 2 Nesta Bees. I don't know. It's getting very hard to bank against Dimu here. Anatan really needs to make this game about raids, but that involves winning this initial fight against Dimu, who's now committing into the base. Hankan nears crossbows chasing. Yuan just makes it so difficult to get away. And despite all those villager losses on the other side of the map, you see what the trade-off was. Like, Dimu understood. He was waiting for that type of fight where Anatan would get wiped. Read it perfectly that Anno wouldn't be able to remass quick enough here before he got to the base. And now, although Anatan has got the same count in army, biologically, he finds himself at a complete mismatch in terms of quality. The Nesta Bees feel unkillable. He is currently scaling more camel lancers to try and answer that. And speaking of which, the backstab's going to come in, but they get baited onto the hand cannoneers. What? They killed 2 units. That was it. That was the big Hail Mary strike. Half his camel lancers around the back, and they do nothing. Could be worse, though. We've seen Crackley's replays. At least Dimu hasn't been walling these small choke points. But this is brutal, man. 10 Nesta Bees. Not feeling like Nesta memes right now. Yeah, this is what happens when you bring a camel to a gun expo. Now push across the west side. Looking more focused on the gold, but that gold has already ran out. Anatan would have to play even deeper, more risky. We do have a cannon placement on the way, by the way. Dimu doesn't know about that yet. Should know quick enough to take it out, though, with the villagers. Oh, there you go. Yeah, torches out. That would have been pretty catastrophic at this stage, losing that many villagers on the gold to a cannon placement. So good he noticed. bad now for Anatan in every other regard. Desert Raider Camel Lancers to try and carry him here. But the Nest of Bees, it's up to 11 of them now. So maybe, I don't know, like, did we think Trade Wing Pro Scouts was a little bit too far? I don't feel like that's where the game went wrong for him necessarily. I think it was that push into Dimu's base that lost control of Anno. But he kind of had to do it because he lost the relic race. That's what Dimu done so well. He priored the castle up, he supervised for the Monk Rush, and he took out the extra relic from the center, which is a big deal with the follow-up for Go to play. Now, Dimu will accept no deals, but absolute surrender from Anatan. He's trying to hold on, but at this stage, kind of running out of the resources to do so. And he's got no gold workers anymore. So once the Camel Lancers are gone, they're not coming back. And just to make sure there is never any trade, we have walls to secure it. He left him with the crap option. This is like when, you know, you get the really bad end of the divorce hearing and you lose the house, you lose the kids, but she let you keep the blender. That's nice, I guess. That's not so nice. Oh my God. Hey man, it's a 2000 RPM blender, okay? It comes with 4 switch modes and RGB lighting. I won the divorce. Camel Lancers can't even sneak around. They're just getting scouted by the reinforcements. Yep, shout out to him, okay? He has a healthy and loving relationship with his hand. Desert Raiders just get massacred here. The archers on the back. Not going to be able to do too much against this. There is a deletion in the wall, though. Now, hold on. Oh, don't hold on. We have a strike back. Ben on the board. Oh. He done it. We have a competitive series. Lakat Maratag. Did take his most powerful pick, but it worked. Ben strikes back. Oh. Question is, what do we get next? I think. So we've got Coastal and Cliffside left. Anna's probably going Coastal, right? Coastal HRE? What does your opponent have at that stage? Malians, Mongols? Actually, Cliffside HRE maybe makes more sense so he can't do Malians. That leaves him with what? Mongols, Ottomans, English? Just doesn't sound great. Let me pay out. Dim with the win. Yo, what is up, Wakar? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. For 6 months. What a legend. Thank you, thank you. No, 4-month streak. All right, you guys ready? Ooh, we're going to find out in a sec what they're doing. And the banner? Yeah, there you go. I need to iron it out because it's got a crease in the center. But that's the El Reinado banner. I am one of only 3 people? Did Winston would have got one, I think. I'm one of only 4 Age of Empires 4 people that have those. Has that. Actually, sorry, no. Wham got. So there's 5 of us in total, yeah. But, you know, mine's like I have been in both of World's Grand Finals for 4 as well, I will say. You know, just humble brag, no biggie. Whew. So I think Ben is just having a stretch quickly. We'll look to run ads while we can. And then after that, we'll continue with the series. All right, there we go. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so that one's like, that banner's bigger than the last one. I was originally going to have them both up on the wall together, side by side, and I was going to use like a straight pattern with the sound absorption pads. But then I realized like that is probably about 35 to 40% bigger than the other banners from Red Bull World Legacy. So I was like, okay, we'll just have one. Wait, I think my camera keeps slightly turning. I need to tighten it on the thingy, I think. Because it should be there. Like that. Give me a sec. There we go. Because now you can see the amazing little Heroes of Might and Magic LCD cap. I did also have... Like, what was I downloaded some other ones. Yes. Anyone knows their home knows that. Some people are like, wow, Lord of the Rings. That's not. It's home. I couldn't find an Age of Empires 4 good GIF. So, like, I've got a 2-1. I do like the little knight riding around. And then, like, what else did we get? Oh, yeah. Nice Game of Thrones reference. Perfectly looped. Got Red Alert 2. And then we've got the little Sonic. In fact, let me... There we go. I like the Sonic one. And then... Hell yeah. Warhammer, brother. Still Are the Dragon? The Ring. Yeah, from Hom. It's called... What was it? Was it Still Are the Dragon or Quiet Eye? I can't remember. I forget its name sometimes. Still Eye. Yeah, Still Are the Dragon. AoE free GIF of 100 Strelets spawning out of Russian racks. I haven't seen that one. What is Age of Empires free? Too soon? Too soon. But, yeah, I need to get some more GIFs. It's hard to find good high quality Heroes of Might and Magic ones. Because, obviously, the game is like, you know, from 20 plus years ago. So the graphics, like, don't necessarily... flesh out that well. Oh, you know what I need to get a GIF of? I just need to get a GIF of the Armageddon like load screen where it's just the Archangel with the flaming sword. That would be badass. Too soon to what? Exactly. Someone mentioned someone called AoE Free. And I didn't know that they were making a new Age of Empires 3 after 2. So that was a revelation to me. What's AoE 3? Just sounds like a form of area of effect. I guess it's like the Trinity, fire, ice, and lightning? That must be it. All right, we good to go. I think Ben just got back, so we get in a second. In terms of picks here, what do we see? Like, remember, it's Anatan's pick. I think Cliffside... Because, like, I'm looking at Dumu's final picks, right? He's got Ottoman's English and Mongols used already, right? Somalians. Somalians, English, Ottomans. Malians is probably the most threatening and should probably feel a little bit better on coastal because sometimes like Malians get scammed a little with the cliffside gold spawns getting blocked out. What's up, Asperik? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. So yeah, he's actually going to go cliffside and Dumu is going to pick the Malians. So we're going to get Malians versus the HRE here. Get predictions up as well. Oof. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the semi-finals of KPMM 14. As soon as Dimmu found hope, he may be about to be thrown into despair. Anatan has got the HRE pick into Malians on a very rushable map with an insanely rushable spawn here. Tough beginnings in this game for Dimmu, but with what he had left, this was definitely his most logical, strongest pick. He had English, Ottomans, or Malians. HRE would have neutered any one of those. Against English, HRE looked pretty good. Against Ottomans, was Ottoman doing half the matchups at the moment, I feel like. So Malian's definitely the safest pick for Dimmu. But Anatan really just firing with all cylinders with his most powerful pick. And the Spearman Rush opening just super effective against Malians in general. HRE, one of the best civs to do it because of the better economy and the better movement speed on the spears. Makes it even harder, actually, for Dimmu to come out and repair because of the risk of getting grabbed by those Spearmen. But Dimmu is trying to be very kind of lean about this. You may notice he's only gone for a double house play. We don't quite have room for the defensive landmark drop, so likely we're still going to be looking at a play into the Mansa. So this is kind of a test, right, on how big of a deal the buffs to Malian's building HP was. You know, does the house difference, does the pit mine difference matter? Does it add up? Definitely a question we're going to get to see answered here. You predict mine work? If there was, like, if I had to list 3 players on the ladder right now that would likely do mine work, I put Anatan, I put B, I'd probably put Cat. So it's definitely in the realm of possibilities here. Playing Spear plus Horseman is really good against Malians as well. The unit that Malians hate the most is, in fact, Spearmen. Because it counts Javelins. With the All Pikes, you actually count Dunzos. You count Cavalry, right? It's just a win-win-win-win-win. And if your opponent goes Archers, you just spam Archers as well. Or you go for the Horseman switch with All Pikes, which still makes you incredibly threatening. So, Outpost Rush coming up. And it is going to be the Mansa. So Dimmu not looking to go for that defensive landmark. He knows that's kind of a signal of death. Villager is going to be pulled for the repair. But Anatan, is he getting ready for a dive? Yeah, he's trying to be crafty about this. He got closer. If he catches Dimmu not looking, doink, just grabs him straight away. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to move closer. There we go. Has got the charge in. And he waits long enough. But unfortunately, doesn't get the surround. That was almost sick. You see what he done, though? He intentionally just waited and waited and waited until Dimmu was like, I guess he's not going to do it. Looks away to kind of reallocate his scout or go for the other pit mine and then immediately slaps him. But unfortunately, Anatan didn't quite get it there. Does have the outpost coming up, though. Should be able to garrison and scare away the villager now. And that means he will get the pit mine kill. I actually really like the way Anatan done that. He basically only wanted to pull the Spearman away to say, hey, Dimmu, you can't have this anymore. Reason being is, like, if you just try to harass the villagers, Dimmu's now looking again. He's already attacking up and everything. If you get the pit mine, that's still 150 wood down the drain for your opponent. Scout has sniffed out the second location where Dimmu's looking for a pit mine. Problem now, right now for Dimmu is... Yeah, there it is. So the problem with Dimmu is, like, he's kind of handcuffed on some of his options, right? He has to now go Archers, which sets Anatan up really nicely for a Horseman switch. Don't think we're going to be seeing pro scouts this game. I think Anatan wants a swift end to the series. He's only got 9 sheep left compared to the 16 of Dimmu, so if he doesn't want to play pro scouts, he's definitely kind of living on a threaded play here. But one of the cool things about playing mine work is you can move your villagers out. You don't have to necessarily have that pro scouts. Because right now, the concern for Dimmu is if he goes pro scouts and Anatan's going all in, you're probably just going to be dead upon arrival on the dim. Especially against men-at-arms, and Spearmen rather, the HRE, which are so quick, they can actually chase down pro scouters easily. And there's the archer range play. I know, hasn't moved in. There we go. Moving on the wood now. So we will see him shifting soon. You have 2 options. You could just go like double archer range and outmass, but Horseman feels a bit safer. The problem is definitely going to be the food situation, but with double back deer, like I don't think he's going to be too phased by that detail. Why is HRE still a top civ in the Pro Scouts meta? Because their economy is good enough that they can actually mirror a lot of civ's timings on Pro Scouts. They're not going to beat China or Zhuji to the timing, but they won't be far behind. They're also a very good anti-Pro Scouting civ. HRE, because of the march drills and spears, can chase down enemy deer gatherers easily. And because they're better economy, they can blob enough units to kind of intercept. So, yeah, HRE pretty damn solid. I'd say like a top 4 Maybe top 5 Civ and Pro Scouts. So Hunt stats for Spimman just came in. Interesting. Do we have... This should just be for Wheelbarrow, right? No, I think because he sees the mill, right? He can just about see it. Why else would Doomy build a mill like this? He's got plenty of sheep left over. He doesn't want to rush cattle. You've blocked his goal, so he can't rush cattle. So Anderson has seen this. He goes, okay, well, he's going Pro Scouts. He doesn't want to be left out of the discussion. So Anderson is now macroing for his own Pro Scouts play. Doomy does, of course, have those archers to remove the Spearman threat for the time being. Gotta be very careful, though. Like, 3 archers running into 8 Spearmen on a deer stack will just die. The other really important thing for Anatan, I think maybe why he's a little bit surprised Doomy still wanted to commit to this. Look at where the deer stack is, guys. There's a reason Anatan placed the outpost here instead of here or here. It secures the deer stack that should be easiest for Doomy to attain. And now, as a result, Anatan, knowing this area is guarded, sends all of the Spearmen to the east side to intercept. Oh, this is brutal. Anatan has just played this opening to perfection. So Warrior Scouts will try to shuffle away, but he knows he's going to have to drop the deer. Against normal spears, you could probably kind of finesse it with the extra movement speed of Warrior Scouts, but not against marching drill spears. So we'll get found on both. And Dimmu now switching into javelins. But we already talked about why this is kind of worrisome. Anatan has now gone into Pro Scouts, which means he's gone into his stables. Which means he can follow up into Horseman as well. Funnily enough, he's actually adding in the archery range, but that's because he doesn't see the play yet. Right? The javelins haven't been revealed to him. He only sees archers. Roost without Pro Scouts feels slow. I don't know if I'd say they feel that slow. The Hunt and Cameron still give you just so much gold gen plus the sheep gathering. Like, you still do pretty well. There's the All Pikes. Such a dirty tech, man. Plus 2 damage. For Spearman, that's a pretty bulky 25% increase on your damage output. And Spears like are the answer to a Javelin switch here. It's almost like Anno's kind of baiting him with the archers being added in. Like, you can definitely afford to do a 1-1-1 build here, but when Doomu sees archers, it's going to pivot hard into Javelins, which means he won't counter Spearman at all. Scouts are going to be a little bit annoying, but ultimately, with the archers now revealed, that's the key piece of info I feel like Anatan kind of wanted to give to Doomu. So Javelin's now being added in. We dive here. The Anatan didn't respect the emplacement. Loses 3 spears on the Horseman. But the Pro Scouts have dragged away a lot of the deer right next to Doomu's base. So this is looking like a 3-1 split at this rate. Because right now you've seen Doomu, instead of going for his own deer, just keeps intercepting the enemy scouts. Now, this works for the time being, because Anno just doesn't have enough units to punish truly. But we're kind of reaching the point where you won't be able to do that anymore. Right, 7 to 8 archers is enough to start sniping down these Warrior Scouts when they contest the Pro Scouts. Yeah, like I assure you, even when Pro Scouts is gone, Roost still have a lot of upsides in their economy. There is no other Civ in the game that can go without gold as long as they can. Like, even Doomu here, he had to come out to build pit mines to get gold to compete. If you're a Roos and you're under this pressure, like, if you had to name one Civ in the game that you could not outpost rush, which Civ would it be, chat? If I say 2, it's pretty obvious. It would be English, and the other one would be Roos. Some people maybe would add in Mongols because of where they can place their TC, but like the most obvious ones are like Roos and English. English because if they see your villager, they shortbow snipe, and then Roos is because they don't have anything you can rush. Right? They don't go on their gold at all. Meanwhile, these 2 Civs can be fairly susceptible to outpost rushes. I think Achery in particular is hard to outpost rush. Marlins is possibly the worst Civ in the game at trying to outpost rush now that I think about it. Because your Spearmen are just too expensive. They're really good if you can scale them, but they just take a little bit too long. Anastan starting a macro for Castle. With the amount of food he's got off the map, theoretically you could go Burgrave. There is a risk that your opponent can spam Mr. Vardy, but this is where All Pikes is in particular very interesting. Like, technically, you could just zerg a million spears with wall pikes. Then again, with a position like this on the map, surely you just take the easy win. With the area control you have, it feels like 4 relics is pretty easily obtainable. And there we go. Yeah, Graynet's on the way. You'd think with Minework, most people just want to go Burgrave, but the reality is because of the fact you have to build additional prelates, Regnet feels really good. Because Anatan already has 3 prelates, you can already walk out for relics at an early point. This is kind of like what Delhi do with scaling scholars. But the moment they hit the castle age, they're already sitting on all the relics. Dimu is indeed looking like he's going to be going towards Farimba. We've seen him do this before this week alone. He's been doing it a lot on the ladder at the moment. Mass javelins into Farimba Javelineers. Anatan, the play now would be to go to Horseman. Horseman would be the most organic counter. Archers are going to just get massacred by Javelineers. It's very interesting in this particular matchup because all it does with Javelineers, in different matchups, the Javelineers' movement speed allows you to infinitely kite other opponents. Against HRE, it simply rebalances the playing field so that marching drills is equaled. Nice to follow up. Okay, Anatan. So yeah, he's going to be going for the Steel Barding build, right? Interesting. So Horseman would have given him more flood power, but if he believes he's going to get 4 relics off the map, Steel Barding Knights makes a lot more sense because he's got enough passive gold to justify. And he's definitely leaning hard into this play. First one's being picked up off the flank. Has to pull the prelate back here. Javelin's intercepting. We've been seeing a little bit more of this Knight Barding play recently. It's pretty disgusting just how effective it is. The way I like to describe it is it's like having English armorclad for knights. Which just saying that out loud makes you want to vomit a bit. It's pretty bloody strong when you dissect the numbers. Even against the javelins. Javelins will go up to like 10 base damage, right? They'll be reduced down to, if they get maxed out, they go up to 12. They'll be reduced down to 4 damage per strike. Now, the poison is still going to matter a lot here, don't get me wrong. But the knights aren't going to flop as dead as quickly as you'd like. I'd actually love to see Anno just consider spears plus knights, actually. Instead, I think he's leaning archer knights. Does he not know about the Javelineer choice? Well, he sees the Farimba. He can now see the Mancer Javelineers. This is where archers tends to feel just bad. And there you go. Immediately queues up the Steel Barding. He's going to keep adding in more archers. They are decent raiders. I think that's the idea now. He knows he can't win a fight with them, but he can pressure the economy. Another thing he's doing here is pretty smart. Anatan is pulling Dimu to the back of his base so he can go back for the relics. Dimu has to choose. He can either stop you getting relics or he can stop you killing his gold workers. Because Dimu is massing Javelineers, he has to choose one of the two. He can't just say, oh, I don't need gold for 4 minutes. I'll just, I'll camp relics and I'll be fine. It would kill him in this game. And it's all because of this outpost. This was the pivotal moment in the game. So soon to be 3 relics home. Soon to be 4, actually. He even took the one from the 4 west side, so... very feasible 5 relic game, actually. He does at least scout the knight play early. So could look to switch up into Donzos, but this is why Anatan's doing archer knights. He's essentially just playing like the Irobids normally play with the Camel Lance archer build. Only imagine if the Irobids had a giga boosted economy. So much prelate buff efficiency. Even the devoutness now on the way. I really like devoutness with Minework, actually. Because if you do have to go Imperial Age, you can pull 3 prelates and buff the entire worker line to rush the landmark. Same with keep drops, everything really. Donzo switch is coming from Dimu. He's forced to. Food count shouldn't be a problem for him. He's got plenty of gold still, so he's able to just keep eating cow all day. Does need to think about reclaiming that 4 gold, though. He's down to his final 500 in this vein. Ooh, so what's Dumu's win condition? I think he was really focused on the idea of raiding with the Javelineers. It just hasn't come together so far. He needs this knight number to thin a bit first. And even adding crossbows. You might be wondering, why would Anno need crossbows? It's because Dumu, when he's been playing this recently, it's usually been Javelineers into eventual Sofa. It's a really good composition. You'd think that your opponent would already be building spears into javelins, but I think it's tricky to get the scale point right with how easily Javelineers can kite and kill spears off. Normal javelins would just get shut down by spears, but like these guys just kite too well. So with that in mind, like your opponent not having spears means you can just go Sofa. So Anatan may be a bit paranoid about that, has tried to just get crossbows prepped. Javelins. A little bit out of position here. Knights are going to get the charge in. And Archers with the cutoff here. Dumu, this is a third of his army that matters to the Javelineers. She better shuffle away. And you see what I mean about how frustrating this movement speed is. That's why I thought originally he might consider Horsemen just for the quicker gap close. They want the general applicability of Knights. Gets a little bit chased down. Reinforcement wave is here. Anatan is going to commit into the attack. It's got some Knights ready to peel. A little bit slow on the move there. Wasn't quite microing the Knights in. Anatan seemed to be a bit distracted, but has chased away one group. Has more troops rallying in. Right now, Dumu heavily outnumbered, and watch how quickly that javelin count is going down. Donzo's barely anything left to hold on. These Knights just not really dying quick enough. This is brutal, man. He's got the +2 damage, but each of these doing 4 damage. 10 of them, that's like 40 damage going through. And the poison, sure, great, over time, but it's so slow to kill. The Knights are finding their value and finding what they need. Dive into the base now. If he just peels a group of archers, Dumu could lose half his economy. Anatan isn't interested in trickle kills. He's not interested in etching a slight lead. He wants a dominant statement here in game number 4. Dominant it will be. Dumu able to kite away, but leaves the villagers behind. Loses several of them in the engagement. And the dive continues on in here. Knight count is at least thinned. Javelineer count is holding strong. What is not holding strong is Dumu's economy. In fact, he can just dial back and across. Yeah, finds more workers coming back. That's a 20 villager lead. And I know, options on the table. You either double down here or you go for the castle play. Either or, even as a farm transition underway behind this in a game where Dumu hasn't even added in the ranches. What is up, Zeltwanger? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the spawn. The spawn? Oh, welcome back to Dumu's spawn. It feels like he's never really been able to leave this base. So, wave at least gets cleared up. But you really wouldn't think that Anatan lost the fight in any meaningful way. Like, the worker kills aside, even the military count now. It's 45 to 27. Now, a lot of that is in prelates. We've got an interesting switcheroo here. Anatan, part of this is about optimizing economy up at 61, but part of this, I think, might be about inspired warriors, potentially. It's not a bad shout. Extra armor for the knights. At that stage, Javelin's only doing 3 damage to them. And he's just sneaking in now. He's still that wide rotation on the west side. Immediately reacts. He's still got archers waiting on the back as well. This is just suffocating. Dumu doesn't really have the full info about where these raids are coming from. Anatan has just been very surgical about this. You know, for Dumu, what he was looking for this whole time was that direct engagement at the early phase, so that his javelins could kite a win. But he's never given it. Now, desperation strikes, right? He has to head into the enemy base. Reluctantly so. He's still getting raided at home. That finally gets shut down. But it's now more workers dead in this game than alive for Dumu at 20 minutes in. Now, we've seen him pull off those type of miracles before with the Malians. Different opponent, I think it's fair to say, and a different state of game, though. I think we all remember that Baldland Voldemar Dumu game. I know. Macro doesn't lie. Castle Age seems to be the target. It's crazy how many more knights he's still flooding while going castle as well. Triple Sacred Site locked in. Game series looking to be locked in. It means we will be locked into a BC versus Anatan Grand Finals. Interesting history between those two as well. Recently, Beastie able to beat Anatan in the EGC Masters, but last time they met in the Midweek Masters, it was Beastie that got 3-0'd by Anno. On top of that, Anatan, currently the reigning champion, with 3 weeks in a row won. Lines us up for what could be one hell of an epic series. I'm about to say one person, that's going to be taking a while. I wouldn't be surprised if Dimu calls it the moment the tech comes out. He might just try to punt at this. It's a very low percentile chance to win now. The problem has always remained the same. He's never been able to attack. Never really. Anatan is just kind of giving you a masterclass on how to control the short ramp. How could he have changed this outcome? I don't know if a classic Fulani would have been viable here. Probably too slow. But this is what I mean about Javelineers. Like, Javelineers requires momentum. And yeah, there it is. GG comes out. So Dimu will not be making it to Grand Final Showdown with Beastie. It's going to be Anno versus Beastie. Let me know what you guys thought about the series. Let me know what you think about the upcoming one. And who you think is going to be crowned king of Midweek Muster number 14. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. There we go. So, pay it out, pay it out, pay it out. Yo, what's up, Sockerton? Thank you very much, mate. Love the work you're doing these. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad a lot of people are appreciating the hard work going into. I mean, we're coming to the end of week 14. We are going all the way through to midweek muster 30. So, yeah, a lot of commitment for the scene. I hope people appreciate it. I hope players as well as viewers are seeing the value in it. Everyone's feeling like there's a benefit here. Fingers crossed. I mean, like, if we continue to grow, the goal I've talked about many times is to go to Microsoft and try to renew for, like, double the prize pool funding last time, which in my eyes should be somewhat feasible considering the numbers we are at. If we trend upwards to the numbers I'm fearing of, like, 750 average viewers per month, anytime on Twitch alone, I think they'd be on board for like 20k split across 9 months. That's like insane value. But fingers crossed. Let's keep growing. Stoked for the maps next week. Hell yeah. Wait, did we release the map pool? I don't know if we did. I imagine we did. Choom, did we release the map pool? Le map pool? I don't think it's out yet. Have you talked to Nilly about continuing KPM after this season? I will look to talk to him. It's all about catching the right time when budgeting is like discussed. Ah, yes. The map pool is up. We'll talk about that like after the grand finals. Yeah, it's all about finding the right time to discuss that because like budgeting is done at certain times in the year for companies. Most don't plan beyond that, so you have to get the right moment. All right, but with that in mind, I think we're probably looking at like a minute or two break before we see the next series. So I reckon Anatan wants a quick stretch of the legs. What I'll do now, guys, I'm just going to play it safe and run 3 minutes ads. I know it's a lot, but hang around because hopefully after that, we should be underway with the draft for our grand final. So it lets me set everything up as well, okay? So I'll run the ads now. That'll protect you when we're in game. All right, so let's quickly update the deets as well. So we've got 7 maps, of course. Prairie is going to be our starter. And now I'm going to play it safe instead of just slow hum and harring off my brain. We've got Cliffside, Coastal, Dry Arabia, Frisian, Moving Out.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Yo, what's up, Benny boy? Thank you, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream over there with him. An admirable effort out of Dimu. Commiserations, mate. Look forward to seeing your performance in the next one. I mean, dude, like, Anatan is a difficult beast to beat right now. I feel like he played some of those games so clean, especially the Japanese one. That was wild the way he opened into the center of the map with the second TC play. But yes, we're just getting ready now for the grand finals between Beastie and Anatan, so they should be drafting in a second. No map draft needed. A reminder that we are going to have a best of 5 drafts, so they'll have 6 picks. If it goes beyond the 4th game, if it's not 4-0, there will then be a redraft where they will select 4 civs each. So that's the way we always do it. By the way, map poll is actually revealed. Seems we've got another minute or 2 until they're ready. The map poll is revealed for Midweek Muster 15. Do you guys want to see it? You guys want to see it? You guys want to see it? Cougars? Boom! We've got a new map appearing. So we changed the formatting a little so that we only introduce a brand new map every 2 weeks so that it's less overload for players. When we're testing out Anatolian Hills. Anatolian Hills is a map where the deer all spawn on the other side of the river. So it should be a non-pro scouty map unless you set up some sort of little encampment on the other side because you have to transport ship across. So it was designed intentionally that way to stop pro scout shenanigans. It should be very intriguing. There is a short route towards the enemy base. I'm wondering if we're going to get like English longbow rushes or if it's going to be very different. But figured we'd experiment with it. So that'll be our default map. And then the other map we've rotated in is going to be Golden Heights. I felt with the Pro Scouts meta, once again, like there's 2 ways to look at the Pro Scouts meta. You can either create maps that make deer play impossible, or you can take maps that were previously dominant for different aspects and throw them in the Pro Scouts meta to see how they function. That's why we brought back Frisian. I think we've seen some very interesting games because of that. And same logic with Golden Heights, a map that's traditionally about this pond in the corner. Because Pro Scouts is now an option, you might get a lot of deviation in play. So that's the thought process on why we've been bringing back some of these ones that maybe felt like they've been played out and people just didn't want to see them anymore. When you change the meta so substantially like Pro Scouts did, it gives you a revisit opportunity. Okay. So, are the lads ready? Okay, yeah. Confirmation in. Ansan probably needs like another 2 minutes. In the Marlians game, the Swarm was dog. Oh, what, in that last game? I mean, yeah, but like, it's unfortunate, but we've talked about this before. People want random map generation. That's sadly what happens with random map generation. Just want to say thank you for this. Weekly tournament audio is absolute gold. Thank you, man. And yeah, I hope the community has been like appreciating and enjoying the effort goes in. A lot of stuff goes into like in organizing tournaments, even just weeklies like this. So yeah, shout out to like Akame sorting all the assets behind the scenes, Chum helping shuffle the players into their correct locations and making sure the Start GG pages, etc. is all done in the background. Entries are correct. It's a lot more work than I think usually is apparent to people on the watching end. And my hopes is, fingers crossed, like I was saying a little bit earlier, we can, take the results of this, especially if it continues to grow. I'm pretty confident we can take the results of this, go back to World's Edge and talk about renewing for the second half of 2025. Fingers crossed. And then maybe even getting some funding towards other things or just actually getting outside funding. Like that's always been my goal. We keep growing this channel. I can then go pitch to sponsors and say, hey, come on board and give us 10K to run a tournament for a month. And they'll be like, that's great value. But all about, not putting the cart before the horse like we talked about, which is why we were very tame with our $9,000 prize pool. Yo, what's up, Beastie? Okay, not going to be streaming the perspective? Don't worry, buddy. We got covered. Thank you, mate. Looking forward to this one between you and Understand. Hope you had a good stream. I think you were watching the games alongside that. Pretty interesting foot forward by Benny Boy. But Understand looking strong. You can't because delay. I mean, dude, we removed the delay for 95%, whatever the percentage. Literally removed the delay for every single series but the grand finals. That was the one exception. And I think people have been happy with that. Screenshot and send to sponsors. 1,400 people. Woohoo! Nice. Not happy? I mean, dude, like it's been in the rules for a long time. We've been really accommodating for players. Like in the early days, people like highlight, hey, like we want to do our content. BC is one of them. Other people came in as well. They're like, we want to do our content, so we don't like this. So we went and talked to Microsoft and we negotiated something that I felt was really reasonable, which is literally every single series except Grand Finals. You can have the delay be whatever you want. And what is up, Thirsty Sips? Thank you much for the resub, mate. So, like, for example, if you want to have zero delay, that's fine as long as there's zero delay in the lobby. But the exception had to be the Grand Finals, just for competitive integrity stuff. But, like, I'm not going to, like... I talked to Beastie. If there's a problem, he talked to me about it. I hope people aren't blowing things out of proportion. I know Beastie reads the rules, so he'll understand. And appreciate the support all the same. What's the benefit of delay? So that someone can't look at the other person. And while I trust these players wouldn't, like we know these players well, the reality is we've had controversies not just in AoE 4, but in any game you can think of over the years, where like something comes down the line that someone was doing something. And then it compromises the whole integrity of my tournaments, of World's Edge's tournaments, of the scenes tournaments, etc. So yeah, that's the reasoning. Yeah. Like I doubt Beastie was mad. Like, we've been through this before. I've had people come in like, Beastie's doing this right now. And I've looked back at it. It's been like, Beastie has just basically very lightly mentioned something and moved on. So, yeah. What's that saying? There's a saying, it's like believe but confirm. I can't remember what it is. It's like used in, like, intelligence. The intelligence industry. I can't remember what the term is. What's my plan with the new 100-hour rule? Wait, what's that? Nani? Oh wow, wait, I didn't know he had that problem. His game lags when he has stream delay. Trust but verify. Thank you. Look at you all there. There you go. I didn't know he had that kind of problem though. That's interesting. Hey, I don't have that problem, courtesy of that beast. Actually, yeah, no, I don't. Technically possible to implement dynamic delay in OBS without having to restart the stream? Possibly, you'd need a plugin there, right? There's loads of cool plugins you can have. So, like, I have a plugin to multi-stream. And, like, some people might be like, why don't you just use insert platform? Because those platforms, unless you pay for the X model, like, they downscale your resolutions. Whereas, like, I have enough upload to just do it myself. Same with encoding. And what is up, Uberdoof? Thank you much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. What GPU do I have? So, my GPU is the 7900 XTX. It's actually, like, insanely good value right now, especially with all the rumors coming out about and the reviews of things like the new 5070 Ti range, the new graphics cards. Like, honestly, I'm so glad I got this 7900 XTX. So, we partnered with AMD, Corsair, Gigabyte. We went with Haven, Kingston, and Crucial to build a PC worth $4,500, I believe it was. A decent chunk of that was in the SSDs, actually, because they're like the best SSDs you can get. You could probably save a pretty penny just going for Crucial's Gen 4s. But yeah, we've got a 7900 XTX in there, which is 24 gigs of VRAM. It's chef's kiss. Like, honestly, guys, like, I've been an NVIDIA guy for years. This is my first time going AMD since I, like, took PC builds seriously and whatever. And I have not been disappointed. Like, I think a lot of the rumors and a lot of crap that you hear over the years about the performance of these different graphics cards and whatever, the drivers and whatever, like, it may have been true once upon a time at AMD. It's not anymore. Like, the 700 XTX is incredible bang for buck. And the crazy thing is, usually when you say bang for buck, people think, oh my god, that means I'm getting, like, something which isn't that good. No, it is. Is it going to be a 5090, which costs well over double its price? No. That would be silly. But it competes with the cards just literally below it. AMD's for poor. All right. So that's very snobbish for a guy who doesn't even have subs and is going to have to worry about ads for the next hour and two. So, interesting take. But yeah, outside that, like, the Gigabyte boys were really fun to work with. Everyone that we worked with is pretty cool. I love all the lighting and everything. We've got, I don't know if you guys can see it on the hubcap, we've got, like, the Heroes of Might and Magic victory screen on the Corsair setup. Am I getting banned? No, we don't ban poor people. That's how the oligarch gets crushed. I'm kidding, guys. Look, dude, just because I wear a waistcoat doesn't mean I'm rich. Like, without sounding like a politician too much, me working class family. AMD's for smart people. Dude, I legit think people need to stop just drinking the Kool-Aid and actually take a proper look themselves at AMD. I tested it on a bunch of games. There is only, like, even ray tracing. And also, by the way, ray tracing is a whole other wild goose. Like, most people don't actually use ray tracing. They say they want ray tracing and don't use it. Most games, like, don't actually use ray tracing well either. Don't know if you guys knew this. Like, a lot of games, like, drop the ball when it comes to ray tracing. All right, so, should be ready to go. Draft's going to be starting in a sec. Are you not wearing pants? I cannot confirm or deny. 50 subs to know. That's right. Like, I basically just said 50 subs to be able to see my groin. You've got a 7700 and it rocks? Hell yeah. You got Tony Stark facial hairstyle. You have to be as rich as Tony Stark. That's the rules, right? No, guys, you're getting it wrong. Like, I'm Tony Stark when Robert Downey Jr. started, when he didn't have loads of money. What does 7900 XTX compete with? I'd say, like, it's the 4080 Super. So pretty much the 5080, because the 5080, the main upscale on that was we have more frame gen. But 7900 XTX has frame gen as well. What's the best way to learn building, upgrading a PC? So you can have a look at my VOD. It should be on the YouTube side. I might need to put in a separate video, actually, now that I think about it. But I think I've saved it in the highlights here on Twitch as well. But go watch the YouTube one, because I actually get revenue from that, and Twitch doesn't give you revenue. But, like, we go through the parts and how to install them and everything. There's loads of easy ways to kind of, like, follow suit and do builds. You know, I think PC building is not as daunting as people think. New games are starting to require at least hardware ray tracing feature. Some are, not all. So Indiana Jones done it. And funnily enough, like, AMD's ray tracing was just as good as Nvidia's, even though it was an Nvidia sponsored game. And then the other, like, big one coming up this year that's confirmed is Doom, which I really want to play through. I don't know if people would actually want to watch me play through it, but, like, I love Doom. Doom is awesome. I still need to play the most recent one, actually. I went to start it, and then they have, like, it jumps forward in the timeline and skips a bunch of crap. And what is up, Motorshoe? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, you have got Prime subs. It supports the channel a lot. It means you don't have to worry about ads for this Grand Finals, as well as over 100 hours of content a month. And it gets you all that for the low, low price of nothing, because you already paid for it when you got Amazon Prime. Assassin's Creed, I think? Quite possibly. But, like, it's interesting because there's a lot of games that don't implement ray tracing. So you guys know the story about why Call of Duty stopped doing it, right? Because of the way that artists do the assets, adding in ray tracing would then compromise the quality because they already done a type of screen space reflections tech themselves. So that's why Modern Warfare 1 Remake had ray tracing, and then all the others went away with it. They got rid of it. And yes, so we were going to get a redraft after the 4th game if we go that deep. Let me just type in these correctly. Yo, what's up, After Party? Thank you very much for the not Prime sub, the normal sub. Appreciate normal subs a lot as well. That helps us get the unique unlocks at 100, 300 unique subs, which means that Twitch takes less of our money. Games are made to sponsor to favor Nvidia because they sponsor them. Sure, like you had more games that have been doing really well on AMD side because they've been like sponsoring them. So I think the most recent Call of Duty was sponsored by AMD. You also had Space Marines. Space Marines, by the way, guys, if you've not played Space Marines 2, yes, you must. It's that good. I am a Warhammer 40k nerd, so I'm more easily entertained, but that game pops and looked absolutely stunning on my PC. Prime subs equal Amazon Prime. Yeah, if you got Amazon Prime, you have a Prime sub. You should link your Amazon account to your Twitch account. And then you can get a free sub to use every month on a creator of your choice. You have to, it doesn't auto-renew, you have to do it manually. But it's free at that point because you already paid via paying for Amazon Prime. Other thing, by the way, a lot of people don't realize you get like free games as well. Amazon gives you games each month and gives you like DLCs and everything else all the time. So always worth attaching that Twitch account. If you haven't got Amazon Prime yourself, always go check if your parents do, is my advice, because a lot of the elderly folks just don't have the use for Twitch, but they do have Amazon Prime. Doesn't work for Prime. I don't know about Prime for students. I haven't been a student for a few years now. By a few years, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's been 10 years. Getting old. Oh, that was the other thing, by the way. I actually, because I'm on loads and loads of frames on Space Marines, I turned frame gen on, and I'm like a super sensitive person to it, and I didn't actually feel the frame gen that much. Like, it was quite smooth still. I was pretty blown away by that. Graduated years ago and still study damn near every day. Still haven't figured out how to click the subscribe button, so I guess we've got to keep working on that studying. Prime students only work one time. Interesting. Everything is going expensive now? Yeah. But like most people have it. A lot of people, I think, would benefit from doing a subscription cleanse where you just look at what you actually have and question whether you use it. You know, the amount of people who like they barely use Spotify and they have Spotify and that's like insanely expensive, or Netflix and they watch it like twice a month, Disney, so on and so forth. It's kind of gotten out of control. The crazy part, I don't know if you guys have seen this, a lot of platforms make it really hard to unsubscribe. I think one of my favorite ones, one of the favorite ridiculous tricks they do is envision you're doing a confirm on something where you're like, you're going to unsubscribe, or you're just like anything like, would you like to install this? And when you do that, it's like, yes, no. That's the placement, right? It's like yes is on your left, and then no is on your right. However, one of the sleazy tricks they have more recently is when you go through to the final confirm screen, they flip the yes and no. At that point, a lot you just instinctually click. You don't even look. You just do it. And you've just clicked no. And then you don't realize until a month later when you're like, why have I been charged again? Enough yap. When is game starting? When it's ready to damn well start. I will filibuster the crap out of this until I see more Prime subs like that. Thank you very much, Arkantar. We've got 4 minutes, mate. Enough time for you to get out of your seat, khaki your trousers, run around in circles screaming, headbutt the wall, and then come back, sit down, open up a can of Red Bull, and then we begin. Yo! What is up, King Lolanda? Appreciate it, mate, with the Prime sub. Keep yapping. Yeah, dude. Like, dude, what would you rather... Here, do you want me to do this instead? Ready? I'm not going to say anything for 3 minutes. That sounds pretty boring. Why Prime sub's a big deal? Because it's just free money that you can give to a creator you like. That's the thing. That's why it gets mentioned by a lot of creators. Because like you already pay for it, so it's not costing you more. You don't have to worry about ads, and it helps a creator make a living as a full-time content creator. But hell yeah. Yo, what's up, Drum? I see you coming. 3 months KPMM. Hell yeah. Got so much left to do, man. Reminder, guys, this is only the 14th week. We've still got 16 more editions of Midweek Muster. And I am definitely going to be seeking to renew. And yeah, that's another thing we do have. Remember, we've got the promise that once we have, I think it was 750 or 800 people watching average for over a month, we're going to do a Road to Conk series. But although today is a phenomenal start, we need to consistently see those numbers. Commission, even if it's free? Yes. What is one of the older RTSs set in the Revolutionary War and you control like 5 to 10,000? That would be Cossacks, and it's older than 2003. You're thinking about... I think 2001 was Cossacks. 1999, 2001. I think it's 2001. I'm going to run ads quickly, by the way, guys. 2 minutes ads, so you guys don't have to worry about it. And thank you very much, Essence of the Void. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to the Swarm. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm just going to pick Japanese, optimize a fast castle build, and then get conk and say I'm done. Hey, what's up, Eric? Thank you much. Appreciate it, mate. Divided Nation. I've never heard of that. Like, the game you described was basically Cossacks. Cossacks allowed you to have up to 10,000 units, and it was made in, like, 2000. It was made in, I think, 2000, 2001. And it wasn't even made, by the way, guys, by an RTS developer. It was made by the Stalker developers. I actually love when developers make a game out of their genre, because some of them make incredibly revolutionary or just incredibly decent games. Well, not even decent, fantastic games. We were talking about the other day that Creative Assembly made one of the best hack and slash games of its time, easily. They made a game called Spartan Total Warrior, and it was a beast. I loved that game as a kid. Beastie RTS when? That wouldn't be him doing something out of his zone. If you went like Beastie FPS, right? There you go. What do you think of the mechanic where when you select a unit and right-click into the enemy base, the unit just finds a path even if you don't have vision of the area? It's kind of something that we've just gotten used to. I don't like it, but from an engine level, it would be so hard to alter. That's the thing. Like some of these things that seem like easy changes aren't because of the way the engine's been built. You'd have to rebuild from the ground up with a lot of these. It's the same thing with like the input lag. I wish it was gone, but also there's a trade-off. Like, you know how we have the floaty input lag compared to other RTSs, like very responsive ones like StarCraft? If we got rid of that, the trade-off is I don't think you'd be able to see international competition anymore. Which would make lands more valid and why they're required. Like, it would kill this interaction of like Louis MT playing against Beastie and whatever. All right, let's get predictions up for you guys. 1-0, it is the matchup you have been waiting for. Welcome back to Midweek Muster, week number 14, and we are in the grand finals. Beastie going up against Anatand. Game number 1, and it's going to be Order of the Dragons up against Jean. Who would win? An innocent fair maiden or a dragon? That's what we're here to find out. That maiden has been manned by the Beast himself. Beastie, who recently rated Jean as S tier. Anatand, meanwhile, of Order of the Dragon. This has been a Civ that's been rising through the rankings. Very good now in the Pro Scouts meta. And I'd say Anatand is one of the more scary players on this. Like, he was kind of clocked onto it trying to find innovative builds months and months ago. Obviously kind of fell short at the time, but definitely has got to be sliding a lot more of those back out now after a heavy delay. Exciting one as well. 7 games potentially between these two. Last time these two matched up, I believe it was a 4-1 outcome for Beastie. I think there was one game in there that looked like it could end up being, say, 4-2, shall we say. So Anatand, definitely capable of making Beastie bleed. There's no denying when you look at their performances, and apologies, we haven't upgraded the bracket yet, but when you look at their performances here, Anatand, he dropped one game to Dumu. It was a 3-1 score in the end. Beastie so far this week, not dropping a single game to make it into grand finals. Oh, sorry. There you go. To be specific, it was JD A tier, French S tier. Which kind of aligned with where I was feeling on the two. I remember about a month or two ago, I think French may be like approaching A tier. I wasn't quite convinced they were S tier yet, but like after that tournament, there's no doubt about it. When you look at the banning cycles now, the pick ban cycles, French is getting banned occasionally. It's getting picked in the second phase all the time. It's a bloody strong pick, but Jean obviously not too far behind. Order of the Dragon's a tricky one though. I think OTD is meant to be favored here on paper. The logic being is that the units are too tanky for Jean to kill and too easy for Jean to get killed. So with that in mind, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at melee Jean, just because if you go range Jean in the Pro Scouts meta, one Gilded Horseman could be curtains for that poor girl. And thank you, if and appreciate you. It would be good to have an auto bracket, because sometimes we're non-stop into game after game and we don't quite get the updates through in time. I mean, there's a load of cool things I'd love to have. I wouldn't mind having like a score pull from the Liquipedia side to show like how people are performing overall, like providing an incremental value of, you know, if you get first a lot, it's worth 10 points, second is worth like 8. And then we can kind of see week for week who's like the best performing midweek muster people. There's some cool stuff we could do as time goes on for sure. So Skull Cavalry coming in, Archon on the other side. Yeah. Anyone else just feel like Order of the Dragon doesn't have a good feudal landmark choice? With HRE, now both of them are really, really good. But for OTD, both of them are kind of eh. He's going Archon because on a map like this, you're probably not thinking infantry, so Minework loses some of its oomph. One interesting thing, though, this is not necessarily a great map for Pro Scouts Interception for OTD. Usually, Order of the Dragon like Pro Scout maps where the map is linear. So like Dry Arabia or Cliffside, where you might get 2 deer spawns aligned between the 2 bases. On this map, remember, you have got... Was it 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, 7 separate deer stacks of 3. Spread super wide. And what that means is it's very difficult for you to get Gilded Spearmen out to protect all of them. Order the Dragon kind of runs into a similar issue on Rocky River. The difference on that map, at least, is because it's all squished towards the center of the map, you can more easily shuffle from point 1 to 2 to 3. Here, going from point 1 to 2 to 3 is quite the jump. So we do have Outpost coming up. Makes sense against Jean. She's going to try to raid you with knights. You just want to keep that protection. One thing that can get ugly here is how long it takes to garrison it in the outpost, though. So Jean, in range form at least, would get sniping opportunities. Now that he sees the outpost, I wonder if BC does consider range Jean. One thing that is very awkward, even with those snipering ideas, though, is remember, these villagers have 15 more HP. So on a normal villager, you need to hit twice with range Jean and then snipe. With these ones, you have to hit 5 times and then snipe. Now, even if you are a 68-year-old man who maybe has nerve damage in his hands, his reactions aren't what they once were. It's fair to say, even in that situation, with all the Dragon villagers, you can probably react quick enough to garrison before Jean would kill you. Pro Scouts race on the way. At least for one side. No, is he doing it? I think he is. Anno. He went for the double scout opener, but this is not the game for it. Or for what he's planning. He's just going fast castle. Usually when he makes this play, he has, you know, let's say 8 more sheep than his opponent. Look at the count this game. Anatan has 17 sheep. Beastie completely out-rotated him with 1 scout. Or did he go pro? He must have gone double, right? He went ahead and ended up with 23 sheep. Damn good sign. So Anno, considering it is fast castle, I'd be very surprised if it's Regnitz. Burgrave seems more likely here. Just because whenever you see fast castling, the issue with the Regnitz play is like you take so long to get your prelates out, your opponent can block you. You need someone to escort. The Beastie, of course, just going to be adding in more and more knights. I mean, now that he has the entire reign of the map to just drag in all those deer, it's plenty of knight pump. And it is going to be range on. Yeah, well, I mean, there's no horseman threat here. So, considering your opponent's being greedy, it's just the organic choice. I wonder if he would have went melee if this had been a contested feudal age. Range just always feels better when you're against greedy opponents. I know. Has already got the gold he requires. Food drop-off is going to be coming in shortly. Beastie. It is going to be Regnitz. Okay, so Anatan doesn't feel like he can compete just by going into Burgrave spam here. So why would Anatan rate Regnitz over Burgrave here? It might be the Jean interaction. She's very fast. So spearmen, men-at-arms, etc. get kited by her. Same with the knights. You can't reach your targets. He has got options on the table as well. This early on in the game, like there's 3 relics in different directions. So if BC's camping the gold, it means the others are accessible. Yeah, I guess it's like weird. Like A3 Burgrave, you can maybe justify it to spam enough spears to survive, but OTD, obviously it's not about spam speed, it's about savings. And if you're going spearman, you're not actually saving that much compared to men-at-arms or Landsknechter. We are going to get the rats because you will need spears anyway, eventually. If you can at least get 2 relics, this play will feel worth it. Other thing that I think that makes a difference here for Anatan is because he knows his gold isn't truly harassable per se, he can just keep gathering and keep punting. You know, if 1 prelate, 2 prelate, 3 prelate go down, yeah, it sucks that you're losing these units, not getting anything in return, but you always know you've got another 7,000 gold to gather. Speaking of that 7k gold being put to good use, we do have the first Gilded Knight queued up. This is going to be an absolute nightmare for Jean. Literally, figuratively, because it's called a knight. All of it. This thing hits like a truck. Hits for almost, I think, 40 damage with a sword swing. And you only have 225 HP. So you're going to want to get the hell out of dodge. Luckily, the Gilded Knights do take a while to come through. We have got a knight peeled off here with only 14 HP. The funny thing is the prelate has no attack damage. So if Anatan punts for it now, he's just going to lose a prelate. That's a pretty sick little detail from Beastie. Oh, here we go. He has got a spearman coming. Anno. He's like, I don't want to go out there. It's scary. Okay, I'll go look first. I mean, what's the worst thing that could be? It's a knight! Oh my god, Gilded Spearman OP. He one hit that 14 HP knight. Well, the rest are coming back, but the Gilded Knight is out. Hey guys, I'm just here to tank literally everything. Can go for an early wall low. I know. She's not too. He's going to switch on to John though. Uh-oh. Beastie. He's so focused on denying the relic, he's going to end up losing Jean. There's no easy way to protect her here. Tries to get the snipes out. Divine Restoration is going to be used, but that means you're standing still. He's trying to micro in a way that he gets the kill after the fact, but it is not going to work out that way. Spearman will go down, but the Gilded Knight can just kite away. And what is up? Jax is myself. Appreciate the prime sub. I see what you tried to do there, I think. Guildhall coming in from Beastie. Interesting. With Pro Scouts, Royal Institute could have been an option because you can just keep vomiting knights. But I think he just knows that Gilded Spearman plus Gilded Crossbowman follow-ups are very scary here. So if a Beastie sees his win conditioners later in the game, right, try to control the map, but end goal being Imperial. One rough thing I find with Order Dragon that makes them hate the Imperial so much is when it turns into like a widespread. I think for OTD on this map in particular, it's very much a timed game. You can't play hyper deep easily. And the reason is because of the nature of Prairie, you are going to spread wide very quickly because of all the small tree lines. When you do that, that opens you up to raiding a lot. And Prairie is probably the hardest map we have in rotation to wall. The only one that would be harder is a map where you only play Mongols. So, 2 more relics on the way home. Anansan's in a pretty cushky position here. The other nice thing is like he's spamming up prelates while playing Gilded Knights. Gilded Knights can sometimes be finicky, but this is the way you want to play them. So you can just peel back the engine and heal. Time being though, he's just keeping them active. So Wallol deters. Spears are going to be able to keep him away. Upsides for Beastie, at least he's not being dove right now. The Knights are kind of just committing to defend the prelate play. Downsides is, of course, he's getting the relics quite easily. An arbitrary switch. Some people might consider this premature. I disagree. I think at this position, you could try to vom out Knights, but you know what's going to happen. If you don't have the ability to snipe out Gilded Knights quickly, they'll individually get microed back and healed. So by going for crossbows, what this gives Beastie is a way of denying that value. Blade has to be the hardest map to wall. Yeah, if you want to like wall the enemies side. Actually, no, it's easy to wall them in. Pretty sure I done it to Merlin in a free-for-all game we had. There's the Inspired Warriors deck. So remember what I said about these guys hitting like a truck? Yeah, 36 base damage. Add 15% on top. These things are brutal. I'm trying to think, like, math that quickly in my brain. Isn't that enough damage to 2-hit and Order the Dragon Villager? They have, what was it, 92 HP? So you'd end up doing, I want to say 41 on the sword. Lance attack would be up to, what, 52? Yeah, so I think with the Inspired Warriors, you even 2-hit Gilded Villagers with textiles. So decap's coming in. I love the fact that Anatan was able to take this just for the extra gold on the way. Beastie could take it for the extra XP in response, though. Remember, he is in age 3, so like it's usually someone you kind of forget about in these moments. I think for Beastie, he just feels he needs all the firepower because his Spearmen are so tanky, and Arbitrary's base damage did just recently get nerfed. All on the flank. Has been found, though, so we'll eventually get denied out. Tricky part is Beastie isn't really confidently in a position to go for the monks himself, right? He's got a relic right next to his base, but we don't have a monastery. It's only now coming in. This relic doesn't feel like it's going to be grabbable for him. This is less a mission and more an entire campaign to try and get this thing back. Meanwhile, for Anatan, it just kind of feels like a tutorial. Go over here and pick up this relic as HRE Order the Dragon. Wow. Crossbows now getting queued up. These things are so painful to deal with. Anatan is pretty much just going now for what I think is widely considered to be the best unit OTD has for most of the game. Gilded Crossbowman is like the scary beast in the dark. They still hit like a truck. You know, the other crossbows kind of got hit on their base damage quite a bit. These guys do a lot more than just tickle. 15 damage, and Inspired Warriors deck just adding the extra 2 in, plus the range. I mean, yes, for Beast can even that out, but for Beast, the problem there is, you know, against a normal crossbow, that means they have to run away from one tile. And they can't just keep fighting. For Anatan, he can just step back 1 step, be out of range, you have to redeploy, moving the Pavis, and all of a sudden you're outranged again. I know, nice back there. Sprune emplacements just feel so toxic with relics. You saw that range, right? I'm pretty sure that guy's got a 50 caliber Springald in there. Yeah, sometimes you see the damage values on these things, you think, is that kind of overkill? It's like someone putting a sniper scope on a shotgun. Like, why are we doing this? One of my favorite games used to let you do that, by the way. Extra imaginary points to anyone who knows what that game was. That would allow you to put a sniper scope on an 870 MCS shotgun. So BC has got the stockpiling happening behind this. We're up to 700 food in the guild hall. He has got the 1 relic from his side of the map. Unfortunately, in return, Anatan is in a very confident position here with 4 relics. Where is that? There we go. Hasn't been placed yet. There we go. Break Fluid Nose. Rainbow Six, mate. Legendary game. Rainbow Six Vegas. My first online shooter experience. Grinded that one to the top of the ladders. Absolutely love that game. It was like top 3 on leaderboards at all time. I think it was my vibe. Good old MTAR 21 main. Rainbow Six Vegas 2. Okay, so Rainbow Six Vegas 2 upgraded some things, but what it downgraded in was its netcode quality. Its netcode, the bad netcode quality of that game, I think, is what killed Rainbow Six Vegas. I say that was my first love. It was the first time that I shot. Wait. What's Jones XP at? 16 minutes in, she got killed once, right? Didn't get many kills. I think he killed the boar. Didn't kill this one, though. Probably looking at like 18 minutes for a level up. Maybe there's about 80 XP left to get. Oh, wait. Did he just hit it? There you go. 100 XP. Yeah, it's been kind of a sad game. MTAR 21 main? Sounds toxic? Nah, the Famous is much more dirty. Oh, dude, look at all this Rainbow Six talk. I used to do pistol only challenges a lot. Can you believe it, by the way? I heard some people used to put duct tape on their screen so that they could see where their aim was going to be before they peeked. That's dirty. Like, what's the AoE4 equivalent of that? Oh, I know what it would be. It would be learning a spawn on a crafted map, and then on your LCD monitor, marking it with felt tip where all the resources would be. Flash coming in, though. Might be a mark of death for Beastie to try to get in here. He has got the Pavis drop. Ram is going to be dealing with the outbursts. Anatan has a lot of crossbows, but this is what we talked about with the Beast, right? It evens the fight. Good if you can back away, but right now... What was that? Sean getting a little bit ambitious. I don't know if that was really intentional. Maybe a different control group. Beastie throwing away his fair maiden. That means immediately Anatan loves the idea of a fight here because he's not giving any side product over. He's not giving XP. Anatan now with 2,000 gold in reserve still. Do we just build more prelates? Yo, you know what actually is like what I wish AoE4 had? So goated piece of tech. I can't believe more RTSs haven't offered it. I wonder if anyone knows where I'm going with this. Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander had a very unique feature with its map overlay. It kind of needed it because if you've seen Supreme Commander, Subcom's maps are massive. But what you could do is you could use your second monitor as a dedicated map screen. Such a unique thing. Beastie. Oh, this is kind of unique. Trying to ram rush Order the Dragon with E-repairs. It's definitely ambitious. John is range form level 3, though. Is she going to get sniped? It looks like it. She gets a little bit too close here. Divine Restoration still on cooldown. Oh, no, she's gone. Order of the Dragon, crossbowmen. They were always traditionally quite a good answer to Jean, even in range form. And you see why there. The high base damage means they still hit like a truck. Beastie has to buy back again. Rams, try again, and fail again. At this point, Anatan could just be all chat typing. Strike 2? Strike 3, question mark? Right, goading him into coming again. Finally, though, Beastie is going to back up. He has got the red pass on the way, but kind of an awkward position to find himself in here. He doesn't really have that many troops to protect the sacred sites. In fact, decaps are already on the way on the west side. He could pivot east with a spearman. He's got his own keep drop coming in now on the east. I mean, Beastie, you know, he is an age ahead. What I'm worried about is the scaling point of his economy. Why attack this spot only? Because he needed to go through the front side of the base, not the back of Arbitrary. If you wrap around the back of Arbalest, your opponent's going to just cut your reinforcements. You can only really get those rotations on the flank when you're playing cavalry. Because you have to keep in mind, like in the balance of the game, you're both scaling all your force into military. If you then have to rotate wide, it means like there's, you know, 4, 5, 6 units coming through here any given time. With Anatan, he can just stand here, walk out, shoot, and walk back in. So that's why Beastie felt a necessity to go through the center. Norsemen are going to be able to raid in here, but Outpost's going to make it difficult. Do you think he's got enough of them? Wolves even coming in from the side. I mean, I know he's trying to do something that's quite hard in this map with the defensive play. But because Beastie only now is going into like mass cavalry after that gap being into Arbalest, it did make it a bit easier to weave the difficult terrain. Hit like a truck and hands in the cookie jar should be on t-shirts. All right, if we ever get big enough for people to want to buy merch, yes. But we are not going to be as big as this landmark. The Love Hotel is on the way. House of Swabia coming in. Why do we call it Love Hotel? Because just so many babies are born every day in this thing. 3 TCs in 1. Gold access is still looking good, by the way. He has got the 4K in reserve. The 4K not too far beyond the tree line. And then on top of that, he has got 4 relics. Ah, yes. We've got a lot of Beastie people watching today. Yeah, he always called it the Village Printer. We always called it Love Hotel. I mean, you know, like, Villager Printer is a good name. It's just very futuristic-y. Love Hotel just kind of fits for the time, you know? There can be babies without love involved too. You, sir, had a very depressing childhood. So, back on the sacred site timer, Beastie, he's going to be looking for keep drops now. Yeah, already got one coming in over here. Needs another one on the wide. Very oppressive to try and dive. At this stage, one annoyance is that Anatan can just, like, he's got plenty of time to go into Trebs. In fact, Trebs is kind of the most cost-efficient approach for him. He won't really want to go through the Red Palace. The difficulty with the Red Palace is, like, it repairs with wood. The stone is a more valuable hard thing for Beast to justify. That's interesting. We've got the poor man's keep here. Remember, the town centers do have Arbalest emplacements. This is before hotels. I mean, but compared to cloning, Love Hotel just rings a lot better than Love Inn. Love Inn is confusing to people. Like, Love Inn just sounds like you're getting ready to make love. Oy, oy, oy. Well, some crossbows are about to make love to Jean's face here. She should be immediately sniped. Actually, instead. No, he just kind of A-click galores into the fight. Anatan. He has to go to elite text here, but he may have misread the timing on this. Was not expecting Beastie to be that confident and strong. Yeah, Arbalest emplacements made a lot of difference in that TC as well. 43 extra damage coming from the town center alone. Adds up fast here. The Spearmen are essentially just getting shredded at the beginning of this engagement. And there's a lot of XP being fed over by Anatand. Beastie. Maybe lacking the front line, though. The second wave may be good enough. The hand cannon count. A few of them in the fight goes a long way here. Pavis drop did expire. And he's just ignoring Jean. Wait, this is going to be very close to level 4. Anno may have misread that fight. No, he put way too much stock into the lead crossbowman. Without remembering, at this stage, like, this was pre-crossbow strokes, by the way. That was meant to be the best fight he could have. Imagine if that tech had been there. He actually had the attack speed buffer, and it still didn't matter. Yeah, you wouldn't really think that crossbows have been nerfed when you watch Arbla's gameplay. And now, I imagine we're probably looking at, like, what, maximum 200 XP away? We can have a quick ganders here. Okay, actually, no, still a lot longer to go. I thought Jean would have got more out of that fight. So 932. That's not bad then. Anatan still has some runway. He needs to get the next fight right, though. Horseman is the solid play here. Other rough part about that fight for Anatan is a lack of techs. He's in Imperial Age, but he didn't get anything that really makes you feel Imperial. You know, we always talk about Age 4, but when you think about it, there's a building that makes you feel like you're in Age 5. And Beastie, presumably... No, he doesn't have one either. I am, of course, talking about the universities. University involves the game in a whole other way. And for the Mass Spearman in particular, it would have been super effective considering they recently readapted it so that it gives bonus health again. 15% extra health on a unit this tanky goes a long way. So BC has got that clock ticking down. He did get the keep follow-up here. Anno with Horseman can go for a flank raid to try and secure. West side would be his best target. He doesn't know that, though. And BC isn't making it easy. His posturing makes it very difficult to go to flank raid. He's coming down the center. And finally, we have an answer to that outpost. Yes. 8+ rams couldn't beat it. But 1 cannon may be able to... Oh, no, it's got 8 repairs. You'd think the cannon is the answer until you remember this thing has 10.8 tile range. Devs, please. I still stand by my feelings on this. Like, I don't... If I had to choose one element of the relic buff that I think is ludicrous, it's actually sight range. I think they recently nerfed the sight range on HRE and Order of the Dragon outpost, right? For that reason. It was absurd. On the old patch, like this outpost would have seen out to like here. Kind of felt like you had an Imperial Palace, you know, the Chinese landmark. What's up, Monsieur Gumient? Thank you very much. Welcome to Swarm. I understand Swarm is ready to roll. We have got Mass Horseman now added in. Well, it doesn't look like Mass Horseman until you remember like each of these is worth 2 ponies. Yeah, these were all thoroughbred ponies that were meant to be twins, and they ate the twin in utero. Hence why they're so big. Glad I could explain Order of the Dragon logic. They are literally an entire population of twins that ate their twin before they were born. I want everything defensive nerfed? No, because I just said they can keep the other things. I was talking about the sight range. I think sight should be a more hard to achieve thing, right? Because that's how you get sneaky plays, that's how you get subtlety. What's up, Jean Doe? Not subtle with the raid there. Thank you very much, mate. He saw that Jean is winning. He had to get in on this. Appreciate the raid. How do you feel about roads being built by workers? Just a small movement speed increase? I don't think villagers need more movement speed. Clash coming in, Horseman. About to get cleared quite quick, but second wave held in reserve by Beastie. This should be the fight that gets him up on a level. Surely the amount of horsemen that are dying in this. Hand cannons on the backside are pumping hard, though. Anatan with 13 of these bad boys. However, he's missing a certain element. We no longer have Inspired Warriors tech. That's a big deal. And there is the biggest deal of all. Blast has arrived. And that is where things get scary. All of a sudden, these crossbows are about to turn into Gatling guns. They're going to look more like Zhuge Nu than crossbows. Meantime, we do at least have him clawing out towards sacred sites. But Beastie has already taken this opportunity to start stonewalling them in. he's only left this one open because this is impossible with a red pass nearby. I know, it needs to be quicker than this. The walls... They didn't complete. The villagers, more of them are on the way, but the timing is not going to be ideal here. He's going to arrive a little bit too late. Horseman can intercept. The villagers will be shoved away. Anatan not dead yet. 3 minutes on the clock. Now able to start painting a picture on how to get a decap. And Beastie trying to now catch up in the hand cannoneers, but you know, this is limited resource gain. He doesn't have trade going behind this. He's got Guildhall to kind of keep pumping, but he just pulled the resources out of it. So we're starting again. And hand cannoneers at this stage, I mean, you need to keep a lot of active gathering on the map. For that reason, he's actually spread out wide to try and achieve that, but horsemen are starting to find him. Beastie now trying to guard on the east side. West side still not fully locked in, but getting there. Should be done before any attempt at a cheeky decap arrives. Anatan is fully fixated on this east side. Should be an easy enough decap, considering your opponent hasn't got any keeps now, but Beastie's going for the poor man's castle. We've got an attempt to spam out cannons here behind the sacred site. Cannons just really need that sniping. Nicely done. Corvin's still not quite through the wall just yet. Gets caught again. Beastie on point here with the superior DPS cannons. Remember, they hit for 60 compared to Corvin's 40. Much easier to get a kill with these cannons compared to Corv's. Corv's are more rapid fire, but the trade-off is the lower damage reveal. Flash now coming in. There's a Roboldico in there, though. Does get sniped straight away by the hand cannoneers. Front line already failing Beastie. Horsemen are going to reach in. The hand cannoneers are carrying these engagements. A lot of XP, but you've already maxed out, mate. Beastie has to back away. He did use the attack speed aura, but he's still getting wiped. And the hand cannoneers are going to mirror match on the walls. It's a party on top of the parapets. The hand cannoneers should be capable of winning. The crossbows are actually just moving way too much. They're not even fighting back right now. But Anatan, no way. No, the cannons. The cannons are actually making the difference here. 60 damage per strike. All HC's gone. Beastie keeps the sacred site win condition. And Anatan has nothing left. And this is only the first game of the series. Yeah, it truly does deliver. Anatan, his hand cannoneers were doing such a phenomenal job. But the second wave wasn't there. His production's so far back, right? Only 3 stables here. A lot more further away. He just didn't have that second wave to contest. Beastie took the patience as well to kind of throw away the front line. Keep Jean in reserve, blasting away with the cannons. Really did just break that entirely. I mean, hand cannoneers, for the gilded ones, they look tanky until you remember that against these cannons, the real hand cannons, well, not even hand cannons, the arm cannons here, they hit him in return for, what, 115 damage, which I believe is enough to still 2-hit a gilded hand cannoneer. So in some ways, it's kind of better that you're actually against these gilded variety. We've got a decap attempt. Oh my. I didn't even think he'd try for it. I mean, he's desperate. He has to, right? But you see exactly why you can't. All he had to do was garrison it. Remember, every single garrison spot is going to be an Arbalest shot. You get absolutely disintegrated even trying to approach this thing. It's going to be west side now. We've got Rams. And he needs a lot of them. Knock, knock. 22 seconds. One Ram is not going to be quick enough here. He needs more right now. Wait, please tell. No. No, is he going to lose the game because he doesn't have greased axles? I think he is. Oh, no. It's going to be just too slow. No greased axles. No win. I mean, let's be totally real. He's still up against the ropes there, but at least he can maybe get in and get the decap. So game 1, an early opening win for Beastie. So let's get that up on the board with the Order of the Durgan versus Jean. Well played, mate. Ooh, Solid beginning. Can you reiterate your point about how Gilded was worse there because of two-shot? Oh, so the whole logic is like if a cannon is going to go in for like a snipe. So if you use the cannon shot and you do 115 damage, normal hand cannoneer has 130 HP. I believe Gilded hand cannoneers was it 230, chat? Let me double check. So Gilded hand cannoneer is 250, sorry. Okay, so maybe it doesn't make much difference. So the logic was meant to be that with a normal hand cannoneer, you shoot them 115, they have 130 health, they've got 15 left over. Hand cannoneer has 250, you hit it twice, it has 20 left over. So like the whole idea is like you should overkill less with cannons against Gilded hand cannoneers than normal hand cannoneers. I think it still kind of holds true because like percentile wise, like statistically, like the amount of units there is less. It's like cannons as a sniper unit to take out Gilded hand cannoneers should be more effective in theory against Gilded than normal hand cannoneers because like mass hand cannoneers able to approach you very quickly. A lot of them will get through. It's kind of like the logic of like if I could have 5 guys on horseback, heavily armored, like charging a front line of guns versus 1,000 people charging, right? Like a lot of the 1,000 people are going to die, but a lot more are going to make it through. It's the same logic as why, like, before prior, Mangoes against Informer, like, Mangoes against the old Mangoes anyway, against Order of the Dragon felt a little bit underwhelming because they had more spread on the damage, but they actually kind of got, like, a pseudo buff by getting nerfed against other civs against Order TD. Because the logic is that like your damage is more clumped together, but because Order of the Dragon has less units, more impactful potentially. It's like Order of the Dragon has some really weird dynamics because of the focus on population density over like mass. And yeah, Multimate simplified it quite nicely. You don't overkill Gilded as much. How's the draft work? So in what way? Like, remind me at the end and we can explain it more thoroughly. But yo. Wait, hold on. We gotta get into this. It is happening. One and all. We are on moving out. And it's going to be a fun one. Anatan with what feels like his signature Ottomans for this map. But Beastie got the English. Finally, the draft makes a little bit of sense here, right? Like when he drafted English, I was like, I'm not really sure is that valuable, but he knew the risk. He knew the opportunity for Anatan to pull this to moving out early, and he was ready and waiting. English into Ottomans. What an interesting matchup. I don't think we've seen too much English on this map because when moving out was being drafted in the EGC tournament, I feel like English was getting banned. And actually at the time when moving out first got added in Master of Realms, English was really potent. Right? It was actually a top tier pick. But in these days, it's became an oversight because everything's about pro scouts now. So people just don't really tend to care for this civ anymore because English is like a bottom 3 pro scouting civ. Well, on a map like Moving Out, pro scouts isn't of any concern. Curious to see how these two want to try to approach this. So like, Ottomans, we've seen a few kind of intriguing elements to understand strategies of this, right? We've seen the ones where he basically just builds a mimic Imperial Armory eventually here. And then spams out like Trebs to take down the enemy landmarks. I wonder if Beastie's going to be playing with more urgency here. Like maybe even just a classic longbow rush. Yeah. I mean, like what does Anno do against longbows? You can try to scale Sipahi, but the problem is, usually Sipahi very good against longbows because they can just get around the back, surround you, kill you. Imagine if it turns into a rotation on the flanks and you just stand longbows here and Pavis. Not Pavis, sorry, Palings. The Sipahi have to run headfirst into the thing that hurts them. Other options, I mean, Abbey of Memes could definitely work. Logic being, your villagers will be always healed on the front side, but you can just rotate the king around. First off, though, we're going to have to see the move out onto the mainland. That will be coming in a matter of moments. Well, I say a matter of moments, probably like another minute. There we go. Anatan already shifting out. Takes his scout as well to make sure he can get as many of the sheep on the outskirts as possible. Reason being, we've actually seen games where people have come back because they got their hands on sheep. Beastie trolling with English? I'm not convinced it's a troll. English are good for a number of reasons here. We mentioned the opportunity to longbow rush or just use the knight on land. The other thing, and just got mentioned in chat, is Admiralty. Admiralty is a beast. If you get one boat ahead, you can 1.5 boats. You can afford to go for Admiralty. It's very expensive at 500 resources. But the moment you get it, your opponent can't contest you. No. Other than a demo pull. But what usually happens at that stage is like you just keep scaling into Springald's archer ships and you kite away. Like once English are at triple archer ship, it's very hard for demo ships to do anything. And what makes it even more disgusting is like on top of having this tech Admiralty, which is phenomenal, and the attack speed aura as well, remember that the English pay 10% less for all their dock units. Not just the fishing boats, the military as well. Transfer already coming. Wait a second. 6 is a lot. There's no way he goes around, right? No, he's just going through safe. It means he wants to get the villagers out there, have all the gold, not have to worry about it again. I was like, is there a world in which he tries to go after his opponent's gathering? Because that could have been sick. And that's cheeky. Anatan, he actually went north side gold. So the expectation is what Beastie's doing. You go to your corner gold. But he pivoted. So he might be able to catch his opponent off guard from the flank a little bit faster here. Walls are going to be coming up. Anatan looking to control the narrative here. Oh, that's sick. So the northern wall stops Beastie from contesting this dock area. And now these south side little slabs are going to prevent him from getting the dock drops for fishing down here. Remember, there's only one deep water fish here. You want to be getting it. This map's kind of baity because I think a while ago it was 4 deep water in each. It got changed by Cavallu to be 1 deep water and 3 shoreline. And here's the thing. The villager isn't stuck here because afterwards you can just transport ship him away. He's going to be Abbey of Kings. Just on the outside. So isn't he interested in raiding on the mainland? He's going to be able to poke at this. And he has just scouted out that Anatan's over here. So kind of ideal for him. He gets in quicker. Anno likely will be looking to get an outpost up out here at least, if not a Rax play. Raxes do sometimes feel a bit weird against English. But like if English are playing wholeheartedly into water, scaling longbows is not very easy. The short bow attempt. Yo, if he wants to be micro-intensive about this, what he can actually do is like ungarrison, click to build, and then before the shot comes in, garrison. But he just leaves it at half done. So, very annoying situation for Beastie. He does still have that one spot, though. Loses some efficiency, but not too much, actually. Yeah, does it kind of feel like Anatan needed to do one extra tile here? In fairness, it does push the equation further away from equal for Beastie. And what I mean by that is like, you kind of want the dock here, so you have the healing very deep. But in return, Anatan spent, God, how much wood on that? Because he didn't, so here's the problem. Anatan didn't drag wall. So remember, when you wall like this, there's an initial cost. The initial cost is 3 times each additional tile. So he spent a lot of wood doing this. Versus if you just click all the way. It may be that he clicked all the way, but it didn't look like it. So it's a very big difference because if he clicked all the way, he would have saved in the end, I want to say something like 60 to 80 wood, at least. So I think like maybe he did look like there's a 7 each. Are you sure? Because if you click start, then it always starts with 21. So King is on the way. We do have the outpost come up from Anno. He's gold light, but the cool thing is he does have the Sultan Hani to make up the difference. Corners don't cost. Wait, have I been getting baited? Why didn't they update the UI? The UI still says it initially cost 21. They used to, yeah, but like I'm not. So here, look, ready? Cost 21. It's like, yeah, they need to get rid of the. They need to retype that. trusting the game's writing. Boat coming in. Anatan did get the cheaper docks up already. Love the play into the naval arrow slits. It's a very efficient way of dealing with this early pressure. It makes sense as well. You need something to kind of just get an edge over Admiralty potential here. Farms early from Beastie, but feels like he needs extra food. King is on the way, but like we said, the outpost is already up. Anatan has been gathering actually a decent amount of stone. I think he's been buying it. Yeah. So he's been buying his way into stone consistently just to get all the necessary defenses up. Anno. Whoa. A little bit slow on the reaction there. First blood drawn. BC getting a little bit of a freebie. You know what would be kind of sick here, actually, chat? Is if the outpost rushes the tree line. There's a unique tech that you get as the Ottomans. Here you go, I'll show you. Because it's new and it's hard to know what it is otherwise. Right here. Extensive fortifications. It reduces the cost of your defensive buildings, and it increases the damage of them by giving them crossbow emplacements instead. So it could be a really sick way of shutting down the tree lines. Also protects you better against the king over here, which just got another kill. Body blocks from the scout and the king. Beastie just kind of outplaying on the flanks here. I know. Now I'm going to shove out with more units. I think that's another villager coming in because you need the additionals to afford springles or boom ships. Out of all the players in the tourney, has anyone caught my eye and deserves a shout out? I mean, like, what? You're thinking up and comers? I think Scatterbrain is improving quite a bit. He's doing quite well now. Myriads has some interesting performances. I'd say, like, yeah, Scatterbrain, and when we've seen Stopper with some funky strategies, like, those two have, like, come out of kind of nowhere, I want to say. There's a lot that are kind of improved. Like, Kaiser Johan had a phenomenal run last week. Outside that, I think a lot of the results has been expected. Cat. Actually, no, Cat. Yeah, Cat was really surprising at the start of the year. King did get killed in the end. Has gone down. New one is being bred, though. That's English for you. We lose a king. We go, oh, no, it's terrible. What, you mean we get a holiday? And then we crown a new king? Oh, great life. Other countries are out here celebrating the Day of Independence and other stuff like that. And we're just like, new king! What's up, Webfram? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. All right, 5 more villages over. Anatan is going pretty heavy into the gold. We could be seeing a mass switch into demos. Makes sense. BC has gone pretty heavy on Hulks. All pressure north side as well. For good reason. Anatan needs to protect. This is his second deep water fish. BC still only has 1. It's like economically, Anno should be favored. Should. Doesn't quite feel that way when you look at the raw economy at the top, though. Especially when you look at the food income. Other awkward thing here is definitely this aura. Sometimes, I don't know, I kind of feel like it's a bit overly toxic that English outpost aura affects boats. So he has extra range and extra attack speed. Can you point to me where English feels bad on water? Doesn't look it here. Nice little raid with the archer ship, though. We'll play Banatan to get on the flanks. And the king goes down again. Second time in the game. Having a little bit pricey. Villager comes in for the repair. I know. Oof. Does end up losing it, though. The dock looking likely to go down here. Anatan, he never switched into demo ships. No, he's just trying to mass Ringolds. This feels like a gradual loss with this strategy in mind. Like, only upside for you is... I'm struggling, actually, to figure what the upside is with this play. So for Anatan, maybe he just feels like he's stuck here. The gold isn't secure enough to mass demos. Also, like, double archer ship on such a linear map can really suffocate you. But the problem he has here is, like, these ships have better range, and when they're in outpost, or a better attack speed. There's, like, no positive outlook there for Anno right now. It's going to shuffle all the way back, and we do finally have the demo pull. It's tough now with your positioning. Before, when it was towards this side, you could smuggle around the south side with demos and essentially sandwich Beastie's boats. But now, it kind of feels like the demo ship's going to be seen coming. So, you know, as long as Beastie doesn't fall asleep at the wheel. I mean, I know we like to joke that all the players are old, but I don't think he's at the stage where he goes for a nap every 2 hours yet. As long as he's paying attention, these demos shouldn't really find their target. Anasand could try something really high risk, which is like a feign retreat. We've seen some players try it before where you hide the demos in the fishing boats, hold back towards it, and then look like you're losing the fight and jump with the demos. It is a bit difficult, right? Like, these things being on fire kind of stand out. Continue poke. We do have a Sipahi on land. Nice raid, actually. This is awkward because if this was like normal villages, they could actually melee defend themselves a lot better than ranged archers from the English camp. So we'll get a kill there. Forces the idle time. Goes for the pressure play. Archer ships have been sniped out, actually. Beastie may be in a bit of a pickle here. Splits off. Needs to micro this right. Sacrifices a few. The demos maybe tongue in the wrong direction, though. He walks straight into it. Anatans gets about as good of a trade as he could get out of that. But it still may not be enough. No, he's outnumbered. Heavily damaged. So, despite the best endeavors from Anatan, Beastie able to dodge the bullet. And there was a slip up there for a moment. He pulled back on the north side Springles into a demo ship. Lost 3-1 detonation there. That was the turning point where Anatan probably looked the best he was going to ever look in that fight. And still even that wasn't enough. Now the forced idle time has at least starved Beastie off of gold. Remassing Springles slows down a little bit. His ability to go into demos himself, definitely hampered. But what has Anatan really gained from this is the question. Is he looking for a tech play? Could we be eventually seeing a Vizier point investment, actually? There is a long-term play here for Anatan if the game goes long enough. And that's the Great Bombard. We've seen him and players like B use it before on this map. It can end the game. And a Great Bombard would give you a way of sniping out these boats safely. But we are still quite some way off of that. New King spawns, so Sipahi once again getting blocked. A lot of these just kind of adding in them occasionally because he has a lot of food and wood. So it's not really hurting his scaling elsewhere. It's kind of securing gold for later in the game while slowing down beasties. We have 7 demo ships ready to pull. Meanwhile, demos round the back from Beastie. Fishing gets idled out. Just a single archer and Springald ship behind it. So Anatan has to pause on all of the food gathering and now finds himself in a sticky predicament here. Backstab demo. Oh no! That may just seal it. The damage done to this fleet now. Demo's in panic mode. Beastie just leaves one dangling in the middle for a max demo here. And the lead builds. Beastie now on the counter-offensive. Anatan still idled out and not gathering. What a backstab. What a move. At the perfect time there. Beastie just slivers that one demo in for a decisive strike. The follow-up just as beautiful. And the outcome feeling like it's undeniable now. Beastie is looking to blitzkrieg his way through this series. The first game, hotly contested, but this one has felt like a trending direction always in favor of the Serb. A Serb that serves, it seems. Anatan about to sink. Raids once again over here, and that is going to be him calling it a 2-0 now for Beastie. Whew. Strong start, man. I'm getting a rough feeling about this one. So Anatan with the auto pick. English from Beastie gets the dub. We'll pay out the predictions. You made the best of X series easy to see. Difficult to do without it being overly intrusive and not fitting its box. People just need to look. It's literally there in the... Look, guys. There in the corner. See it down there? Nice little Beast 7. Not sure if there's much more room to really make it bigger. And if you put B07, people just get confused. Okay, so next up, we've got Frisian. Chinese versus Ibex, in theory, should be good for Ano. Could be good. I think it's a little bit tricky here because like you can go with the Dervish builds and you basically bait China into trying to get to Juganu. We'll see if he wants to go that way. Need ban Beastie. That's true. How dare he speed run my tournaments? Ugh. Beastie going to be a king in this game for a long time. Oh, we'll see. He's definitely starting off 2025 well to try and make it his year. There's a lot of scary upcomers though, right? We're going to run a minute and a half of ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them in-game. Oy, oy, oy. Hey, sup, Tej Top. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. By the way, has anyone been eyeballing Avowed? Because we were saying, actually, after this, especially if it's like a short stream, we were maybe going to check out a little bit of Avowed. So, if you guys were wondering what the RPG is like, I was going to give it a first impressions look, because I haven't actually tried it yet. I've been trying to avoid it. We're also going to be checking out Monster Hunter next week. So yeah, should have a nice mixture of fun for today. So yeah, sort of been playing So State and a laser as well. I mean, dude, like StarCraft is kind of dead from a tournament perspective now, right? I've heard the ladder's pretty grim as well. From my understanding, like 90% of games are just Protoss, which is, I don't think we've even like had something. We had that like at the start of AoE4 with like Mongols and then Bruce. Started YouTube recently. Any advice? Don't comment in my chats asking for it. Now I'm kidding. Figure out your niche and build it. Figure out what you offer uniquely that other people can't, instead of just copy and pasting what other people do, and you'll go a lot further for sure. I think a lot of people hear the word niche and they really misunderstand it like something small. A niche can be millions large. You just have to understand what your unique offer is and scale it. Also, be careful of things like external advertising, because the weird part is like what can happen there is you get the wrong people directed to your content and it kills videos. It's very weird. That's why I was paranoid the other week about like letting my community immediately know about the PC build video we done for AMD. But let's get ready. Game 3 predictions. What? How good is Lord? I don't know who Lord Debussy is. What? Brogan? All right, let's get ready to go. One and all, it may finally be time. Welcome back to the channel for grand final showdown between Anatan and Beastie. Game number 3. China is number 1. That's at least what we've been told. That's what we've been led to believe. Along with Zhuji, they share the title of number 1. Surely they can be like a B-tier Civ in the Ibex. Well, definitely not being ranked up by a B-tier player. Beastie behind the steering wheel in the Ibex in this game. Love the opening as well. Check this. He went double scout. Okay, that's exciting. Unfortunately, it looks like Anatan carved down the center perfectly. He used the extra vision of the Chinese to dodge getting intercepted. So he's already coming out ahead. We're talking 24 sheep right now compared to 16. And remember, the sheep count of Ibex is going to be inflated because they go berries first. This is not an ideal start for Beastie. And he still can't find where he is. Yeah, it's so tricky. The idea is cool for Beastie, but like China's probably the hardest Civ if the player's paying attention because of the extra vision. Tang Dynasty means this scout sees the enemy scout first. So then you can adapt your trajectory to stay out of vision. Do you know if Marine Lord retired after losing the previous tournament? We haven't seen anything from him. Hey, if he ever wants a firm, reliable place to practice, KPMM is open to him. I mean, Anatand has been grinding out the KPMMs, and now look at him, a top 3 player. You know, Poppy, Paw, and Wham took a break from the Midweek Musters, and Anatand took their place. That's all I'm saying. That's kind of crazy, though. 20 sheep to 24, and that's almost everything. I think there's maybe a few left in the corner up here. Yeah, 1 or 2. But then it's all gone. It looks like BC did at least find the sheep around the back, which is really important. Yeah, you always think that, like, sometimes when you get this type of spawn, you can quite often see, like, 3 sheep spawn here. You always think it's safe, but look at the range. Like, someone can walk in and take those away. We've seen games decided by someone not taking their initial sheep. Because you usually get, like, 5 to 8 sheep around your TC area. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if we'll see a laser eventually sign up to these. He's got some ways to go. I think he was, like, trending platinum recently, which isn't bad for someone who just completely started and came from a game that doesn't have, like, these wide dynamics of, like, you know, X amount of civs, right? Okay, how did you guys predict? Wow, I think that's the closest we've had, right? 47% for Beastie, 53% for Anatan. So a tight series here. Dervish Wing. Okay, BC is going to go for that pressure build. We Fury Crafted. Likely we'll be looking at, what, like a Desert Raider opening to just poke a little here? Can make a lot of sense. The whole logic there is, like, if you go for a Desert Raider, you can bait your opponent to overreact into archers, and then you can just try to tech. He has a really good spawn to make that play as well, because he's got the back gold. That particular play, by the way, is a lot harder against Yuji than Chinese, because Yuji can immediately go Zhuge Nu. But obviously China would have to go Barbican first. But before they do that, it is going to be the classic. Pro Scouts on the way. To be expected here. Beastie, meanwhile, the way he's gathering gold, it feels like it's a fast castle build. And the outpost pretty much guarantees it. So Dervish, place them on these relics, and then likely Growth Wing. I mean, hell, Beastie's 2 games up. If he wanted to Gamba Wing, we saw Anatan do that in his series against Dimmu. It didn't end well in the Chinese IBIB matchup. In fairness, though, this is a better map for Gamba Wing because of the trade option. Maximum distance. If he was going to do that, I think he would have placed the House of Wisdom down here, though. Lasers, sucking. Well, sucking is a harsh word. Come on, Cascade. Sucking? Poor guy. I mean, of course he's going to be lacking in game knowledge, dude. He hasn't played AoE 4 for all the years the other players have. I always like to highlight this. Like, if you look at the way that most of the players played Age of Empires 4 when it first came out compared to now, like, the things we've learned about the game, it makes them all look like noobs. That's just a fair statement in general. That applies to so many games. I remember I made the most obvious comparison to me over the years with Dota 2. The things that pros were doing in Dota 2 in, like, 2012, the absolute gutter tier of, like, bronze level players do that in, like, 2021 now, 2022. They start doing that. Oh, sucking in, absorbing. Got you. In fairness, it's understandable why that red, like you say, he sucks. At least we'll pick it up quick, though, right? He was a hell of a competitor with Stormgate. Okay, so plenty of scouts being bred here, because apparently people hate when I say that word. Other side, Beastie. Oh, apparently the only thing he's interested in breeding more of is money. We're looking at the fast castle build. Is there a world in which you do, like, industry or trade? I can't see it. Growth is just too safe, right? So we'll be the linear play into growth. Dervishes are already out in the field. They're like, don't touch our... Okay, they're taking it. Anasand has seen this play, though, so he's going to try to react with Spearman, Horseman. Horseman is really rough into Dervishes because of the debuff. I love this from Beastie, though. He's griefing the deer. Wow, look at that Spearman damage. Wow, look at that spin. Oh god, playing against these camels always feels so depressing in the opening. BC is just called lame in the deer. Didn't go pro scouts himself. Like, it would be way too late. I think you just take away from your real timing here. Who needs a childhood if you can play Dota 2 competitively? I mean, true, your childhood is becoming a millionaire in that case. Is it worth getting wheelbarrow early on China? Only if you're moving a lot. He done it for the trees, right? Because he's got quite a lot of workers there. And the pivot to the gold, because the gold's quite far out. But usually with Pro Scouts builds, people don't really rush to wheelbarrow. We're 8 minutes in, it wouldn't really be considered a rush. But like 4 minutes wheelbarrow, no. Because the whole logic is when you go Pro Scouts, your villagers aren't moving. And if they're not walking, they're working. Right? If they're working, they're walking. So if you're going to do a lot of walking, get this. But if you're static, which is what Pro Scouts gives you, this is quite redundant. That's why, for example, Roost don't really care much for wheelbarrow in the opening phase. I play AoE 4 since start and I never make it over Conk 2 and 1v1. So frustrating when new guys come in, play a few weeks, and same, good, feels bad. I can already just image the smashing of each key press as you type that out. Oh, outpost rush from Beastie. Nicely micro there. He actually perfectly played that. No losses to worry about at all. Spearman on the double dive are just going to get wiped out. Maybe like 2 left over at the end. Actually, BC decides to ungarrison a bit sooner. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to no comment about the be better than me after short period, because traditionally over the years with games, I've been that person that like picks up a new game and does fairly well quite quickly. We all have that friend, right? And the logic is like there'll be people that will be better than me who commit to the game for a long period. But like it's always annoying when you have that friend that like they just start the game and they're immediately fairly decent. So Anno has the shoot coming. Interesting. Camelance is already in the way, but he has got a lot of spearmen. So he's looking to play blocker to Camelance or Archer here. Beastie already making that switch. I mean, Beastie, he doesn't actually know about the Juke detail yet. He might assume like a tech up play here makes a lot more sense. Wallo is going to push him away. This is still only the first relic, by the way. Beastie got blocked quite well. Anasand has played his hand reasonably decently here. Not just that, you can see he's gradually scaling towards that castle age timing. Cool thing about this is like if you keep the Camel Lancers in check, you could play Clock Tower quite well. I think more likely might be Imperial Palace, just because the vision it could give over towards the center of the map, into the Stealth Forest. Anno has delayed his castle by a lot, but think about the ramifications for Beastie. He's kind of being pinned in his base, he's not achieving his real win condition, and Anno does have an army that's upgradable. You know, yes, the Camel Lancers won't care about Juke at all because of Undermesh, but the Archers will always care. So this isn't the worst idea of things to scale. If this was, say, Abbasids with composite bows, I'd agree this starts to feel a bit bad because composite bows can, like, fight against Juke reasonably well. But all Ibids get is, woohoo, this buff, when we kill a unit, we get extra damage. Okay, so at the start of the fight, you lose 10 Archers and 2 of them get damage promoted. Doesn't have the same ring to it as all my Archers are Gatling guns. Another thing is you have to remember this is securing his Pro Scouts play. So we're looking at 4 deer stacks in this game. Anno has enough food to afford this. He honestly kind of needed it after the way the sheep game is going. Actually, no, he was okay on the sheep game, but like the reality is like when you're blobbing crap tier units versus quality, right, it's much easier for this to find its value in the game than one of these. Or X amount of food for the same price. So Imperial Palace now on the way. Does go for the vision game. Also really cool because it's going to let him know if Beastie gets greedy and goes wide. Which eventually he's going to have to do unless he wants to just go farms. I wonder, does Anno rush the Monk timing? We've got extra Raxus getting added in here. Veterancy for Zhu gets prioritized. Makes sense. He wants to counter the archer play. The camel lancers are pretty underwhelming. There's only 5 of them right now. These dervishes are so obnoxious. That's the other importance of having something like a Zhuk, by the way. It means that dervishes can't play in the fight at all. Remember, these are OP against mass melee. Same with the Imam play for Ottomans. Because the AoE heal just... The logic is when you're playing melee into melee, you can't immediately snipe down units one by one. AoE heal is really underwhelming when I can just target fire the unit you're healing. And even more so when I can just target fire you. Nice read by Anna as well. He's already waiting for that attempt to grab the flank relics. We'll get intercepted on some of the reinforcements. He's been a little bit careful about his positioning here. He's got Steel Arrow on the way, level 2, but he didn't actually rush it with the supervision at all. And we do have a Palace Guard switch coming in. Surprising, your opponent is still skiing a lot of Camel Lancers here. But he just wants to layer them in with the Spearmen, so it muddies the fight. Well, it's going to be a big fat L, as is this one. Wait, Anno's positioning. This isn't looking so great. Spearman count, there's only 8 here. The archers are cleaning them up. Anatans. He was trying to get home here, but Beastie was waiting for it. Circling like a shark. Gets in on top in the fight. Camel Lancer should be able to clean house now. Beastie now taking the military lead. And still reasonable amount of Camel Lancers left to play with. Still got one Dervish in play as well for the heals. Zhug pretty much have just been scoured from the universe. They don't exist anymore. And it's going to be a switch into Crossbow Palace Guard now. So not the worst of ideas. Crossbows will do phenomenally well against the camels. PG are just meant to absorb against the archers and absorb the charges of the camel lancers. I know because the pro scouts will definitely have enough food to do this, but for the time being, he is critically weak, right? He doesn't have a standing army right now to defend. Beastie is looking to exploit that. That's much for another thing is Undermesh 2. Hasn't been supervised either. Palace Guards do start with lower ranged armor, melee armor than standard men at arms. Meaning these archers do fare a bit better. And also Beastie, he did prioritize the range 2 upgrade. Really like to have dinner while enjoying the tournament. Beastie's finishing too fast. True, we need to put Hill and Dale back in rotation. That'll fix it all. I mean, it kind of might, actually, but... But why? Uh-oh, Camel Lancers? That's a charge. I know, he tried to shrink the gap, so he took less damage. But check this, archers immediately snipe the backside. I know, getting chased away. He can't stick to the fight at all. The Palace Guard are just now getting mopped up. Anatan's problem is, like, he doesn't really have any eco upsides here. He secured one relic, but Beastie has more on the way home. In fact, Beastie's been trying to prioritize the enemy relics close to his base. So it's good that Anatan at least took that one away, but let's never forget this began by him, like, missing out on a relic close to his base, right? So overall, Beastie is trending towards 4 relics in this game. Top of that, Anno does at least have Song Dynasty to help him a little bit. But Beastie now has map access. He's pulling out onto the berries, onto the fish. There is a growing risk that Anatan will run out of food first. Because of the shoreline fish. Like, if we do a raw count here, let's count reasonable distance. So 15, 500 each. That means he's getting 7,500 food. That's basically 3 deer stacks. And then you add in the berries as well. Like, it's fair to say Beastie's in a much more confident position with his economy currently than Anatan. Because Anno has switched over onto Palace Guard and Crossbows, doesn't really have that raiding potential anymore. Not that he ever truly did. That was a bit greedy from Beastie, though. Then again, wait, was that the one? Oh, come on. Is it going to be 5 relics? I think Beastie was kind of semi-baiting him with that. You can see the army was reacting. That's why Anatan didn't hang around. That was dirty. He's dangling it out there because he knew that if Anatan really did commit to try and get the relic, that could be game. Especially when you look at the archer versus crossbow count. Double it, and now also crossbows as well. Beastie just pretty much looking to keep a thin line of melee and blob range now. So this does actually offer up a route for Anasand if he didn't go for Imperial Palace. And that would have been to go Clock Tower Nesta Bees. It's not guaranteed, but with your opponent posturing Secret Sites, you can push somewhere, right? Nesta Bees are the optimal counter to mass archers. Now the problem is, like, Anno needs a decent amount of front line for that. Even then, there's kind of a growing concern it might be a bit too slow. Especially now that BC's making the move first into Siege. What's the power of IO on this map? I think the thing about IO is you feel like you're almost guaranteed castle age with how safe the spawns are. I think also BC was kind of aware that it was going to be the Chinese pick. So he was just kind of downplaying his pick to a certain degree. Because at the end of the day, it's like a best of 7, you're removing one of Antan's best civs. But the Dervish play like makes a lot of sense against Pro Scouts. If he assumes Pro Scouts are going to be happening on this map, it means you get 2 relics on Fast Castle for free. This gold may be the killer for Anathant. Needs it for massing crossbows. Mango shots are coming in, though. I mean, he has no other gold, right? No. Just taxation. No relics either. Love the outpost from Beastie as well. Full vision around the Stealth Forest, just like his opponent. We do at least have Anatan fishing, so not quite dry on resources yet. Has taken most of what would exist otherwise. I think there's... Oh, wait. Was that Beastie? You son of a... And that is how you counter Pro Scouts. I remember when the game first came out, I had this cool theory about like Pro Scouting, picking up the enemy deer and hiding them in Stealth Forest. But in reality, it wasn't that good because when you play on low graphics, you can see them in the Stealth Forest easily. But if you're a high graphic gamer, you can see how bad it is. Sacred Sight timer is ticking. Anasan in a bit of a tricky predicament. He has got the trebs coming in to try and deal with the outpost. Hit on the seaside, though. 7 villages down now. Unplanned. All that work for someone just to remain behind like this can't feel great. Release the deer? No, dude. This is thoughtful because if you eat all the deer, then they can't reproduce and the deer go extinct. So when you let them... Oh, wait. They're already dead. So what's Anno's idea for victory here? I think he's just looking to blob and contest the main fight. The Nesta Bees will be insanely high value here. The problem he has is, and what he doesn't know, is that BC's already kind of read that move by prepping Horsemen. Horsemen's your golden solution here. Because against 53 archers, like Nesta Bees just completely shred. Why no 2TC Song? 2TC would kill him. He's got like 1,000 food income, and he's still being outmassed militarily. I think 2TC is just too greedy here. His logic was, as the game goes on, Song extends my villager count to the point that like Beastie's eco-wing play doesn't really matter. Problem is these small raids that have been coming in. It's kept him pinned down to 68 to 76 villages currently. We need a civ that tampers with deer. Wait, why are you adding cilantro? Wouldn't the play be to add... Oh, what is that spice? There's a spice that apparently certain people, it tastes like soap to them. Coriander, right? Add coriander to the deer. That's how you get it. Oh, is cilantro... Wait, oh, is that... Oh, yeah, that's the American name for it, isn't it? Sorry, I always get that mixed up because we call it coriander. Nesta Bees are marching in. If he could see this... But he's blind to it, though. Are you kidding me? How do you hide something that big behind one tree? Nesta Bees get a good hit, though. Manjanique's no to return fire. Lance is trying to come in for the flank. This is do or die for Anatant. The Nesta Bees may be failing him a little here. That AoE heal is offsetting the damage. It's just not enough. He's not clearing it fast enough here. No, he needed one more nest of bees for that to really be the checkmate maneuver. Instead, he gets shoved home. 5 minutes left on the clock, and things now looking grim for Anatan. You've got to be kidding me. Just one tree, guys. Just one tree. And it hid everything. It hid the world from Anatan. Now, scary thing is, Mass Manjani can get... Oh my god, dude. He's doing it again. Beastie done this against B. This isn't like a one-off IBIB pick on this map for Beastie, folks. Beastie picked this Civ in the last rounds against John. And destroyed with the Dervish opening. And it ended with this very, very large thing on your screen. Dominating the fights. It's happening again. It's a perfect counter to crossbows. A little bit questionable against Nesta Bees, but your opponent doesn't have many of them. He keeps telling us he's all about aggression, but this is looking a lot like Siege Cutie right now. 5 Manjaniques and a Siege Tower. Oh my god. Anatan just has no moves left. Wonder if the Pro Scouts... I wonder if instead of Pro Scouts, he could have maybe just gone double Scout Opener. Got his greed a different way, because that would have starved out Beastie a bit more, and it would have given him enough to forget about Pro Scouts. Maybe the, like, Suga New all-in idea, I think it came down to that surround. Beastie just patiently played around it. And I think that just put him so far ahead. Far enough ahead that he can just build 2 of these very nonchalantly. It's only 1,000 resources each, guys. It's not much. Oh, look. You built a castle. Be a shame if I had a giant-ass ram. Oh, no. We're back on the follow mode. And the boys shuffle in. Who would do it faster? A Trebuchet or a Tower Sultan? The Tower Sultan's actually trying to kill the Trebuchet right now. Keep drop now on the north side. He mops up another group trying to sneak out. I know his problem is he doesn't have the farms yet. If he could get a decap, the game could actually look somewhat productive for him, right? He'd be able to have enough time to do a full granary switch. Full granary switch isn't going to be quick enough here. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock. He's just playing a really clean series. That game 1, I'd say, was the scrappy one. But everything since then, it's like, you know, just warmed up, ready to roll. DC goes full passive. Yep. Welcome to 5 relic life. Why would you send your people down into the gold mines where they could die when you can just worship a relic and God gives you gold? I think that's how it works. Actually, I think it's meant to be the pilgrims come and drop off the coins. And then you prove that, like, church is a scam when you just, like, pillage the coffers for the state. Sands punching a Hail Mary here. Oh, just a casual 23 villages repairing. This is very expensive. If we didn't have to repair this, we could have built more Tower of the Sultans. Man goes, oh no. This isn't great. Nesta Bees get the return fire, but it's not enough to kill the Manjaniques. Knobs are down. That has to surely be it. The villagers aren't even reacting anymore. Anatan with a misclick, trying to run away. It's all falling apart. We may have a 4-0 wipe on our hands unless Anatan can start to play perfectly and turn this around with a redraft. It is going to be a beastie wipe. He is now on the verge of victory for the first time ever in Midweek Muster. After the 3rd attempt, after 14 weeks of existing, he could do so in the most dominant of fashions. Anatan, right now, it's got to be said, was completely incapable of stopping him. Look how hard these things... Goodbye, Castle. At this rate, goodbye, Anatan. Oi, oi, oi. 3-0 on the board now, folks. So, Mark that up. I mean, that was basically like meant to be Anatan's best Civ. Just looked absolutely trivial. Whoopsie, not left side win, right side win. Let's pay out. So, things could change still, though. It's not over until it's over. If Anatan can win this next game, he can get a draft reset. And anything could happen on draft reset, right? Like, you could catch your opponent completely off guard, theoretically. It's going to be tough, though. We've got Delhi versus Byzantines. I think both of these civs are kind of like, I want to say similarly valuable on this map. Byzantines don't like the Pro Scouts meta. Delhi suck a bit in the Pro Scouts meta because it's so slow to get to for them. And Oasis doesn't have much to offer for Pro Scouts play, only 12 tier. So there might be some hope here for Anna Chad. How is the money raised for this? I sell myself on the streets of Manhattan every Tuesday. And then on every Thursday, I go work in a soup factory making soup overtime so that I can afford this. Please subscribe. Life is hard. Jesus, that got dark. And that's why you need to subscribe. You know, someone should clip that. We should just have that for why to subscribe. You think tournaments should have less bans to incentivize new players to try hard AoE4? No. I don't think I don't think that's the correct way of doing it at all. You got ladder to prep civs, right? Like, there's still going to be a big gap between you and the other people. All you're doing is like basically making it even harder for new players to get into the game because you're rewarding the one-trick ponies who only play like French on the ladder. Soup Factory pays well. When you work 24 hours in the day, they pay okay. No, we work with World's Edge. They gave us some funding. I'd love to be able to raise the funding. I've said this before. Like, the goal is to keep growing the channel. You know, if we're able to become like a 1,000 average viewer streamer, then I can start getting regular deals and getting brands involved with the tournament series. And that means that we can then level up the prize pooling, right? Make it a $20,000, $30,000 circuit instead of a $10,000. All right, I'm going to run a minute of ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game. What's my only Rams? Oh, Kingston currently. Is that why I'm off on Wednesday for the return flight? You see, you know it. Been streaming from that factory. I'm surprised you can't tell by how gobbly my voice sounds on a Tuesday. You know? Oh. BC's the biggest AoE4 streamer? Yep. Average is 1k. He's a little bit below 1k right now. I have his stats tracked in a chart. He's 892 over 30 days, 787 over 90 days. Sorry, did I said 90 twice. 892 over 30 days, 787 over 90 days. We're currently 476 over 30 days. Not bad. Love to see the community growing here. I mean, the way you stop the game feeling so gatekeepy is you fundamentally flip the table every once in a while. So you change the way all the civs function, etc. You don't make it easier by like removing the complexity of the ban system, which is fundamental to actually making tournaments interesting, in my opinion. I think that's a backward step. Then you get mirrors, and you get like cheesy picks all the time, right? I don't think it necessarily solves the problem. Oh no, not the cilantro stuff. Track your stats? Yes. I track the stats for people I rep. I have a whole roster of talent that I have stats for. Right then. One and all, it has come down to this. Are the Byzantines OP? Anatan needs to answer this question perfectly. Show his mathematical workings out. Get top marks here because Beastie is not going to be a slouch in this one. We head into Oasis. Delhi in the hands of the Serb and currently trailblazing his way to a 4-0 annihilation over the most dominant player we've had in 2025 so far for the Midweek Musters. Could his road end here, or could this be the beginning of a miraculous comeback for Anatan? Byzantines definitely are a solid pick on this map. I think they can actually and have proven to be able to work well on Oases, a map where you don't really have much safe food. You have it all spread out around these pocket sources of shoreline fish that you want to be aiming for. Delhi, on the other hand, because there's not so much deer on this map, don't struggle as much against pro scouting civs. Admittedly, Byzantines isn't exactly a pro scouting civ, but that's why I think this matchup could be decent for either side, right? With Byzantines not having to basically stare down the barrel of pro scouts in a rush, they do get these windows of opportunity around the initial merc timings that they can utilize. Love the way draft systems work. I wish it was built into the game and made the official way to host tournaments. Yeah, but the problem is you can't use that on the ladder. If you enforce these pick ban phases on the ladder, what you're essentially doing is you're going to lose a lot of casual viewers that just want to play certain civ. Not everyone wants to compete. It makes sense for competition. It's the same like with Dota 2. Like when I play Dota 2 and I get into a pub game, you know, there's 1 or 2 bans, but there's not like a full drafting series. I'm not told I have to play this civ. I can play this hero. I can play whatever I want. Right? Those things are very important. Same with like Call of Duty. You don't draft the roster of maps and modes. You just play the map. It comes up. So it's important to like have it that way so that people are able to play the casual way. Yeah. I think like the drafting system's really cool. I want to try to reinvigorate the drafting system, see if there's a new way to go with AoE4s, maybe some sort of different angle than the current one we're using. Because we've been using the same drafting system now for like almost 2 years. And you say if it's not broke, don't fix it. But maybe there is room for experimentation on some changes. Not removing drafting, but maybe an alternate route. I really like the pick snipe systems, but they tend to work better for team tournaments than 1v1s. 34% on Anatan isn't too bad, actually. Grand Winery Dome of Faith, so no alterations here. We're not going to be seeing the Tower Victory build, which can kind of annihilate Javelins in the Feudal Age. Dome of Faith, it's kind of funny. Like, they nerfed it, but it still just feels so damn good because of the value of, like, the Castle Age timing and the techs you unlock. Will be a spin beginning, as expected, against Ghazi. I wonder... Oh, that sucks. He could go for a camel, though. So this is unfortunate. Camels against Ghazi isn't going to be great. Anatan is probably the most prolific neutral trade post mercenary user in pro play right now. I know some people want to say Faye, but she's not competing in these tournaments. So it's Anatan. He always looks for that advantage. It's why he actually likes Byzantines on this map. Usually Jean is his biggest priority in French, but Biz afterwards. Because you get a trade post right here. If you guys remember, like, you know, he was the first player to really show it off in pro play when we were seeing it in Lipany. Because Lipany usually would spawn with a trade post next to your base, so you could utilize this. But unfortunately, Musafadi plus Camel Archers is pretty bad against Dilly. You would have preferred, I don't want to say Juganu, maybe, but someone like Sapahi would have been a lot better of an outlook for Biz here. Beastie. As a result of being the only one to have the premium calf, we already have Ghazi on the way. Is this map good for Delhi? Yeah, it's pretty decent. We mentioned the pro scouts already, but it's also the divide on the sacred sites. You can kind of extend to one or the other. The other thing is because Ghazi, we got raid in the name, they want to raid in the game, right? On a map like this, because pro scouts is bad, people typically play out to the flanks, which means that Ghazi find more raid opportunities. Out on the deer, out on the fish, berries, etc. Oh. Beastie will be able to play the pro scouts because it's free. So in 3 minutes, you'll be able to pick up an extra 4,200 food off of the map. Bano, but more limited. Has he got anything worthy about his... Okay, this isn't too bad. This is actually kind of a nice extension. Gold berries on one area. Kind of unfortunate it spawned on the far side, but I don't think you would have had the pond anywhere near as close otherwise. So probably looking for an organic move towards the north. The problem is BC's already aware of it, and he's already shuffling around the back. Smart move by Beastie. So, like, backup options aren't great here for Anatan. He's got deer down here, but you don't ever really want to be doing deer as Byzantines. It's all about berries. Shoreline fish can be okay. You get a little bit of olive oil, but usually berries is the backbone. Because remember, it's not just about, like, the gathering rate differences. It's about what you can build with it. And olive oil really is your golden liquid. You get access to so many unique powerful units for the age, right? Javelins, Lombos, these are all premium units for the feudal age. And it's going to be the Javelins. So, read through what was coming for Beastie. Beastie obviously sees the Limitane. It's an expectation that he'd react with archers. And because he doesn't have Tower Victory, the Javelin archers should do fairly well defensively. I think for Anatan, though, I don't think you want to like play a long feudal here. Like that we got some Stone Gathering. A few more players have been leaning into these rush system levels. Makes a lot of sense. Going up to level 3 at this stage is going to take you to what, like 18%? So you're adding on an extra 4 villages at this stage? Oh, more than that, actually. It's more like 5. Pretty healthy. 4-0, I think. At 7 minutes into the game. That's a bit outrageous, don't you think? He hasn't lost his Khan yet. Usually you wait for that to say GG. We don't have the blacksmith timing yet from Beastie, right? Oh, that's kind of a little bit risky. Anatan can get a really big edge with the undermesh. These javelins aren't going to be snipeable for the archers. Love this. The 1-1-1 build. We got horsemen coming. So double counter. This is like usually, sometimes it's seen as overkill to do this. The reason is that javelins and horsemen are countering the same thing. But if you counter it hard enough, you can then just flood out into the map, which you need to do here because you know Beastie's going for Sacred Site timings. So we'll have to pull the Limitane back. We're trying to hide his hand. He did reveal the horseman there. No doubt Beastie should have seen that. So he can just look to lean more Ghazi now, less archers. This is a delicate balance that you have in a game like Age of Empires 4. You only have so much resource, you can invest one way or the other. And how you lean that investment is very important. If you show me that investment too early before you do anything with it, I now have ample time to readapt. And that's what's now going to happen. It's like Beastie can just double down on Ghazi, knowing the Limitana count isn't really scaling at all. Sacred Site decap attempt is going to be a whiff. He's moving out for the east side with the horsemen, so maybe a little bit of a freebie there, because actually, yeah, Beastie had to pull all the Ghazi, just in case. Outpost coming up, so Anno is going for the castle. I mean, if he gets the decap, I think this is fine, actually. If BC had the timer still going, it gets a little bit awkward. But he's going to be too late. Like this as well. Anatan, even just pulling a single horseman to try to slow down the rotation. You don't really want to get into these trickle trades because Beastie will favor that because of the healing. It's not like Anatan went for a Hippodrome build. Actually, just kind of hard committing here. We'll walk away finally. Horsemen do find the flank resources, so Beastie getting poked and prodded around here. No Expilatoras, mind you. So he's not getting paid for the villager kills and doesn't kill them quicker. But if he can get this one as worth. Nicely done. It all comes down to the steel arrow timing. Beastie was very delayed going into the blacksmith compared to Anatan. It's actually quite interesting, this matchup. Usually, you think of Delhi as the sieve to force blacksmith timings. But they're not actually the only ones. If you guys like want to break it down deeply, there's... At the core of it, I'd say 4 civs that are very good at forcing uncomfortable blacksmith timings. And those civs would be Delhi, Chinese, Juji, and Byzantine. Now for Delhi, it's because it just freely leans into their builds. It doesn't cost them anything. The other 3 is because of the amplification on timings. So Byzantines, usually easy to forget, the Dialecticus effect. They can switch over and research the blacksmith timings in like, what, 30 seconds. Same with Chinese and Juji. For Delhi, it's a little bit different in that they're getting it organically for free. So you then have to basically sacrifice military production to get it while they didn't. The tech up's on the way from both sides here. BC House of Learning. You could actually just go Home Blades here into Men Arms. Pretty good actually now because your opponent has got javelins into camels. So Lancers would get somewhat countered if the camels come out. Likely we'll see Beastie opening with a few Lancers. He does have the stables already. But like long-term goal, that's really nice. Home Blades plays well with that. And the Men-at-Arms follow-up guarantees that you can beat Varangian in one-on-ones. Another rough part. Beastie has got 10 Scholars and Anatan fully backed up. You guys can probably predict what's about to happen next, or what could happen next. BC hasn't... Oh, wait, what? Is this because he's freaked out about what Anatan is doing? Yeah, he doesn't have vision. So with the tech up coming, Beastie could have maybe been a bit quicker about this, but he was a little bit freaked out as to where Anatan was. The whole idea, though, is you're already a mile ahead of Anatan's timing to pick relics. So this could easily end up being 4 in favor of Beastie. If not more, Horseman already guarding the safest relic for Anatan. And an unfortunate timing to be rushing out for it. Gets caught at the worst moment. Scholars are going to be seen, but killing these guys is a lot harder, guys. 130 HPs. So dirty on this unit. BC getting everything he really wants, right? Ghazi just keeping Anatan baited in, delaying a reaction. So everything just organically according to plan for Beastie. This is interesting though. We have got the War Elephants coming. I actually really like this. Think about Anatan's comp right now. Yeah, he's got a few Limitane, but everything else just hates War Elephants. Even the Varangian. Varangian are just lower armor, lower health rather, men at arms. And although they have higher armor to kind of make up for that, it doesn't really matter against high damage units. Like if you're going to die in 4 hits, having 1 extra armor doesn't equate to really anything. Where the extra armor helps is when you're against, say, Spearmen. Because Spearmen are going to take like 12, 15, whatever hits to kill you. So all of a sudden, +1, like that's minus 15 damage. But +1 against an elephant headbutt is minus 3 damage and you're dead. We might be seeing an eventual switch into crossbows potentially here. Logic is once you have Pakes, yes, the Javelin's still slightly outrange you, but the difference isn't huge. What BC's probably likely looking to do here is be a little bit lean on his food consumption. Oasis does this to you, where just food doesn't feel like it lasts very long. That's why we saw when we first added an Oasis, a lot of people were trying to run English here to offset that problem. So a Cataphract dives in. Oh my god, he loses the Horseman as well. A Cataphract dives in and can't kill the Scholar in time. Need I say more about Piety? It's such a powerful tech. I think we talked about this on one of the EGC broadcasts recently. That like I think Piety is one of the biggest rough problems you can imagine. And the reason is Piety allows people to be very careless with their Scholars in the early game. And although they can be punished, it takes so much effort to do so. Even kind of crazy when you consider it's a 130 HP unit that costs 75 gold. Third War Elephant now on the way for Beastie. Anatan has actually sensed this. It looks like he's scouted in. Crit player is going to crossbows. The camels are going to be interesting here. You'd think camel riders would beat War Elephants. Oh, sweet child of mine. Yes, you do get double damage against them. However, he has a Spearman on top, which gets triple damage against you. Which kind of offsets your hopes and dreams there. To make matters worse, remember, camels only debuff horse cavalry. They don't have any debuff effect onto elephants. So Anna did actually find his way up to the north side. The Olive Grove count is not looking impressive here. Trying to think if there was like a better contract choice for the Byzantines here. Keshik would feel pretty weird. Keshik's against Ghazi and you can't spam Keshik's, Ghazi will win. If you can get to Castle Age, Guillem's could have looked decent here. Outside that, you know, Western for Lombos defensively can usually feel good, but I think if you go Western here, then Beastie would have been more aggressive on the Sacred Site win condition. Because you can't really mobilize with Longbows as easily. And yes, the Spearman buff, there is extra damage against elephants. There's plus 23, plus 5. But the problem is, even with these changes, quite often what we're probably going to see is just a front line of War Elephants disintegrate Spearman. It's not as much a damage metric issue as it is like a health issue, if that makes sense. You can lose Spearman much easier than I can lose War Elephants. One camel and his dreams. Yo, I actually respect that guy. Oh no, he switched targets. Well, he almost got some worker kills. Walling now coming in. Beastie just locking in. It looks like a fast imp game. He's punishing Anatan for not attacking. I mean, think about Anatan's army and think about what happens when gunpowder elephants come in. What does Anatan do? Currently, he has, like, 12 javelins. He's been scaling camel riders now, which, in theory, is an answer. But the issue you're going to have here is the tower elephants won't be leading the fight. The war elephants will. So you have to reach them. This is tricky. And let's not even get started about the HP increase you get from armored beasts. 25% extra health on a unit, which has a pretty lofty, was it 850 HP if I remember correctly? He's holding them back at home, isn't he? Yeah. 850 HP. That's not just thoroughly bred, that's been fed all the bread. I know in the meantime goes 2 TC. Well, the good news is the sacred sites haven't been full capped yet. Bad news is BC's drawing crop circles on the map. Alright, ones if you think Anno's going to win this. Twos if you think Beastie's going to take it. Anno can catch up within 2 minutes with his current level of income. Olive Grove count is growing. So he's up to what? 10 olive groves? But remember, Beastie has no farms. So there is kind of a long-term issue here that needs to be answered. Question is whether Anatan has the time he needs here. Royal Cannons could actually be kind of a sick answer against this mass elephant strat. If you can get enough olive oil. Meantime, Anno is going to move out for a decap. This is actually kind of perfectly timed. BC doesn't really want to fight with his age up coming in. It's much better just wait 2-3 minutes, get all your elite techs, and then fight. But that means the timer is going to reset. So, while things look a little bit shaky for Anatan, he's extending the game into a realm where possibilities exist. Not very swift enough as well. BC knows he can't actually move to defend this, so just wait at home. First of the Gunny Boy Elephants now on the way. I wonder, do we even have a siege workshop? I see Baltoon being obsessive over it. There you go. So this is going to be for the good old adjustable crossbars. It says 5 minutes 47 right now, but that's because of the scholars not all being garrisoned. So you can always accelerate that quicker. This gets ridiculous when this comes in. You see it as the highest priority for him, already queued up. You don't like that Anton is so far behind the score. Yeah, this is once again why I said like the scores are kind of absurd sometimes. Like, yes, BC's ahead, but also like it's inflated because of the blacksmiths, upgrades, eco upgrades, etc. You got all those things for free, which adds score. But like some of those things are kind of redundant. Like having mining tech level 2 when you have 0 people on gold. The shrug. Score is accurate? I don't think the score is that accurate. They've tried in the past, bless them. But like these walls also add scores, right? I think they nerfed the amount they added, but they used to be ludicrous. Same with Outposts, used to add insane score. So you just watch Mongol players. Like I remember in the early days, Mongol players would have ludicrous scores because Outposts were spammed everywhere. Like, well, this is great, but are these really helping me win the game? Well, this could actually help Anatan. Foreign Engineering Company is on the way. Has a healthy economy lead, especially when you consider the system buff. BC's dominating, the score reflects it. I feel like people only mention that in games where it accurately reflects. We never talk about it enough when the numbers are just completely scuffed. So, Anatan, he has got a lot of olive oil saved up. Cannons would seem like the most obvious play here. It's a bit tricky because your opponent is scaling into Ghazi. Nice thing for him has been the Olive Grove count. It's starting to scale upwards, which means you can just keep pumping out the mercs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you may be noticing Beastie is lacking gluten in his diet. He has 0 farms. No bit of poke just to keep him off the sacred site situation again. As Beastie's going to be going for the recap. We do have stone being gathered. Likely keep drops coming in soon. Tricky point in the game to be doing it though now that your opponent does have cannons. Means that you don't get as much value out of these mid-map keeps as you would have a little bit earlier. But first one now on the way on the west side. Classic play, right? Just go for the keep drop, play onto the stone, gather what you need, play another keep going. And for the Delhi in particular, this has always been a super effective play because these are going to be TCs. Look at all the free techs. Reminder, these things cost over 1,000 resources. For people who pay. Dude, Delhi's that person who has the keys to the store so they can lock the door and stop extra people coming in. So the clearance sale keeps getting depleted until it's down to like 90% off. And then they buy. And the manager's like, I don't know why it didn't sell. It's like, yeah, I can't imagine why. Little does he know that they've had the close sign showing at the front of the store for the last 4 hours. So University now drop and hand. Highest prio here, probably elite army tactics, right? Feel like you live or die by your Limitane's ability to tank here. 3 of these Sultan's elite tower elephants now though. Beastie, he already has adjustable crossbars. Mass mangoes are on the way. This is gonna get ugly. Let's go for the decap. We do have a break on the wall. Cannon is on the way. That's a lot of elephants though. That's 9 more elephants. Yeah, collectively between them they have, was it 9,500 HP? Yeah, so not much. Oh, nicely set up by Anatan. So he doesn't have to worry about flank raids at least. I know, this feels like an unlimitane strat. Just spam spears until your opponent gets wired down. It's not a bad idea, because Beastie still doesn't have a farm transition yet. It's got a lot of wood gathering, it just hasn't been put into anything but massing siege. It's kind of crazy, right? We're now 24 minutes in the game. One player has 0 farms. The other one is now sitting at 26. Other crazy thing is, yes, there's a window where Delhi have saved insane amounts of resources in Imperial Age. But for Anatan, if you can drag this game deep enough, what happens instead is the Delhi don't have any like value play off of savings on these anymore. What Byzantines have, though, assistance, which are going to make your villagers much more efficient from a population standpoint. Now, BC does still have gold income to offset that, but we mentioned at the start of the game, when you get to the late game, olive oil becomes your liquid gold. And if you ever think the elephants are too strong, well, I don't think he has any options, right? No, it was the camels or the Musafadi. I don't think grenadiers do very well against mass elephants, folks. Like, you'd think throwing a grenade at an elephant would be super effective. That's going to get clipped and used against me. But it's really not. Oh my god. There's 13 elephants. People say I use the word breed too much. These things have been breeding. It's the call to war. War elephants in. Ghazi right around the back. They find the cannon straight away. And what happened to that front line of Limitane? Did they ever really exist? Mango mush to the center. This just feels like a snowball in a roll. Never get into the ring with an elephant. Anton's like, is there a tech that lets me unleash mice? Maybe that'll work. Oh god, this feels doomed though. Javelin should at least be able to snipe down the tower elephants, but What about the war elephants? He has no answer to it. And the little javelins he has are already being answered out by the mangoes. Beastie happy with the results will now just walk away because he still has a timer ticking. And when you look at those health bars, man, those elephants are almost dead. I'm sure Beastie will lose the next engagement. What if we just pulled out the scholars and healed them? Because that's what's about to happen. We're 1 minute out on all the elite techs being done, the university techs being done. At which stage, you have to find some use for 33 scholars. Only they could do something other than reading books. Like, healing. Oh. Reminder that, like, there's probably about 4,000 to 5,000 health that can be healed here as well. Very important for a guy who only has 900 to 1,000 food income a minute. You guys want to know how you beat elephants? You go elephants, you build more elephants. The sad problem is, like, even if Anatan had gone for the Eastern contract, which gives you the tower elephants in the late game, you actually need war elephants to beat this. And, like, the other thing he needs right now is mass crossbows. But he doesn't want to build mass crossbows now into mass mangoes. So you have to somehow answer the mango issue first. Only answer is really raw cannons. It was going to be the answer in that last fight, but what Beastie done so well, he immediately pulled those Ghazi and just sniped it. Grenadier? The problem with Grenadiers is, like, elephants shouldn't be overlapping. Unless you do some weird behavior forcing them to clump together. Technically, cannons can do splash damage. Do you guys know that? There's some slight overlap with cannons from what I've heard. So if you have, like, crossbows all stacked on right on top of each other tight, multiples will get hit by raw cannons and other things. Left side. Hello. Hold! Hold! No! Marching drill! The forced march! That was sick! People always forget about it! Oh my god. Wait, did the guy who just called everyone else a moron now looks like the moron because he just got timed out? That's smart. Oh my god. What a move. What a move. I swear, forced march, I wish we saw more of it. Although if we did, it was more metarized. I think it would just look OP. It is the coolest thing that Delhi have. By far. It is incredible. It has so much versatility as well. But usually it's the last thing prioritized to research. Push on the other sacred site now. Decap is coming in, but I don't think he has enough to stick on there without losing the game. Now, wait, the mangoes! The mangoes! Beastie, what happened? His war elephants are body blocking him! Oh my god. Surely not. Elephants have no protection now. He has to walk away. Unbelievable. Only one mango. Can still do decent damage, but finally the crossbows able to return a little bit of fire. Cannons also. However, the scholars are here to play. The zeal, the heal. Looking for the kill. What health bar? I thought these things just had infinite health. I mean, the scholars also not bad at frontline themselves for 130 HP. A frontline is somewhat limiting for Anatan, but he has got Mass Limitane spamming behind this. The food is now struggling to keep up with the demand, though. Can he actually clear these elephants quick enough? Has to retreat. The royal cannons are still alive. They do get the bonus damage up against the siege. Up against the elephants, rather. Different form of siege. The health bars are getting low here. He may be overextending slightly. But Anatan is wavering. Down to 30 military. This is it. Ghazi elephants reach in. Siege gone. Full army wiped. Anatan, a valiant effort. A scrappy engagement from Beastie, but it just doesn't matter. The elephants will win. The There's too many vets in this zoo. And this elephant will never get a boo-boo. Or this one, or this one. Ignore that one. That one's taking a nap. It's definitely just sleeping, kids. Anatan about to be put to a permanent slumber. A dominant 4-0 display by Beastie. And a keep drop to affirm it. Valiant efforts by Anatan, but Beastie just looking unstoppable in midweek muster number 14. He has not dropped a single game this week. A statement from the Serb upon his return to the weekly esports circuit. Have to keep coming back now. He's got a tile to defend. Cannon's at least trying to clear the keep. Should be able to do so. Problem is, you've got 2 minutes left on the clock. Anatan, he got a miracle decap attempt before, but it was stopped by the marching. I just don't see it happening again. Freaking elephants, man. It's just, you would think 50 Spearmen would be able to. I think even if the archers weren't here, Beastie could still win this fight with just headbutts. Maybe needs a bit more war elephant than tower elephant, but still. You know what? I reckon we're going to have to get Vortex, get Lucifer back, get the Canadians to sign up again. Really just heat up the competition here. Not that Anatan's any pushover, but it's crazy the way he's dismantled 4-0 here. There it is. Let me know what you guys think about this week of Midweek Muster Action. If you've been enjoying, make sure you are following the channels. We do upload these on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, we do stream these live on Twitch, so be sure to tune in there. And I'll catch you all in the next chapter. G to the freaking G, Mr. Beastie. 4-0. Delicious, nutritious, and high in protein like an elephant. So, Oasis going to be a rubber-dub-dub win. Biz versus Delhi. Just clean execution all around. Interview? No, we don't do the interviews. Maybe it's something we start doing in the next rendition of Midweek Muster if we renew it next year. But we just haven't committed to it because like it's varying on whether people want to or be able to, etc. But we are going to be looking at fun of some different kind, actually, guys. So I did say a little bit earlier, but if the stream was short, and I think it kind of was with a 4-0. And whoa, what? Did that pop up? Dano, did that pop up? Or maybe it's about to in a second. What a legend, mate. Thank you, Dano. Chat, let me know if that popped up because I didn't glance if I saw it in the... yeah. You're a legend, mate. He just tipped $100. Says, keep up the great work. Make the weekly tourneys crowdfunded. Thank you very much, man. I did want to do something around that. So I've been talking about an idea for something to follow up KPMM. Like something to reward people for participating. Basically, an extension tournament. I'm still trying to figure out the right window of opportunity to do that because there's a lot of events happening at different times. It doesn't leave much room between the EGC events and the Mareko and Beasties events to figure out like a window where, say, you get 2, maybe 3 weeks. That's what I want to do is find a window for that, where like we'd basically invite players based on their performances in midweek muster. So we've done like a midweek muster all-stars over Christmas. We do something kind of similar. So I'm trying to figure that out, figure dates, but that's something I did want to use crowdfunding to help make feasible because we don't have budgeting for that from World's Edge. We don't know if we're going to get budgeting until next time. But, you know, on the crowdfunding side, we do have ways to assist with that. Like there's direct crowdfunding like that. People who want to help definitely reach out to me. We've got emails, Discords, !Discord, easy way to contact me and stay in contact with each other. I'm always interested in like if people want to crowdfund to help things happen. We even have the coffee link, which we specifically use for. So coffee link, I keep forgetting to add a panel, but it's down there as the like URL you can copy paste. That all the money going in there goes into funding tournaments as well. So we do have some means to get there. And hopefully we'll be able to continue to grow it because it would be cool to be able to get like a $2,000 prize pool together for like 2 weeks to do some cool things. It's definitely like I like it as well because it rewards people for participating. I would make it mandatory that someone had to have played X number of weeks. So, if Marine Lord doesn't want to play these, then I'm not going to let Marine Lord be invited in because like it's not that Marine Lord isn't great. It's that I want to reward people who've been supporting the system we've created here. But that does bring the Age of Empires 4 coverage to a close. But we're going to do something cool. Has anyone been looking at Avowed recently? I was interested in that. Because we're going to check out some Avowed. Monkey with opposable thumbs plays Avowed. Done. So, I got sent a code by the Xbox Game Pass team. And I said I'd actually give it a check-in. Because I was kind of intrigued. I don't know if you guys have actually played like Avowed or seen Avowed. If you guys are familiar with and we'll switch over the scene as well. If you guys are familiar with the guys who made Outer Worlds, you'll probably be familiar with Avowed. It's made by the same people. Really cool fantasy world, really vibrant. Love the look of it, and wanted to give it a little check in. So I figured like this would be kind of cool, like maybe once a week to actually have a look at a new game coming out. So I'm already eyeballing Monster Hunter for next week. But we're going to give Avowed a try today and see how it performs. Avowed's awesome. Saw some gameplay. I saw a glimpse of it. Yes. Pillar of Eternity fan. I haven't played Pillar of Eternity, but I played the crap out of Fallout New Vegas. I also absolutely adore the OG Fallout. So, like, Fallout 2 is my game. I love that one. You check Kingdom Come Deliverance? No, I've got a key for that, but I haven't found the time yet. I figured we'd, like, start with Avowed because they sent me a key sooner. And, like, my logic is, like, so many people are streaming Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'd love to like find a unique angle with these type of things. Same reason why we waited a little bit with Avowed, because like all the big streamers are going to stream it anyway. It's cool to kind of come at like a different timing and angle. How long does the word ban redeem last for? I think it's 5 minutes. It should say on it. Is KP doing Civ 7? I don't think Civ 7's that attractive of a game to like watch or whatever. But we are looking at like additional strategy games coming out. So, keeping an eye on Paradox Games as a perfect example. I've already said that like when Anno comes out, I want to stream some Anno. What class do you like to play? In a lot of these type of games, I like screw magic. I guess I'd say I'm mostly in like rogue and archer type classes. But one sec, let me switch over capture. Looks like we've got to generate shaders quickly. Yeah, Civ is like interesting to watch if you just want to see a demo of the game for the first time, then you don't care. But like this can be interesting from the combat, the world exploration, also like there's loads of decision making, which you guys can be involved in. Oh my god, sorry, I'm just gonna click through that. That was way too loud. Camera correction. Let's bring it down a little bit. Where is audio? Because even the music right now is kind of deafening. Do we keep the head bobbing on? That's going to be tilting, right? Bring head bobbing down. Head bobbing always feels like something that should be lower. People are way too focused on immersing people at the moment, and it's like, there's a big trade-off, obviously. So, does my controller work? My controller does work. Awesome. One sec. Yeah, I love the graphic style of this game. It's what like attracted me to it. It's like I want to try this. So we'll go 120 frames. I'm not sure how like frame intensive it is. 100 FOV. Oh, we recommend 90. But they're probably using like vertical, not horizontal, right? Motion blur can come down. We'll leave ray tracing on. Blah blah blah. FSR. Okay, the main thing that we wanted was this. Let's bring volume down. Chill on music a bit, please. There we go. All right. Do I stop the stream on YouTube? Or do I just switch it over to be Avowed? I don't know, it's going to be weird. Let me just update it for the YouTubers. There we go. This is not AoE 4? No, we're done with AoE 4 for the day. We're trying someone new. Plan on some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? At some point, I want to try it, yeah. It's just about finding the right time, you know? New sound for me? Oh god, do I even want to know? Oh, that... Drop on the Discord. Maybe we find a use for it. Okay, so let's start the game anyway. Wait, no. God damn it. Alright. Main things was this. Audio, we want down. Oh no, audio saved. Okay, that's good. Confirm. Boom. Alright, let's go.
Eora, a world where mortals live, die, and are reborn through the turning of the wheel. In a cycle
Turning of the wheel?
reincarnation,
Is this Wheel of Time?
watched over by the gods. Our gods, some of whom love us more than others. Your home,
Is it too
the
loud?
Adiran Empire, is treasured by Wodica,
to
Our
turn it down for
Lady
you.
of Law and Vengeance, the burned queen. But our goddess has lately turned her eyes from us, and our empire has suffered revolts, famines, challenges to rightful rule. We lack
love the art
a
style,
common
actually.
purpose, but we could find it in the living lands, a rich and lawless island settled by fugitives, wanderers, exiles.
What is it with every
and us.
RPG setting everyone onto an
Yet the
exiled
more
land
we
these
free
days?
this place from danger, the more the land fights back.
Like, loads of MMOs do it.
And now, as
Loads
our
of
colonists
ARPGs.
crowd into Paradise, the last safe city, the locals find themselves crowded out. Many years ago, you were born to a family in our Adiran Empire, and in a rare turn of the wheel, you came into this world a godlike, touched by a
I'm a
patron
godlike.
god in the womb. To some, a blessing. To many, an abomination. You grew up an outsider, but I saw potential in you. Potential and an opportunity. And within my course,
Sounds like this guy is
you
setting up a
found
Nike
purpose.
sweatshop, to be honest with you.
Now I call upon your vow to our empire and name you my envoy. Venture forth in the name of your homeland.
With
And
his
secure
voice,
our
surely
future.
it should be Envoy. It's going for a fancy British voice, but it said Envoy. And I'm pretty sure Envoy is the more British way. So that is definitely an American man putting a British accent on. Solved it. All right. Did we, like, go? Yo. This guy gets all the ladies. What is that coral hair? What happened? Why does everyone have, like, why does everyone have coral? Dude, this... Okay, so they kind of look like the clickers from Last of Us if a kid face painted them, you know? Damn, that guy's got some vibes. So is the whole deal we're like meant to be... Okay, this guy's kind of more normie looking. That's, yeah, that bang tash though. All right, we're definitely gonna alter some of this. Yeah, so godlike features is what these are. A rare individual born blessed or cursed with a connection to one of the gods. Got it. So basically, we have to look like a heretic to show that the gods love us. All right, that's... Mate, that's like... If a sniper was looking for you in a crowd, he'd find you instantly. Well, this guy's literally just wearing a tree. I kind of want to wear the tree. It looks so dumb that I kind of want to wear it. I mean, Screw the godlike hair. Don't ruin our hair vibes, man. Like, we could literally just be a walking tree. Is it me or does this just... It looks comical to me. These other ones like, oh, filthy heretics. But this... I'm just imagining the dialect with NPCs. Alright, hair. I think the hair was a good vibe, you know? Jesus Christ. I love the puffy hair. Alright, that is fabulous, mate. That is like... This guy just belongs on the cover of Vogue right now. Go bald? I don't think bald is an oh, wait. Bald is an option. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm going to insult someone with this, but like, I feel like bald with bang tash is a very awkward look, you know? Semi-balding? I mean, I kind of like this hair, you know? Sure. What, chat? One's if we keep the tree face, two's if we get rid of it. Alright, I'll set up a poll for it. I'll set up a poll. Oh my god, that looks incredible. Do we keep tree face? Yes, no. Alright, 1 minute poll. Go. We have to keep the bang tash though. Okay, it's tree face with the bang tash. I think tree face with the bang tash wins, surely. I don't care. This is the beautiful thing. I actually kind of like this because I don't know about you. It gets annoying when you like get way too into like your nose size, your eye size, and everything. We don't have to worry about that. All right, backgrounds. We can be an arcane scholar, a court augur. When your village crop fails, strange insights on unsettling manner earned your neighbor's suspicion. You saw the torches, etc. You've learned how to wield power from the shadows. Ooh. Noble scion, a vanguard scout, or a war hero. I don't know, man. Like, without a smashed tree trunk, I feel like this guy has never seen war. I reckon, what do you reckon? Vanguard scout? Court augur sounds very snaky. And you guys have been obsessively calling me Littlefinger at the moment. I think he's a court augur. Okay. So. Never seen a voice in. Yo, can we not mock the visually impaired tree man, please? Some respect. Some respect for the tree man. Alright, so keeping the tree face 1. So we've got constitution, damage, dexterity, it's all standard. Perception. Ooh. Do we do like a dagger class or do we do a range class? What do you guys think? Range class is kind of lame, right? Do you guys respect someone who's good at bowing? Or do you just think they're a pussy for not fighting in melee? So the points have already been committed. Maximum essence. I don't know what that does. Maybe get some health here. Like, Jesus, mate. If you're good in shooters, range is good. I mean, I'm pretty decent in shooters. But, like, perception and dexterity then, right? Yeah. I'm going to be Treebeard with a gun, mate. Do I let you guys vote on whether we're melee or ranged? I mean, I'm not doing any of that pussy-ass mage stuff, okay? That's full heresy. We're already bordering on the Emperor's going to have a heart attack with that face piece, you know? All right, I'll do another poll. Look, I'm already involving you guys. Melee or ranged? Go. While we wait to see if there's any other choices we can make. Oh, we're definitely doing the hardest. Path of the Damned? Alright, yeah, let me update Turtle. We're doing that. Boom. Boink. Alright, how do you guys vote? Melee. You guys really want fisticuffs at dawn, huh? Okay. Oh. It's a bit too Gandalf-y for a guy who wears a tree for a face. I guess we'll do that. I kind of just want it because it's basically a tree. Display identifier, whatever. Got like hair features in game. No, and then yes. And then, what's our name? Is Treebeard 2 on the nose? Tree Dash. It's a good name. It's a strong name. Alright, so we're going to be melee. So we're going to switch around. We'll probably do daggers, so we can do... I guess bring intellect down would be stupid. Might want a bit of constitution here. Maximum range, so like one's guns and bows will be more effective. So like, mobility and flex arsenal, good all-rounder, survivability for players in the fray. Let's go. Oh, you can't go more dex than that. Okay. Spellcasting, we don't care. Good for warriors who need to swing heavy. So we'll do all-rounder stat pad, and then like that, I guess. Actually, a little like it's still worth it for the crit chance. All right. He got the tree trunk for the face. How about leaves for clothes? I'm not sure that works. Breedley Cooper. Wait, what? No. It'd be Treatley Cooper. I need someone who has like a big bang tash, you know, like Magnum PI type stuff. I'm trying to think of other tree puns here that works. Whatever, we'll go Treatley Cooper. Wilford Brimley, okay. If it was a girl, we could have went with Willow. I don't know, I'm kind of rating Treatley Cooper. It's subtle. I mean, it's not really. His name literally begins with tree. But... Oh, Barkley, that would have been a great one! Damn it! Oh, that looks so cute. Can we eat it? Yeah, sadly you were slightly too late. I don't know, man. I actually love the vibrancy of this game's graphics. It was the thing that immediately attracted me to it. Like, so many games are washed these days. Well, thank you, Blue Dream Legend. Appreciate you, mate. But, like, so many games are washed in the graphic style these days that, like, this immediately kind of, like, drew my attention. Saturation dialed up. Actually, you're right. It might be. Jeez! All right, there we go.
What do you know of the living lands? The rumors and tales are so vexing, they cannot be true. And yet they are. Those
That better, guys.
wilds, overgrown with the most curious wonders.
Wait, are they gonna eat it?
And the most dreadful abominations.
Uh-oh.
There beats a dark pulse within the heart of that soil. Something vile stirs beneath the earth, seething with rot and decay.
I called it. This game has heresy.
Corruption growing beyond everything it touches.
No! Not the heretical furry ferrets? I don't know what that meant to be.
Tendrils reach towards us to lash out at the Empire itself. I command you, go to the living lands, find the roots, and if necessary, sever them. You are my envoy. Remember your vow. The hopes of an empire rest upon you.
Oh damn! Is this the actual in-game? No. It's still post. It's still pre-rendered, right? I still need to turn the audio down as well. How's the volume, guys? Is it too loud? Yeah, dude, it's Envoy, not Envoy. What is this crap? Too loud? Alright, volume's good. It's good for you guys because I turned down the desktop thing, but like I'll just turn it down in game, so it's equal for both of us. Wait, did I just read that this game has mountain dwarves? Oh, hell yeah. Guys, I hope you can use cannons. It's always my dream in games that have dwarves to have cannons, because then you can have 10-pin dwarf. That's where you bowl them. Oh. Okay, let me do this quickly now. Reckon that should be good, and then we can turn this back up. Then. Alright, so clearly our ship did not make it successfully. Step away for a little bit. Who won? Beastie. Forward it. Yo, oh yeah, you look at me weird because I've got a tree on my face. Have you seen your ears?
Envoy, over here.
Oh, okay, he does know us. Wait, one thing that's gonna tilt me, because I don't use an Xbox controller. Is there a way to change the UI? Some games have it so you can like show the correct UI type. Because it's not X, like it's not, you know, square, triangle, circle, X for me. I guess not. Rip.
You're alive. Thank the gods I pulled you out the wreck when I did. I wasn't about to let the Emperor's envoy die on my watch.
Oh god. It would take more than a
At
shipwreck
least the
to kill
journey's
me.
not completely lost. I heard the cannons. I couldn't...
Wait. Wait. Stop
The name's Garrick, sir. Quarter gunner.
Okay.
3rd Adiran Fleet.
Treatley.
spoke on the
Dude,
voyage.
such a good name.
Never thought we'd end up like
Barkley.
this.
Treatley Barkley would have
I've
been
been here
better.
before. We've got an outpost on this island, but
Wait, so guys, hear me out. If I'm an envoy, does that mean I'm here to make treaties? I hate myself.
wish I could say that for sure. I saw flashes, envoy. It weren't the storm that wrecked our ship. It was cannon fire, and it could only have come from that fort up the hill.
All right.
It makes no sense.
Time to go wreck some faces.
No one fires on their own countrymen, unless
Unless the soldiers were not of their own minds.
I'm afraid of too.
See,
In the
Olga
meantime,
already
you
thinking in
survived.
subtle
That means
backstabby
we're
ways.
not scuppered yet. As long as you're here, the Emperor's mission can still go ahead.
I really love the coloring though. I don't want to stroke his ears. It's so bright and blue.
Then I know the place to start. Adir's got an embassy in the port of Paradis. Once we make it there, we can regroup, figure out what to do next. I hate to say it, but the fort's probably our only chance of escape. We need supplies, and if our troops have been captured, they'll need our help.
Righto. Off we go then. Like, we're doing a lot of talking. Should we do it? Follow me. Give this together. It's not a backgun or a... Yeah, that
Those
sounds
boards
manly.
up there look old. A good hit and we can be on our way. Take that mace. It's no good to any of our crew anymore.
All right, what do you guys think? Do we controller or mouse and keyboard? Apparently the majority of people use controller. But it's like, it's first person. I feel like I want to... Whoa! Jesus. Okay. If we're going to do keyboard, we definitely need to fix that. That's literally the lowest. That's still insanely high. I don't know, man. I kind of hate how a lot of games overlook mouse input like this. Like, how is that the lowest setting I can do? All right, we'll try controller.
At least some supply survived, for all the good it does.
Equip a weapon. Wait, which one? Open your inventory with what button? Like, what? Okay, so that's how we can use. Stuff. Yep, fisticuffs at dawn. Okay, there you go. It's that one. Oh, you have loadouts as well. Nice. Yeah, not enough games really offer you a loadout. It's kind of annoying when you want to switch. All right, there we go. A mace to the face.
You look like a dab hand with that.
A dab
I
hand?
don't understand. Why would they fire on us, their own people? No use wondering. We've got to make sure our troops are safe.
Leroy! Dude, this game... Wait, wasn't there a graphical sense someone said to turn off? What was it? Oh, upscaling. But it's upscaling past 1440p, no? Like, do we really want to turn this off? That looks worse. Dude, upscaling was doing better. No, I actually like upscaling. It's good. We have parkour! Quick, someone fall into a box. You know what? It kind of reminds me of, like, at least looking here. It reminds me of, like, Sea of Thieves, but higher def. Does that make sense? Like, I highly rate these type of art styles. I think it's so underrated to do these type of art styles. Because everyone's so obsessed on being photorealistic, and it's BS. I think this is like, this eclipses a lot of photorealistic attempts. Photorealism is really overrated in video games. I just want a graphic style that vibes, you know? Wait, do we... Hey, do we maybe, better to kill you and have you not turn into an undead. Oh, no. Wait, I don't even get a... Okay, I feel bad. I thought I'd at least get something from killing him. Now I just kind of feel bad. Guys, and we're going to retcon that. That didn't happen, okay? I strobed it. We're going to slow that... We're going to slow-mo it. And then it just looks like I stroked the weird thing. Like, I was just testing my mace and it got in the way. Okay, that I'm going to kick the crap out of. You reckon I can reach it? Hey, bada bada. Hey, bada bada. Swing. Oh, nice. There is a heavy attack thing as well. Can you deflect, maybe? Oh. And that's why I think of lizard people. I don't need a drink. Oh, wait. I did get hit. Wait, they faked me out and made me get hit even though I didn't get hit. I think they did. A bit rude. I think they didn't even attack when in guns blazing. Look, it's better to kill first and then ask questions. If there's anything that I have learned over my many years of playing Special Forces video games, it is that. When I used to play SWAT, you know what you do? Unarmed, armed, shoot him. Add a gun. Looks like a clean kill to me.
Come on, the fort's up ahead. Tripwire, watch yourself. There's no healer
That was
about.
close. Okay, so this game has traps. Nice. Ooh.
How many of these damn
Nice,
things
XP.
are there?
Love that.
Springberries, good. Those should rally us.
Who speaks like those should rally us? Not those should make us feel better, which would have been a bit more like fitting for his accent. I actually just like the simple parkour, you know? I think it's quite underrated in games like this because it makes everything feel less clunky. Like when you're just jumping up things in a boxy fashion, it just doesn't feel very believable. Ooh, very believable. I'm not going to hear the cries, Monka. Burn Queen. Okay. So wait, we can dual wield, right? I mean, we can parkour, so clearly we can dual wield. Shows your stats. You can also reset your attribute points in exchange for currency. That's cool. So you can just like you can actually flip in the middle of a playthrough. I kind of like that. If you get bored of playing a playstyle, you can just switch around. Wait, there we go. Wait, no, wrong one. Make that there. Boom. Yeah. Oh, I see. So now I can't block, but I can beat the living crap out of everything. This is what shrooms do to people? I mean, that's pretty deeply offensive, man. Like, I am a shroom. Have you seen my face? It's pretty unthoughtful of you. Okay. Sure. Game doesn't have durability or any crap like that, right?
It's a bloodbath. They've torn the place apart from the inside. Did they? Were they fighting each other? Envoy, I don't like this.
Don't you? Well, why don't you go rock back and forth in the corner? I've got things to kill. I like loot.
These used to be nice quarters.
Farron, they caught him. Okay, so... some sort of rebellion. Everyone eat slowly. What does Command think we need to defend ourselves against? Oh, so they probably got invaded by pirates. Clearly they didn't have enough maces to beat people up with. I'm here to fix that.
I remember some of the soldiers praying around that Adra pillar. Hope it helped their souls find the beyond.
We rise from slumber. Is it you?
Uh-oh. Mommy told me voices in my head is never a good sign. Am I the baddie secretly? Shields? Ah, who needs shields? Just dodge. Wait, how do you dodge? There we go, just dodge. Figured it out. I like how sheathing your weapon doesn't, like... There we go. Okay, it was switching weapon, that's why. I was like, you know, not just putting the weapons away, we have to still be fisticuffs. That's like some super BM, like, oh, you're easy to beat. I'm just gonna beat you to death with my fists instead. That'll make it fairer. I could survive that. No, probably not. Yup.
God, this was like. It's put its guard up. Hit it with everything we've got.
Hey. Wait, does this have like extra damage for hitting the correct areas of the body? Ooh. No, I think that was just a crit hit. Yeah, it's just a crit hit. Ow. Jesus. All right, hardest difficulty may have been ambitious. There we go. Oh, yeah, we're friends. Ow. I'm not sure if heavy attacks are really worth it. I guess from a saving stamina perspective, they're good. I think it's mainly for blocks. Okay, you went flying. Wait, more friends? Okay. Okay, more? God damn. I like that this guy, he's like my little pet, just getting all the attention. Whoop. Is he gonna psycho run at me? Yep. Whoop. Oh. No. Whoa. Okay, that was some reach. We may need to heal.
Guess you've got
Consumables? Yum. Yum. There we go. Okay, so that's heal over time. So potions are probably going to be pretty valuable. Can I loot them? Do I get anything for murdering a bunch of lizardmen, or are they just all poor people? Nice. I got a cabbage. Not really the first thing that would come to mind from a lizard person, but I'm not sure I want to eat it, actually. I'm not sure where... Wait. Actually, that's a very good question. Okay, he could have had it not hidden up his butt or something. He does have... I don't want to say pockets, but there's like a... I mean, it would like be sweaty of ass crack. Yeah, I don't want to eat that cabbage. I think we just don't. Don't mind if I do get some more potions. I don't know, I'm trying...
Surely there's a
I
way
think
to clear
it's
those
weird. It's like aiming with the controller almost has more floatiness to the input than just using mouse and keyboard. Bit weird. We'll see if I'm able to keep tolerating. Fire damage! Hell yeah. I don't think I have fire damage. Do I? I'm pretty sure that's heresy, and I already said I wouldn't sign up for that. Ah, so you got different ability trees, you can commit to whatever one you want. So, the ranger... That's just basically, yeah. Oh, and rapid one-handed melee weapons. So there is a route for us that makes sense there. That's heresy. And then godlike. The godlike ability tree contains innate for you as a godlike. Interesting. Grants a stealth attack against unaware enemies. Okay, nice. Oh, we don't have any points yet anyway. So, how am I burning this then? I guess we haven't got what we need.
Is someone there? Oh,
Hey!
help! I'm locked in.
That's silly. Did you get the keys?
About time. Stay back. I'm not catching whatever's on your head.
What? What do you mean?
Easy.
There's nothing on my
He's a
head.
godlike.
You mean a god gave you that face?
Wow.
Touched your soul and everything.
You're not like
That's
a 10 out of 10 yourself, love.
Never seen one of your kind before.
But thanks.
I always heard folks say you were blessed. Looks more like a curse to me.
Well, one of the benefits of me not being able to see is I don't have to care about looks. Thank you. Are you sharp or should I make you? Whoa. If I knew which god blessed me, I would ask them.
They never talk to you. Huh. They must not like you very much.
Jesus!
That's the Imperial envoy you're talking to. Show some respect.
Yeah, how can you be this much of a douchebag when you need me to get you out?
Too. Funny you survived while all your friends here went belly up. That'd be
Hey!
a first. Adir's had their boot on Paradise since their first soldiers came.
'Cause the place is pure chaos.
Did you not think we liked it that way? I have to smuggle...
Oh, whoopsie. Smoke get anything past the checkpoints?
You say that now,
be that
wait
bad.
till you see it. Paradisans will knife you in the back over a dirty look.
At least we don't go mad and slaughter each other.
Nice. That's a great perception check there.
You really have no idea what happened to this place, do you? The day I came, I noticed the guards talking gibberish. Then the killing started. They went wild. Stabbed their mates in their sleep. I told you, they weren't right. When the storm came,
She clearly
they
has
fired
a
the cannons.
PhD.
Their faces changed. That soldier in here tried to strangle me. I had to defend myself.
Ah, the classic. It was defensive. Hang on, you said that... Okay, there's something ironic about his face looking like this and saying someone's face looks normal.
He still did it.
I've got a bad feeling about this. It doesn't make sense. What if she murdered that soldier and she's just trying to cover it up?
Yes, and I'm sure she murdered all the other ones too, because from the cage, she clearly has the ability to reach people more than 2 feet away. You genius giant Furby.
At least one of you is listening. Look, we don't have to like each other, but we can all get out alive. I left my boat at the edge of the island. It should still be there.
Keep talking.
I don't see how the soldiers could have found it yet. You let me out, and all 3 of us can go to Paradise.
Do we just leave her here?
Envoy, I've tangled with Paradisan smugglers before. She'd say just about anything to get out of that cell. Her story's full of holes. What if the boat's not there? What if she turns on us?
For fuck's sake,
Then
be reasonable.
Club,
Don't
stab.
listen to him.
Ooh. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see the full text. Oh, that would be... Oh, I mean, she was very rude. She basically started off by being a douchebag and then followed up by being a bigger douchebag. As a British person, I do respect the quippy one-liners. So, like, I'm torn. It's almost just like having a mini Ryan Reynolds in your back pocket to throw out an argument, you know? I do like a free ship.
You're leaving me here to die. Oh, fuck you. I should have known. Adhering snakes. You don't care about anyone but yourselves.
Do I? I mean, I respect, once again, I kind of respect the double down on being a dick when you realize you're screwed over and like no begging, you know? But I feel like I make her begging disingenuous if I now help her.
I should have known. You think the whole world is yours for the taking, don't you? Get lost.
I think we may have made an enemy.
I was right about you.
What would happen if we now unlocked the door? Would she all of a sudden like us? Probably not. Oh, wait, why are we getting spoiled food? How does one avow? You have to put emphasis on the ed. Ed is very important. Ooh. I mean, we're not going to use a bow. Actually, ooh, I mean, you can switch, right? So, occasionally it'll have a use. There we go. Yup.
Nice work.
Nice. She might have some good... Oh, you are a sinister fellow. Are you suggesting that the person... Ow. Who's been stuck in a cage, who's probably been having all their stuff taken away, we should loot them. So, prisoner apprehended, detained immediately under suspicion of extra illegal. Offer standard rations, told guard to perform obscene activity with the food. Prisoner questioned about purpose of her visit to the fort, denied any connection to Paradisian rebels, but expressed clear contempt for Ada. Impressed, go away and eat shite. Okay. I mean, there's nothing like damning there.
You're not gonna let her out, are you?
I haven't decided yet, mate. Nice. We got some new threads. No, wait. Didn't want to use that. What's that keybind? Like, why is it? No. Why is L trigger? Oh, for God's sake. You'd think it would be X. This is what I meant about, like, Xbox layout when I'm using a Sony controller. Very confusing. Alright. So may have wasted a bunch of crap there. Wow, that is... Look like I'm about to be baptized in the earthly trees. You know, like they dip you, you come out, you're like, you're now one with Treebeard. Wait, can I get in here? Yo, that guy's shiny. I can. Okay, some deerskin gloves. Let's hope I don't drink the rest of my potions while trying to put them on. Would show real talent for doing stupid crap, but there we go. I mean, she'll probably make good cannon fodder on the way, you know?
You came back.
Crunch
So you do have a
stoically.
conscience.
You're welcome.
All right then.
Welcome for what?
Let's
He's
not hang around.
okay.
If we live to regret this,
Then you're what? Go. "Roar, I love you. Speak when spoken to, Furby. Oh. This does kind of make me want to use mouse and keyboard. Not very good damage for a weak spot, is it? Oh, I feel like I'm doing no more damage than if I... Oh, you really have to get in there. Yeah, I see now. Burns for your stamina, though. Oh god, yeah, if you're a controller player, you hate being ranged. Okay. Combat impact in this game? Yeah, it's quite weighted. I like it. It's still kind of arcadey, but within reason. Oh, more of you? No, I'll let them. Way back up here. Yeah, so clearly we're meant to go around this way.
the deer and
Why would we
soldiers
kill it? It doesn't
don't
give us
massacre each
anything.
other. They just don't. Something caused this.
No. I still feel guilty after the last one. You're a bad person, Bomb. I try to be a good
They
person.
turned on each other like dogs. I can't fathom it.
They were bastards when they came here. All it took was time.
We're Adherents. We respect each other. We're raised to follow the rules.
What's the matter? Upset your kin are no better than anyone else.
Yes, we can slide. Nice.
Stay in the
Ooh.
tall grass and get the drop on them.
Oh, wait. No, wait. Is it art? There we go. Yo! We got the Halo Blade?
Lie. Did your god give you that power too?
More coming. Stay down and don't get us killed.
Hey. Surprise! Oh, let's stop crouching. I'm not a dwarf. I'll see you. Wait, you're stunned? Question. Didn't he? There we go. Oh,
Don't give me that look.
you're just gonna sit there like that the whole time until I came and pet you? Well, at least like your colleagues don't just die in an absurd fashion. I imagine on the hardest difficulty that could happen way too easily. Nope. That animation is pretty good. Yeah, it's very... Not really a mace fan. I want to get a sword. More stabbing, slashing, you know? Always been more of a stabber, a slash. About to say flasher, Jesus. I do like the ragdoll. Okay, first ability, charge. Dash forward and smash into anything. Dealing explosive damage. Tanglefoot. Someone's lingering and tangling rhymes. Magical projectiles. Okay, that sounds way too heretical. The route would be great if we were ranged, but we're not. And yes, this game should work on Xbox Game Pass. I'm pretty sure it's on there. There's no reason it wouldn't. Oh, on Xbox One. Okay, I don't know about that. Assume so? I think we should go charge. You know, we've got daggers. We want to get in. Okay, so LB, the quick. It uses essence. What? So... Okay, we've already got the quick slots. Yeah. We're good. You go ranger, but use daggers only? Exactly. Stabby, stabby. Oh, you're one of those people who tries to be the subtle one. No, I just do the dual wielding to, like, look cool and somersault around the battles. I'm a little bit different in that regard. Okay, what's happening over here? I'm definitely not going for a heretical oneness. So
Hope there's a
screw
fire
that.
spell in there. It'd make quick work of the brambles.
Ugh. Are you really going to make me equip Heresy? Yeah, the game's going to make me equip Heresy. God damn it.
Those look dry.
Oh.
Damn it.
Oh, good eyes. No Heresy needed. Much better.
Flint.
We've got the high ground. How should we do this?
Yes, Obi-Wan. We do. How about like this? Hey! Ouch. What? Oh, Ranger late problem. Let's go around here. There we go. Woohoo! Okay, I like that. Yep. Oh. Stab, 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 stab. Whoop. Oh no. Okay, so downside of stabbing. Whoop. Because it doesn't knock them about. Crap, they've got friends. But we can always eat the sweaty ass cabbage. That'll help, I guess. Oh, let's go roasted chicken. Get better. Ready. Steady. Got him. Whoa. 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 Okay, have you done enough consecutive leaps, douchebag? Hey. Don't mind me. No screaming. Okay, so they try to be cute by adding in animations, but that... I don't know. Like, oh, it's because we stunned him, that's why. I kind of wish that was more like, you know, sequence, if that makes sense, because we've basically just done that on repeat. In a lock formation. Kind of a missed trick, I think. Alright, more crap for me.
I've seen ruins like these. Wonder what they are. Maybe nobody knows.
Paradis called them godless. Some kind of people who came here long ago.
Character design is pretty cool, except one character. What do you mean? Like, what, the weapon design, you mean?
They're not.
Oh, good. Someone's bat crazy. Let's go see him. Whee! Is there anything underwater?
I tried to tell them. Why wouldn't they? You can't kill
Oh!
me.
Hey, look!
No one can kill
He's got a
me.
fungal infection.
I'll swim across the sea.
I knew it.
Sorry, what?
Whatever's on their faces, it gets into their heads.
Isn't the stuff that was on
I'm
my
no
face?
expert
Though?
on soul plagues, but whatever you came here to find, I'd say you found it.
Now I get why you're scared of my face. Oh, no, we're not forgiving her now.
And what if it's already spread elsewhere?
Was this Last of Us? It kind of feels like it.
us?
Did we get clickers? I mean, I said before we kind of looked like a clicker that had been face painted. Wait, us?
I
Huh?
had dreams. Fabulous dreams. They tried to silence them.
Steady yourself, please. We're only trying to help.
You're waiting
Oh, whoopsie. Didn't mean to click on.
on.
You tread in the orchard. Spreading weeds. Nightmares. I should have been free to drink of the land. They thought they could stop me. Vipers! The venom stains
we're gonna
my
kill
blade.
him.
He can barely string a thought together. How could he have killed everyone?
He couldn't. Not like this. He's just the last one standing.
Trespassers!
Uh-oh. Dark Force works through this man. A worm and the apple of his
I
soul.
become the
Wow, that's very
breeze,
poetic.
The sun!
We're talking a lot for a situation where we should just melee his
They
face
turn
off.
death to us.
Envoy, this could come to blows. Keep
It's
your
Envoy,
guard up.
please.
Feed the roots. Kill the rot.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna regret
Jesus,
that.
he's huge. Oh my god. I feel for your mother. Birth must have been brutal. Ugh. It's like the How I Met Your Mother scene when Lee's like, wait, the kids are always how big when born? Oh, crap. Very meaty. Uh-oh. Alright. We're gonna stun him soon. Oh, crap. Stop it. Stop. Oh. Jesus. Okay, what was that? This guy just went Super Saiyan. Second wind activates when you become incapacitated. Restores some of your health. Got it.
The answer for that one.
I'm back. What up? Look up my dog. Beef club. Good fun. No. That is... Whoa! Okay. Guy is very dangerous. Be careful, my stamina bar. What the? I think I dodged that? That is kind of crazy, though. This boy definitely ate all his protein. Jesus. Oh, no. Just finish him. There.
Probably some noble who bought his commission. Now look at him.
That was a noble who bought his commission. Yeah, no, he was big. One of the scouts was caught in Dawn Shore attempting to board cargo. Okay.
At least he's not suffering.
Let's eat this. Yum. Is it time for Big Macy face? No, that doesn't really fit what we do. Grey Hammer. Nah, we'll stick with. Let's go for a swim. The godless. Oh my god, that's way too much reading. Nope. I do, however, like looting stuff. That can keep my attention. Yeah, the second wind is definitely an interesting system. And then, like, in the bottom left, you can see the little icon that indicates how long until I restore it. Is my camera in the right position, by the way, or should I put it in, like, the top right corner, do you think? So I'm blocking a mini-map right now. Yeah, I think we move it, because we're technically blocking a mini-map. I think that's, like, the safest place to put it, where it won't be in the way. Yeah, there's a mini-map. We've just been blocking it. Oops. Oh. Should probably eat more snacks. Sure. I'll do.
Boat! There it is.
Yeah, I've sport you guys now. You're immersed without a
Thank the
mini-map.
gods it's still here. Get on.
There, in the distance. It's Paradise. So, the smuggler wasn't lying.
My name's Alora, you know.
Oh, they're getting along.
Oi, I told you. I'm defending myself.
Look, if this is the soul plague the Emperor sent you to find, we have to stop it. You have to stop it, no matter what it takes.
I'd heard
Wow,
rumors
that's
about
very
folk
easy for the guy doing nothing to say.
changing. Out in the hinterlands. I thought they were just that. You know, stories. I never imagined it'd be like this.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised it wasn't an option to just stab her in the face and take the vessel now.
I don't know how, but if anyone can find a way, it's you.
Will you
That's
get on before I leave without
Not
you?
very reassuring.
Aye, onward to Paradise.
Hey, I have no reason, I have no idea as to why you are the person that will solve this, but you will. Qualified a person speaking on the matter, you know?
Never thought I'd be glad to sail here with a smuggler.
If
Oh.
anyone...
You have attribute points. Poogies? More attack speed. I feel like we want more stamina, really. Stamina burns out real fast, right? Nah, more dex. Outrageous the game doesn't let me just max dex entirely.
Anyone asks,
Suppose this is where I leave you then. I owe you my life, envoy. I won't soon forget what you did. Not what you signed up for either. The things we saw in there. You'll put it right. You have to.
Okay.
You don't have to. Just go up the pier. I imagine they've sent someone official-like to take you there.
must be nice, eh?
I hope the folks at the embassy know where to find a good, strong drink.
Wait, can someone just easily poison me and I wouldn't even know? Alright.
Same to you. You'll make the...
Yeah, I'll do it. Do I even want to talk to you?
Look, but you saved my life. That counts for something. I don't...
Yes, we're flirting now. All the locals dislike Adrian's.
Not all of them.
Okay.
But it's not great. Give Paradisans a chance. That's why they came here in the first place. Hope we don't run in.
Alright, we're done with them. Whoop, whoop.
This is your final warning. Hey! Turn around and sail back to wherever you came from. This dock is reserved for the Imperial Envoy.
Can you not
And
tell by the
he's
giant
Huh.
wood
Probably
on my
died soon.
face, sir?
Good riddance.
Oh wait, there's Lex.
Wait, you're the...
Nice.
Forgive me, Envoy. I meant nothing by it. A slip of the tongue. Can we start over? Name's Cynric, captain of the local militia. We're a scrappy bunch, but we know our way around Paradise. Unlike most Adirans who couldn't find their ass with both their hands. Oh, present company excluded. They told me you were godlike, but I didn't know what to expect. Your face, it's so...
Handsome, regal, authoritative.
You're doing great.
Forgive me, again. We're having a bit of an emergency.
I like how this game
No
is just
doubt
an
you've come
ugly
for the
shaming
Adirran
simulator.
ambassador, but he's gone, along with our claviger.
Oh man.
Well, he's the
Claviger.
closest thing we have to a local authority. Part keeper of the keys, part bald fist.
Paradise's mayor, more or less. Most people out here aren't fond of established hierarchies and titles. So, we made up some new ones.
No, there's some kind of blight in the wilderness and rumors of plague. They went to investigate. Nature has a mind of its own in these parts. When the
Leaderless and rudderless is the natural state of things in Paradise anyway. Keeps things interesting.
Right, so basically we're a pirate city.
They traveled northwest to the Strangle Route, past the old Pargroon
So
Wall.
update 2 shots. Not
You
sure
need
how
to
much
find
more
the
we'll be able to do
ambassador,
today.
And I need to find the clavicle.
Because I do need to eat soon.
How's about we partner up?
Maybe we can do like one more quest, if it's not too lengthy. Two missing people and 2 searches.
The Rowatai Navy didn't teach me fancy words, but I did learn how to count.
I like this
Kai,
guy.
before you go, please keep in mind that the envoy is a respected member of the court. Make sure he comes back alive, or the Steel Garrote will have my head.
Better yours than mine.
The
Steel
Steel
Garrote.
Garrote are here as guests. Help.
Okay. Peace and forces. Keep a respectful time we report you. Okay. No met them
They're an order of religious cutthroats, sharpening their blades for the glory of the burned queen. Oof, creepy bunch, too.
Okay,
Who
psycho
needs
religious
enemies
guys.
when you have friends like the Steel Garrote? Maybe it's better if you don't. Speaking of the Steel Garrote, fair warning, their leader, Inquisitor Ludwine, is eager to greet you. Or possibly interrogate you.
I'm sure he'll love my face.
Wait.
Side by side a long time ago, she's my mentor. We were lovers. After, wait, what? Who is this person? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I can understand the attraction. I've got so much wood, but okay, let's go forward.
Just
Side
the
by
thought
side.
of seeing her in battle. I heard she's a monster. The personal. They say she fell in battle in the dead fire, and death spat her back out.
Undead. That seems good.
I admire your eagerness, envoy.
Right behind. We've got to find your ambassador and...
Yo! Fire and Eye fires a powerful shot from the blunderbuss. Mordecai to burn away webs. Okay. So basically, he has a gun and a torch. They found a very fancy way of giving those names. Yes.
I'll bet you're glad to be on dry land after that voyage. Come on, let's get you some fresh air.
City's getting crowded. Pretty sweet.
Should we go out into the wild and explore the wild a bit? Or do we follow the quest line? Like I said, we haven't got too much longer today. Oh, damn. This is all, like... This is a big-ass city.
Please, how hard is it to... I can't believe how... How hard could it be?
Find a watch.
How did you...
Not watching
Actually,
this
maybe
or
I should talk
deceptive
to you instead. I'm clearly a band of Zoribs.
Invade your house. Zoribs. Hell yeah. Let's go murder some
Take
lizards.
my house key. It's northwest of here. That cabin on the cliff all by itself. Gods know I can't. Come back when you've dealt with... I'm sorry, but I don't think they'll go quietly.
You'll have to kill them. Oh, what a shame.
Thank you.
Murder lizards. Murder... Wait, where is this quest? That's the main one, right? Where's the side quest? So she said it's up on the... Oh, over there. Dawaj, dawaj. We kill lizards.
Have you
Test my metal. What? This game is really pretty.
Keep up the good work, soldiers.
What happened to you? Oh, sorry. Yeah, those that live in glass houses shouldn't break glass stones. Blah, blah, blah. Glass stones? Normal stones. Parkour! Parkour for what? Parkour this one. Yeah, that's better. Or I could have just used the stairs.
Margaret would be ashamed of witness such incompetence. My grandfather could do a better job than you lot. He's missing both arms. Put your backs into it. These palisades aren't gonna hold themselves.
Wait, is that a dwarf?
Another recruit. Oh, if you think you're so tough.
If you're sure.
Yay, sparring time.
I've got plenty of.
Oh, it in my.
Your tiny arms will not allow you to reach me. And boom. There we go. Oh, nice. I can use his abilities too.
All right, I yield. Well done.
Damn, son.
You have
Teleports
passed.
too.
Better part of valor.
It's clear I underestimated your prowess. Fierce as a rathoon you are.
Hand over your house key to a random stranger. Dude, like,
Now for your
there's lizards in the place. What's
Our
worse?
surplus includes a large hammer, an arquebus, a
Ooh. I mean, an arquebus is tempting, but I think we take a spear, right, chat? I think spear is the vibe we're looking for. You know, like a big pokey stick. So, jab it in there. You get phalanx? Not sure. Arquebus, I don't know. Like, it's not. Arquebus sounds like someone would have to use from long range, whereas it's not like it's, you know, a blunderbuss where we can just like stab, 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 and go for it. Let's give a spear a go.
stick 'em with the pointy end, clean and simple.
Ah, yes, thank you. I didn't know that's how a spear works.
It is done.
I thought you, I don't know, jammed it in your ass and then span around in a circle whirlblading. But thank you for the clarity on how a spear works. I'm not very good at blocking, but who cares? I don't need to block. Just dodge and stab. Dodge and stab. Remember, guys, when in doubt, dodge and don't jump from there. Dodge and stab. Some metal grooves. That'll look fancy on it. I like how they don't just have like a normal armor value. It's just like these different things give you effects.
Save some skates for the rest of us.
I don't know.
Boys, seems
I kinda like that. It's definitely different.
Tildy at the bathhouse, more like. I saw her give you the.
Her house was over here, right? Jesus, this place is huge. But presumably the city. Like this is basically. Oh, there we go.
There's no guarantee of safety out in the wild.
Okay,
Beautiful
we're in the
view
wild.
from these cliffs. Real long way down, too.
I see lizard people. Murder, murder. I heard them over there too. Oh. Do you reckon I can sneak in unnoticed? Oh god, there's mages as well. Stupid lizard people. Oh, oh no, no! Damn it! It's not finished. Tap it up. Oh, God's sake. It had to be healer, didn't it? Kai's OP. Dude, I'm feeling it. I'm OP. Nice heal, pleb. Damn. That was pretty damn effective. There we go. So I get essence back by killing. Oh, right. Dude, that, like, some of the immediate counter strikes feel OP. It's so quick. I don't know, is this really better than what we had? Particularly much worse than me. Got him. I'd say that one's pretty cool.
They may be small, but they'll overwhelm you if you're not careful.
The teleport cool, shoot looks cool. Yeah, it kind of makes me wish I was doing guns now, you know? I wasn't really expecting guns to be that enticing because it's like, oh, it's just a gun, dude. Well done. Definitely never seen that before, you know? That kind of feeling. Okay. Guess we play it safe and go to the house instead of murdering all the lizards. And that should be so we can teleport in.
It's the Zarubs now.
Hey. Got him. Oopsie. Dude, all I want fighting lizards that can murder me at any moment is a lemon. Like, I thrive off of the lemon. Lemon is life. I like how our issue isn't getting a house back. Like isn't getting to a house, right? With lizards all in the way. Like, yeah, no, that's fine. Didn't mention anything about that. Like, I meant to deal with that as well. Douchebag. What we got here? Oh, it's about the Zorps coming back again.
Anything juicy?
Having dreams about a Zorop. Okay, that's... I don't think kinky's the word I'd use, but...
Maybe it has something to do with that wall painting in the other room. Let's check it out.
Wow, you noticed that. I didn't. One of us is a lot better at this. Okay, they want to befriend her? What?
I'm no art critic, but I've never seen a mural like that. Looks like an elf and Zarup holding hands. What do you see?
How did they become friends?
Why
yes,
don't we
how
ask
do
Hank
I
about it?
befriend an army
It's her
of lizard
house.
people?
She ought to know something.
I think we can now fast travel, right? Like this. Wow, that's much quicker. Loading screens? On my PC?
Outrageous. Left these beacons all over the island. They're good for finding your way around.
Oh, we have more ability points. Yo! Decrease stamina penalty, eh. Shield bash, eh. Who wants to use a shield? After taking damage, slowly regenerate 50% of the last amount of HP. That's not too bad. Anything for ranges that's interesting. Tanglefoot, eh. Time perfect block against a melee attack to knock the enemy back and gain an immediate counterattack. That I like the sound of. Deflect is badass. Let's get deflect. Wait, do we have extra points? Oh, yeah, yeah. Do we get more health? More attack speed sounds good.
Well...
Painted?
It's true. It looked just like you. Not sure they got your eyes right, though.
So,
I love this guy.
They've made it their territory. We'll...
Maybe soul twins.
I should have figured I wouldn't be able to fool someone like you. Have you ever felt aimless? Like you ought to have a purpose, but you don't? Like you'd do anything to find out why you're meant to be here.
Yep. I've for many years asked the question why I have wood on my face. So yeah, I can kind of relate to that.
That's a stupid question, isn't it? Of course you'd understand. An animancer told me that I might have half a soul. I finally had an answer. The question was, who got the other half? I thought if I could meet this person and see what they were like, I might gain some purpose or something.
Wait. So
And
you
then I came
e-dated
here and
a
found
lizard.
a Zorip. Maybe, but it's not like mine. How can
Hey,
we
Anna.
understand each other?
How's the game
I
so
can't even
far?
speak to it.
It's good.
I've got
I
to
like
find
the
some meaning in all
I love the
this.
art style. Well, it's very
I can't
vibrant.
go back and I can't go forward.
Combat
just
seems
stuck
reasonable.
here.
Not like
Lost.
insanely deep. I'd say.
Again.
Does feel like it's a bit meat shieldy though. Like because I'm doing the hardest difficulty, things can beat your ass in like 3 hits, but they take a lot of hits. But like it's early in the game. I'm encouraging her to
serious?
date a lizard person.
The mystic on my ship said the same thing.
Do you ever get the feeling she's
But
going to
what
go
does it
and
mean?
embrace this lizard and it's just going to eat her face? A risk or an unfulfilled life?
Well,
Dude, we're
when you put it like
100% encouraging her to
I'll
go get
go.
her face eaten by a
Be
lizard.
brave. I'll find it. I really hope you're right.
Oh my god,
I
please
forgot.
do we get to see
You
this?
still deserve to be paid for your time, if nothing else. I didn't think... Well, it's nice to get help from an Adiran. I'll say that much.
There'll be some eating. Whoa. Get your furry mind out the gutter. Oh, do we have a new companion ability? Yo. We can get him more abilities. Fire and arrow ignites the target. I kind of like that. You can leap and crash down. Okay, yeah, let's go with that. Hell yeah, brother. What accessories are unique? What do we get? Critical hits deal poison damage. Sure, why not? It's very interesting with like the armor, especially not having like defense values, per se. I guess this is closer to there, so sure. Alright, should we just murder some things in the wild? More lizard people deaths? Maybe. I have got to go eat soon, because I have not eaten all day. And it's now 8 PM. What up, buddy? Ooh! It has nothing to do with your height. Why would I say that? It definitely has nothing to do with your height. He definitely done it because of your height, though. Hey. You wanna fight me? Oh, crap. Time was a bit off there. No, that didn't deflect. I want to try the deflect. Nice and poisoned. There we go. Nice. Yeah, the attack system's a bit weird because like you get the broadcast of them getting ready, and then a lot of the time they rapid attack. So it's a bit. I guess it's meant to make it more challenging, but it's like a bit unorganic. If that makes sense. It's not like whoosh. It's like right. So they go from like 10% to 100% straight away. Whoa. I don't hate short people. I killed them equally. Yo, we've got a pistol. Oh, wait, I should have read that. So you can improve armor how? Oh, there you go. Yeah, you have the upgrade options. So, we have pistola. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, whoops. So you can, Yes! Alright, now we're talking. Yeah. Oh, this will be fun. Try animation cancelling, unless the devs fix that. Wait, really? Has animation cancelling? Wait, is it something to do with that menu there? Because I noticed it earlier with one of the enemies. It got a bit weird when I opened that. Oh, you're making AoE reference.
Even Pargrun and walls can't stand against this place.
Is there a way up over here? Parkour? Sad, no parkour. I may have made the creatures angry. Ooh. Yeah, it's like Kingdom Come Deliverance, and this is clearly like targeting very different things, right?
What am I hitting?
It's like, you know, I don't think you can't like both per se. There we go. Yes, because I'm incapable of figuring out fires. But I'll do it.
Oh no, next one's
oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Wasted my grenade. Okay, me likey pistol plus stabby. Pistol plus stabby, good. Big spider? I'm getting this weird feeling big spider. As soon as I touch this chest. Oh my god, they're gonna come out of all the holes, aren't they? There it is.
Show me what you got.
Did I really miss that? Oh my god.
Hey, over here.
Yeah. Jeez. Okay, did you bring enough friends? Oh. Ow. Do you think there's enough of them? Oh my god, dude. Like, I keep forgetting there's the crit hit spot. Yeah, if I'm gonna run this class, I think we're definitely gonna be switching over to mouse and keyboard. Alright, that seems to work quite well. Alright, I think we got all of them. Ow. Alright, that's a bit laggy. Seriously, is there like just no end to them? Are you meant to leave? It kind of feels like a you're meant to leave situation, right? Oh my god, this is a big one. No, 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 no. There's two big ones. Oh. Guy is still nap timing. Ow! Jesus! Alright, we need Kai. We need Kai, we need Kai, we need Kai. Get up, Kai. No time for napping. We may be about to get our asses ripped open. Wait. Did I just get scammed? Because I definitely woke your ass up. Oh my god, dude. I do not like the it's like there is and isn't aim assist. It's very weird.
You're a good friend.
What was that? You're a good friend. Jesus. That's The random "you're a good friend" at the end got me, dude. Oh my god, they are so tanky. Okay, so maybe I don't know. What do you think, Chai? I think maybe. No, I didn't mean to do that. Gun not as good as hoped. Maybe it's because I'm doing like dagger with gun. They're so tanky though. It's actually wild how tanky they are.
Ready, aim.
All right.
One for you.
All right. Let's heal up a bit. Here we go.
Another win, but who's counting?
Like, what if I just yoink and run? Right? And run.
Is that all you got?
That's a lot better of an idea. We may have just screwed Kai over though. Catch. Crap. Is Kai dead? Ow. Yeah, I think Kai is napping. Oh crap. That'll do it, pig. That'll do it. That'll do. Alright, nice. Yeah, screw those spiders, man. That's way too many spiders. Maybe if I had like a longsword or something.
Unseen, unheard.
Hey.
Come and get me! Right flank. Next one's mine.
Oh, come on. I don't know, like, I'm enjoying it though. The combat side, as we've just seen, it's like, it's not an easy rollover,
Keep
which
it
is
away
good.
from gunpowder, or you'll be as bald as me.
Oh, we meant to go further north. Alright, so maybe we shouldn't have detoured through the encampment, but what ifs. Alright, yeah, Kai is fine, dude. Like, Kai is magical.
To be a shortcut.
Maybe heroic.
Then the land got other ideas.
Because, you know, like, the spy's like, whoa. So what happened? The spy's like, we're going to mess you up. And then I ran. And he was like, no, come back. And the spy's like, whoa, bro, he just left you? That's so messed up. Oh, God. I should have known the moment I stepped up to take these things. The game wasn't going to let me have them for free.
Take your best shot.
What? Phantoms? Okay. Nice. Okay. How I can knock over phantoms? We won't like dissect that too much, right? Like what? Wreck. Nice. Primal wind and some fancy new armor. I'm just winning all day long, aren't I? I wonder if I could maybe, just maybe,
Give me a second.
sneaky up on you. Oh my God, he has a lot of health. Wait, no, actually he doesn't. I'm out. Wait, did I? Oh,
Let me catch
maybe
my
a problem. Oh, Jesus! Alright. Yes, Kai. Wreck him.
Let's see what you got.
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, dude. If we're going to keep using guns, I'm going mouse and keyboard for sure. Game does not have much aim assist. Lamau. Oh. It's okay, we got him. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, thank God that's over. I couldn't bear that fight much longer.
Who poisons us? We cannot see.
Okay. Alright, guys. I just realized how late it's getting. Instead of, like, starting another element of the story and then, like, getting deeper, I think we'll get ready to round it out. So, it was fun, though. I think I will play more of this. I don't know if we'll do it on stream or not. We'll see. I kind of like the idea of, like, finding interesting, challenging ways to play games, especially now that a lot of people have already seen what the game is about. But that was a fun one. I'll definitely be playing more of that in the coming weeks. I got so many games, though. We got the new Monster Hunter coming up. We are going to be checking that out. That'll probably be our next variety game to check in on. I, at some point, want to have a look at Warhammer Rogue Trader, maybe, because that just recently got added to Xbox Game Pass. That could be cool as well. But what I'll do now, YouTube, I'm going to end it. We'll be back tomorrow. Midweek Muster number 15 starts up. So we'll be back into our cycle of Age of Empires 4. Maybe we slide in a little bit this at the end of the day. We'll see how it goes. But thanks for tuning in. I'll see you.